let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
lost and found, dear. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer. What will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night. I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. 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 Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night. I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. Against the odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light. Against the odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light. Against the odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form.
Well, I guess that's a wrap for today.
Seriously, Medic? I thought we were going out for a ride.
Okay, but I'm driving.
now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Book your next hotel stay in Madrid with Marriott Bonvoy. A check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the best.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light.
a perfect team fight. They take it all. Here comes the Crow Storm. Knockback, instant combo person. What is people? Oh my God! Claps, everybody. You know the story. You know the legend.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the LEC. Dinonar is also here. And yes, I know, unfortunately Finn is no longer in a hot tub. We tried to have him still in a hot tub, but it was really, really warm. And this is also great, Goldberg and Finn. It's nice to see you two.
It's not good enough for me.
It was really warm apparently, I heard. Like
yeah, it was like 40 degrees in there.
We got so red as the
oven.
Scandinavians.
I'm a bit sunburned after that,
Yeah,
that week, I can't lie.
It was great though, you did amazing. But how did our teams do? We got 2 groups. How are things shaking up, Goldberg or Finn?
I mean, I think we had a pretty fun week 1. We see Fnatic with Poby really kind of stepping in as solidifying himself as the first team in the Group B, and KC also playing really well. I mean, in general, it kind of went as expected.
Okay.
I mean, sort of. Like, I think what I see from Team Heretics is still super cool, what I saw from them. And despite them losing, the 1-2 could have easily been a series win for them. So I'm actually super excited to follow their progress. And for Giants X side, Finn wasn't surprised by their level of gameplay. I'm still very surprised about their early game. I'm excited to see that team.
Yeah, I mean, Scrim Gods once again. Let's see if it keeps translating onto the stage. We did. We do have Team Heretics versus G2 as our first match of the day. And this weekend, we wanted to focus in on the mid laners. This week is the mega mid lane clash. So how to start it off better than to just rank them, because that went... Whoa, that went really well last time. Let me get
we need to get
the
in front of here.
tablets.
We're all just leaving, but we're coming back, guys. Yeah, I swear we're here.
We're here. So this did create a little bit of a hubbub last time because you made it together. I made you change things and then people flamed you. So now you get to do it all by yourself.
Yeah, finally I won't have to get dragged down by GB's analysis.
You are the one who did the wrong thing!
Okay, so let's get this going,
Which
GB.
one are we starting with?
Let's start with Larsen, as we should.
Okay.
Larsen, I think, so far showed a little bit better than what we saw in spring, but in general, it's still hard to put him above C for me because, I don't know, I feel like I expect so much more from him, but he hasn't really delivered in quite some time. I'm still a Larsen believer, but I gotta go on the facts right now.
Yeah, I don't think there's much more I can say. I still think he's been on a bit of a decline. I will say I don't think he's continuous declining. There is a momentum here for him to stop that decline, finally ascend with this Na'Vi roster and prove him, because he really needs to if he wants another contract next year.
As we're doing this, you in the WhatsApp community, you can also vote yourself who you think is the best LEC mid laner. We're not quite there yet. Larsen, middle of the road opinion, boring. Next.
Yeah, who do we got next, GB? Tell me a story.
Let's take Vladdy. Let's get something a bit different in there then.
Yeah?
Absolutely, sir.
Start talking about it before you keep the sticker.
Yeah, sure thing. So for me, Vladdy, I still think he's not as good as he was in winter. I think he's definitely been on decline. I think we were talking about Vladdy as a player that could be part of the Caps discussion.
Yeah.
But right now, it's even sometimes maybe a small A here. I think his performance definitely still leaves a lot open to interpretation.
Okay, so you think he's regressed since winter?
I agree.
Do you agree?
So.
I mean, I would say in winter it was Caps S, Vladdy B or A, and I think he's still A for me. He hasn't really shown that he's grown above that first hurdle, especially in his week 1 games. Wasn't that impressed by him. Obviously, he's still so talented, and I wish to see more from him.
Yes, French fans. He's super talented.
Give me a Jackies. Come on, Finn. Give me a Jackies.
Okay.
Give me on the Jackies. Because I feel like Jackies, I mean, I was very impressed with his week 1. I can't lie. I still think the Silas performance leave a sour taste in a lot of people's mind from that, but I still want to remember the good early games he had. I'm putting him in B. I'm definitely having him here in B.
Okay. So I had this was the one I was most conflicted about. I was leaning between B and C, because I just haven't seen enough to believe yet this year. So I'm going to put him in the middle.
Okay.
Between B and C for me.
Oh, in the middle. Okay, you need to speed it up a little, guys.
Yeah,
Come
okay,
on.
okay. Then let's do a quick one. Caps, I think, undisputed best mid laner in Europe right now. I still think that he's the GOAT. He's the one that anyone needs to beat.
Okay.
I think his MSI performance was fantastic. That's at least part of my reasoning why I have him here. I think he's for sure the only S tier here for me.
Here.
Okay, nice and agreed. Next one.
I'm going to be quick.
Oh, we got 5 forks. Go.
Jojo Kyun, come on, baby.
I value laning phase very highly, and that's why I have decided to put Jojo Kyun in S tier alongside Caps. Because I think Jojapyun, while he doesn't have the same intangibles as Caps, I think his laning phase is far beyond Caps, and I think he's by far our strongest laning in the league. And I think as the reigning champions, it's only fair to put him Mister.
Yeah, I agree with your arguments, but I still think for me it's not consistent enough. And I think, as I said, like I think MSI performance is part of this too. I think I'm putting him in A. He's for sure the second best. He's above Vladdy right now, but he's not above Caps in my mind.
We'll see if Finn is like pandering or if he's right.
Yeah, he
might.
We'll
see. Come on, let's go.
He messed up last time, so he might try to right his wrongs here. I got Popey here, baby, and Popey for me, I'm part of the propaganda. I'm putting him in B right now. I can easily see him in a position with Jackie's here as well.
B is not propaganda, it's middle of the road.
Yeah, I mean, he's only played against, what teams did they play against? They played against SK, he played against Abe, and they played against, what was the other one? But it was still
Heretics, I think?
Yeah, so, you know, it was against Camilo and Abe, so.
I'm inclined to agree. I think Poby has been very impressive. I want to see, though, what more he can bring to the league.
Camilo, oof, D tier immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to speed it up a bit. I think Camilo, for me, like, he's definitely improving along the way, but I still don't think he's improved beyond a lot of other mid laners in the league.
Okay, next.
Putting Chayak quickly in the C here as well. It's kind of the same story, but I just feel like with Vitality, he's had some bigger glimpses that I've seen from him. Okay, I like that there as well.
Now I'm putting Shajik in C. When I saw him play against Jackie's last week, I wasn't that impressed. I feel like he has moments where he shows he can be pretty good, but I don't know, man. I think he's been kind of the same for the last 2 months now, and I want to see a bit more growth.
Abba for both of you down there. Okay.
Yeah, I'm afraid Abba will have to be put in D. He just came back from EMEA, right? And I have some sympathy for him because of that.
You've experienced something like this before, and I get that. But I think Abe, from what we've seen so far, we haven't seen enough.
Where's the other nuke? Where's the other nuke one? I only see the
I have one more nuke for you, my friend.
Oh, you do?
I'm hoarding the nukes.
Yeah, you are.
Well, I don't really have space where I want it, so B can be interchangeable here right now, but he's definitely in B tier for me. So I think we agree on a lot of things. I think the S and A discussion, I think you can fully see it from 2 different perspectives, and I get both point of views. But as long as we both agree with this one, I'm happy.
Clip it, ship it, save it forever, and we'll see this weekend how everything goes. But of course, he's in S tier, and Lore earlier had the chance to catch up with Caps in our Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in.
Caps, welcome back to the LEC after a break, a lot of travels, a lot of international events. Actually, teams have been approaching summer in a different way. What was G2's approach? Did you guys take some time off? What has been your schedule so far since you came back from Saudi?
Yeah, I mean, definitely I went back to Denmark for a couple of days, so that was nice. I got to see my family. Usually don't get to go back to Denmark very often, so it was nice. And then we just want to take a lot of the lessons that we learned from MSI. And we started showing a bit better performance at EWC, and I think so far in summer we have been using a lot of those same ideas to great success.
What has been your learning from MSI, actually? Because you've been to countless international events, so I'm just wondering, what do you judge as valuable experience and stuff that you can implement?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously we have a new roster this year, right? And I think a big focus on Europe was, I mean, especially the Drakes, and a lot of just like everyone was going to Drakes, but I think we as a team kind of forgot a bit how to play the game in between, and I think we got a big reality check when we came against the insane teams from like LPL, LEC, even everyone else, honestly, that was at MSI was playing a lot more aggressive than usually teams are in Europe, and they were not just waiting around, and they got in our face right from the start of the game, so we have been trying to apply that as well. We're not playing as slow anymore. We're definitely playing a lot more aggressive, and we want to make some leads happen quite early.
Hopefully you can showcase that in the LEC once again. Now, something that we often hear about you personally is the responsibilities that are on your shoulders when it comes to carrying Europe, the Caps factor and everything. How do you perceive all this and this responsibility that people talk about when they mention you?
I mean, I appreciate the faith that a lot of people have in me and us as G2, right? Yeah. And I definitely want to show a good success to that as well. I mean, I've always wanted to win Worlds, and with the support of everyone else, it just makes it even more so, right? And of course, winning that starts with actually creating good habits, which we are really trying our best to do so far in summer. And again, I think we are having some good ideas. We're connecting a lot. I'm excited to see how it will look on stage, but I have high hopes for us.
All right, G2 in summer. Let's go. Thank you so much, guys. Ben Stoblop, coach.
Thank you.
Well then, should G2 be doing more to centralize Caps in their lineup, in their game? We know it, we see the tape, but we also have a quote from Yike, who of course played with Caps last year, saying it was like playing with a cheat code because he does so much, Finn. Surely every strategy should then be tailored to getting him ahead.
I mean, it's crazy because when I played with Broxa, he said the exact same thing about Caps. There's like a hungover effect that when you go from Caps, you realize, wait, there are so many things I need to do to propel the game forward that Caps was doing for me. He's just so good at finding angles, kind of push the game state forward and making sure the game progresses in a good manner. And now having to take that learnings yourself and kind of help Vladdy learn that, I think it's a massive hurdle to overcome.
Yeah, but still on the side of G2, I think that's also on the new G2 members to then figure out how do we give it back to him. And like playing through Caps is not just sitting around in his lake. It's having the right roam timing so he can push in a wave, find the correct base timing, or set up for the objectives. And that's what we're looking at still for especially new members like Laprof and Skewman.
Yeah, and at MSI we also saw they live and die by Caps still in many of these occasions. But their opponents, Team Heretics, would you also say that they live and die by Sheo?
Absolutely. I think Sheo for me has been an absolute 1v9 machine. I loved his performance against Fnatic because he was straight up outclassing Razork in that series. And that's something that I'm hoping to continue seeing through Sheo. It also helps that he's a jungler. It's a bit easier for him to then drive the map around as that jungler instead rather than just a mid laner as Caps. But I definitely think that if you shut down Sheo, you actually shut down Team Heretics.
I mean, to me, the most impressive thing about Sheo, I would say, is his discipline in game. I think he just sets his team up for so much success by playing around these objectives slowly, getting the early dragons, and just kind of mounting out pressure to like, third dragon, you need to come fight us, or we're going to get this, and we're going to be close to Soul Point. I think it just makes the game plan so simple for Heretics, and this is really important for new players to kind of come in and have a clear game plan.
I mean, you see the impact it left on a different team like BDS, for example, when Sheo used to play from them. When they were at the best, it's exactly what you're describing as well, Finn, right? It was the Drake stacking, it was their objective setup, and it's clear that team has certainly lost some of that, where I can now see Team Heretics have gained it, and I think a player like Sheo is the one bringing these things.
Yeah, you can see it in every game that they play. The question is, can they kind of rally around their other members? When it comes to G2, who we now haven't seen, this is the first games that they will play. Finn, you as a competitor as well, could this be kind of something you perceive as, oh, this will be easy, this is an opponent we know that we've beaten before, but is it dangerous coming back into your first week when you didn't necessarily have the successes you would have wanted at MSI?
I mean, Cap said it in the interview. He said that he kind of forgot how to play the game, and I think I just want to see a G2, and I think they want to see a G2 that comes back, show good fundamentals, and just show that Heretics is not the opponent. They don't want Heretics to be their final opponent. This is one of the many opponents they have to overcome to then go to the finals and regain that throne.
I mean, the way I see this is that if Team Heretics wins this, it's a massive victory, right? It's a huge upset. But if G2 doesn't win this either, it's a huge disappointment. Like, they should just be the team that definitely takes this. They're massive favorites, despite what happened at MSI and all these things. They should still be the team that's good enough to clearly beat the Team Heretics.
It is. Remember Gyuto's famous quote that they wouldn't. How do you feel about that? Well, will G2 for sure make Worlds?
The Worlds thing, I absolutely think they will. Like, I think they're a team that is still able to contest for that top 3 spot, and I just don't see them not going to Worlds.
Okay, let's see then our first match of week 2. It is G2 versus Team Heretics. But before we head over to the casters, a small word from our sponsors. Nothing beats a G2 holiday. And right now, you can get 50% off for a trip to Vancouver. Just play a few games and free up your schedule to see the sights. The Losing to NA feature is included in this offer. The LEC, offering G2 vacation packages since 2016. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
There are probably people watching today, children, who weren't alive when the G2 vacation meme was born.
It's true.
Like 100% there's
old.
Some parents out there who are like, who's Perks? Or some children of parents. Obviously the parents probably know
You might
Perks
not know
was.
this, but I'm 32.
I'm 34.
We've been casting this game for nearly 10 years.
Thanks for that, Benny.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I feel great right now.
Anyway, speaking of old teams...
My knees hurt, my ankles hurt.
Versus Heretics, we have on the docket to start off today. This will be G2's first game of the season as their return from MSI. We will be seeing MKOI for the first time as well this weekend.
Two times this weekend for MKOI.
Yeah, it's a tough schedule for them. Whereas for Heretics, they're the ones starting their split off with a bit of a rough one, starting week 1 up against Fnatic, week 2, the other tough opponent in their group, G2.
It's an interesting thing to say, but coming into this series, I'm a lot more hopeful for Heretics than I am for G2. Partly because of the foibles at MSI, the mistakes. Obviously, G2 had a better EWC. Didn't really watch a lot of that tournament, but I have heard they had okay performances. The question is, if Heretics continue their form from week 1, are they just going to beat G2 here today? Because it could have been a 2-0 versus Fnatic.
I mean, Sheo did have an impressive start to the splits, but of course, the problem when it comes to playing up against G2, we've already been hearing a lot about it, is that man in the mid lane. Kamilu is going to have an uphill battle when going up against the man, the myth, the legend, Caps. And at MSI, he was one of the standout players. He continued to play at the level that we expect of him. And so I'm excited to see what they've prepared for us today. Has Heretics been able to keep up the momentum? Has G2 prepared something new for us? We're about to find out as we jump into today's draft.
I'm going to say probably nothing new in the draft, Betty.
Well, okay, let's change the question then. Does G2 play Rumble and Jace? Because I heard that in EWC they were playing it. We didn't get to see it at MSI. We don't really usually see it from them.
I'm ready to respond, Betty.
Yeah.
They're not going to play Rumble. It's banned on the blue side. Pick one, ban one. Okay. It's not coming out. Varus joining Rumble on the bench. 100% bandmate so far here in the LEC. Maybe G2 just ban out Jace as well. It's like, hey, we're just going to hide it forever. And then in Worlds Finals, Poby versus Caps in the mid lane. Caps cracks out the Jace. No, it's Gwen ban next for G2. So far, we've been seeing things like the Vi, the Gwen, the Sion, the Azir, the Talia. Some of our most banned here in the LEC. No surprises there. Maokai taken away from Skumon gives you great zone control when it comes to team fights.
Feels to me that Wukong is the jungle pick in the LEC right now. Pantheon around the world, still the most banned.
Yep.
Both in the LPL and the LCK, they do not want to play against the champion. Here in the LEC, it hasn't won a game.
Yeah, 0-5. It's Pants Leon in the LEC. Other than the top of the Pantheon, Aurora the next ban from G2. Heretics looking at their last ban. Pantheon or Wukong are going to get through. Question is whether Heretics want to ban one of them and then leave the other up for G2. If they just leave both up, and it's like, okay, we'll take one, you take the other. And whether G2 actually even want to prioritize the Pantheon. Trundle instead banned away. Where is pick one, pack one here for G2? I can promise you this. It is not Kled. In fact, it's going to be the Sion.
I think Sion is very strong.
Undefeated here in the LEC.
I think that it is just a very strong champion. It feels like teams don't really have a good way to deal with it. The Azir, though, I think is a pretty good response. Leaving that open, Kamilu wants to get his hands on that. Taking away from Caps, also a very valuable play. But with the Trundle gone, Sion naturally raises him in power.
It really does. And the common answer into this Azir is a Talia obviously can be a little bit susceptible to the Wukong, but you have the Unraveled Earth if he is looking for those engages. So wouldn't be surprised if this is just Talia plus jungle for G2. You could look towards something like the Poppy that does help you avoid some of those dashes from the Wukong and from the Azir. Of course, the Poppy can still be flexed down towards that support role as well.
But I very much agree with you. Right now, it is looking like a mid lane pick, and it's going to be the Annie for Caps. I think that's still a fine matchup into the Azir. You do get outranged, but it does give you a little bit more engage. Poppy, not the best engaged champion, but when you have a Sion paired alongside an Annie, your options open up as you enter into the mid game. We're expecting an engaged support to come out from the Brawl in the second half of the draft, but we'll see how much of that pool is limited, as I imagine Heretics is going to look to lock in either the AD carry here or maybe even a top lane response.
Yeah, one of the things if you're looking at G2's draft, you might be wondering is, do they have enough damage so far? Poppy does have good damage, especially if you go the Sundered Sky build out of the jungle. Sion obviously scales up well, but as a tank doesn't have too much DPS himself. Annie is more burst, so if you're just looking to one-shot people, you do have that. I wonder if they'll add something like a Jinx or an Aphelios or Yonara in there just to top up that DPS a little bit.
Right now, G2, I think, could consider a Yunara if they want to try and play more of the front to back.
Sure.
We've been seeing it rise in popularity around the world with mixed success, I would say.
I think it's still got a losing record over the entire world, but it's evening out a little bit.
Alternatively, Ezreal, very safe for the side of G2, especially with the amount of dive that Wukong is looking to threaten. The Rakan ban, I think, is smart from Heretics, removing some of that fast engage that can be difficult for champions like Azir to have to deal with. Heretics have a lot of freedom when it comes to their bot lane because they will be able to get themselves that support counter pick, which I think is super useful in what feels like a very limited engage meta at the moment. The Nico ban here to come through from the side of G2. Heretics looking to pinch that support pool a little bit more. Will they remove Lebrov's Rel? Will they take away something like the Alistair, perhaps as well, too, of his favorite champions?
Yeah, I think the Rel would work well here for G2. Gives you that zone control that you're looking for, and with the Annie on top of it, it does a lot of work. Alistair does a similar thing. Rel is the ban from Heretics. If they had left both open, they could have left their support pick for last and counter with the Alistair into the Rel, but we're not going to see that. I do agree with their take that this is Poppy jungle. Skumond has played it twice this year. Lebrov has played the Poppy once. Skumond has won on it twice, and Lebrov has not won on it. So if you're just looking at the numbers, G2 are a much better team when it is Skumond piloting that Poppy. Thresh taken away, we are seeing a rise of things like a Aphelios Thresh in the bottom lane over the last few weeks.
Also suggests they might be thinking of something that could be susceptible. Maybe an Ezreal Karma could be a possibility. But I'm also thinking Kai'Sa Nautilus. There's that Yunara that we talked about. It's going to go in the hands of Flacked. We did see this come out from him last week. He had a very strong performance on it, but then in the later game, game 1 against Fnatic, he did start falling short, and it was very difficult for him to play into that Wukong coming through from Razork.
Yeah, part of the problem there was the dive ability of the Yunara. You had the Wukong, you had the Rumble ultimate on top of it, you had a Shockwave, you had a Kai'Sa. There were just so many things for the Yunara to deal with, and she's not that great at peeling for herself. She, when she pops that ultimate, can go invisible. Oh, I have that little dash, sorry. There's the Jinx. We talked about it a little bit coming into the second phase of draft, where they just want that little bit more damage. If you're looking at this and you think support, do you need the engage? Possibly, but you could also just go towards something like a Braum or a Lulu, either an Enchanter or just a disengage tool to provide that safety for Hansa.
Yeah, because when you lock in this Jinx, you're fully committing to that front-to-back style, right? So how will Lebrov look to round things out? Braum definitely feels like the direction. But Alistair, okay, I mean, it still works.
It does both. You can engage with the Alistair, or you can move away the opposition and just disengage really well. Heard what, Betty?
Move it away.
Oh, that's good. That's good pun. Well done, Betty. I like the way you're getting on top of it now.
The Braum response coming through from Stend. I think it makes a lot of sense into Alistair. He really struggles. Every time he engages, he's guaranteed to stun himself. So it's just a really good pick into many engaged supports. It does mean the Heretics are going to be quite reliant on Sheo to be that engaged, but I don't think that's uncharacteristic for this roster. When we think about Heretics, Sheo is kind of the centerpiece that makes this machine function. And I think back to last split, it was on this champion that he was able to save a lot of games for his team as well. So keep your eyes on Sheo in this game. He's going to be very important to the success of the team, but there's a decent amount of scaling on both sides. I'm expecting very much what we've been seeing from the meta so far. A lot of team fighting around these neutral objectives. Don't be surprised to see these early swaps come through, especially from a team like G2 that loves to leverage the Scion in the 2v1 lane.
I'll be really interested to see how much G2 prioritized Dragon stacking in the early game as well. We saw it a lot from KC last week, 5 minutes, 6-minute first Drake. Try and get that ball rolling really early on. Obviously, getting 4 Dragons, getting a soul, key to winning most games of League of Legends. If you can get to that point, you are in a very strong position as a team. The question is whether you trade early, give away a dragon, go for something else. Play Xerath, he's broken. Broken, although colloquially means it's good, traditionally, not a good thing for something to be broken.
That's
and Xerath, I think, falls into the traditional sense rather than the colloquial sense. As you jump onto Summoner's Rift for G2's first series of the split, Heretics second in their trial by fire, taking on Fnatic and G2, the expected top 2 teams in this group.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Now, for new viewers that may be just joining us here in Summer Split, of course, this is G2's first game of the split, and here are the faces to the players. Of course, we've cast them for quite a while now. A couple of new faces to the roster that joined in this year as Carlson in quite a lot of danger.
Yeah, Skumond's on the chaser. Carlson trying to get away, but Hansa with the ghost. That's first blood!
That's first blood to a Jinx! Carlson, what happened, man?
Observers, I got my hand up. Please show us what happened. We would love to know why Hansa firstly is on the blue side. Maybe just really good scouting, expecting Carlson to invade there.
I don't think he was expecting a Jinx to be there. I wonder if that was some G2 prep where they know that this is something that Carlson often does. Let's look back. I mean, yeah, Hans Sama is just here covering for a potential deep ward. They've spotted him out, and then they just chase him down.
He got the ward though, Betty.
He does get the ward.
Have awareness. But I think one of the great things here for Jinx is you pop the Ghost and you can chase, right? If the Cassante's going to burn a flash, that's prime time for the Scion in the top lane. That's real estate that he is going to make his own. And Carlson didn't burn the flash, kept it for the laning phase. It's a dagger for Hans Sommer now on this Jinx, and Flacket instead will be dismayed with how this early portion of the game has gone.
Well, the good news for Heretic's bot lane is that Yunara is still a very effective trading champion. The bad news is they just took a very bad trade. That was nicely done by hitting onto Lebrov, procking the Braum passive, but Hans Sommer wasn't the target there, which allowed him to freely trade back onto Flackhead. You can see they're about to hit that level 2 mark. They're going to threaten an all-in.
Oh, Lebrov goes in immediately as they look for the engage on Flackhead. No real escape here for the Yunara. He'll flash, but Hans Sommer still has his. Sten flashes as well, looking for the final order on Hans, but it's a 2-0 Jinx, 2.5 minutes into the game.
This is not how Heretics want to start off this game. Hans Sommer is being funneled kills, and it just through his own gameplay. He sets up a nice play on the top side of the map. They punish the aggression from Flacket and Sten. Sten is going to do his best to keep this wave alive, but we're not even 3 minutes in, and G2 find themselves already with a 1.1k gold lead, and it's all sitting on the Jinx.
Yeah. Okay, Heretics, I kind of bigged you up in the draft. You could just, you know, take a second, take a breath. First series of the week, perhaps a few bits of rust that we need to shake off. But currently, this is looking more oxidized than the bottom of a deep-sea trawler, Fetty. It's a rust joke, by the way.
I got it.
Yeah?
So I'm a little hurt.
I'm not sure it was a good rust joke. I don't really know how rust works.
I would have thought I always thought you were going to go like old nails or something.
Oh, sure. But that's like, have Heretics got tetanus now? They stab themselves, so they need to go get their injections.
You're getting far too vivid now. Now, I'd love to describe the game state, but quick TLDR, it's bad.
Yes,
it is bad for Heretics, great for G2. If you're a G2 fan, you are loving, living, laughing right now.
Oh, Sheo's going to jump across the wall with the decoy. Was warded out by Caps, who's holding on to the stun and will use it. Flashes away from Camilo, just in case the chase continued. No threat of the Emperor's Divide, only level 4 on that Azir right now. Hans Sommer, one more order would stun him up, but a good knock-up from Lebrov. And a knockback on Sten keeps both Flackhead and his support at bay.
Okay, so G2 have options now in terms of how they want to push this lead. One thing they can do is just start swapping. They can keep the 2v2 going as is. Like, you can see that they haven't really built much of a huge CS lead. You don't expect any much. I mean, it's already a tough matchup for both the Jinx and the Alistar into Braum Yunara. Like, they are still a powerful trading bot lane 2v2. Hans and Lebrov still have to show a modicum of respect, even though they do have that item advantage. But Skumon's turning his attention to the top side of the map instead. He wants to try and steal away some camps. It is Sheo that gets that big Krug, but Skumon's stealing away these little ones.
I do really like this from Skumond as well, because something we saw from Heretics in week 1 was how integral Sheo was to them winning games. Him getting ahead, his Sejuani game where he did the second most damage on the team on Sejuani was one of the reasons Heretics were able to fight against Fnatic. Here, Skumond just messing up that tempo, just getting in the mind, getting in the face, using the pressure he has in the mid lane from Caps to push in here and force Sheo and Camilo away.
Hex Flash
away. Hex Flash going in. Flame Chomper's down as well as Broken Blade's down to 300 HP. Knocked into the wall. It's a solo bolo! It's Carlson! Just 1v1 BB!
Okay, Carlson finding a solo kill. This game is confusing. That was a pretty big misplay from Broken Blades.
That's a huge misplay. Let's be honest, playing Sign's most broken tank on the patch.
And I mean, what the champion does super well is not die.
Yes.
Even though you want to exploit that passive from time to time, and the laning phase is often not the place. And so we're going to look back at this trade, but I'm not sure there's much to break down. Carlson just takes a couple nice trades. He chips him down his HP. And then he knows that he's waiting for the cooldown of the Unstoppable. The shield gets used early from Broken Blade. He gets very little value out of that. And Carlson just says, you know what, with the tower aggro and what's there more to say, really? Just very well executed, just waits for those cooldowns to come up, and he punishes Broken Blade in the 1v1.
And super greedy from Broken Blade as well. Standing in front of the tower with the Decimating Smash, making it easy for the Cassante to get in, get out with that Pathmaker. Really well done by Carlson, but Broken Blade, one of the questions we had coming out of MSI is whether his form, he would return to the form we expect from him, or whether he'd have a disappointing performance like MSI. And It's only 6 minutes in game one, but that's not a good sign.
Yes, it's not how you want to start off your split for sure. Now, real throwback. I forget what international event it was, but there was a situation with Hans Sommer and Cassante. There was a certain discussion around some certain items that should or shouldn't have been bought. And I feel like many people will have their eyes on that in this game, considering Carlsen is now getting a little bit ahead, and he is going to be the main problem for Hans Sommer to have to deal with as we transition later on into this game. But Hans Sommer being accelerated likely will be able to work towards that itemization that has a way of dealing with Carlsen.
It's the I will dominates demands, right? Regards. It would have been better if I actually got the name right, wouldn't it? But we did also ask whether G2 would look for dragon stacking. It's Heretics who get the first Drake of the game, 7 minutes in. G2 went for a swap towards this top side, possibly to get Broken Blade out of a matchup that he was losing, but also because if you get a bit of free time with a tower, with a Jinx, that ramping attack speed just really helps you shred through them. So you can get some of these early plates. Teleport coming out from Stend, who has the unsealed spellbook. He's going to join his mid laner to make sure that this defense holds, but I don't think G2 are really looking for a play here. More making sure that they have set up around the grubs. Broken Blade being left to his own devices on the bottom side. No TP for Carlsen and Camilo. This is just going to equalize the entirety of the solo kill in the top lane. He's going to be able to pick up 2 plates. There's no response at all from Heretics. Now Camilo's moving down, but his teleport is probably still about 30 seconds away from coming off cooldown.
Yeah, the sequence in the map movements has given G2 a big opportunity to build a lead. Ultimate's going to be used by Camilo. Not so much effect, I feel. That was an extra tower shot, though.
Broken Blade's going to hit the Decimating Smash here. Should have the shield in a second as well. Camilo tanking up all those minions. Can't really do much to actually shred through Broken Blade, who, going through the pots and the biscuits, heals himself all the way up. Grubs secured as well. 2-1 in favor of G2.
So the objective will go in favor of G2, even if Heretics are able to deny the 3 grub buff. Ultimately, though, in terms of a map state, I think G2 is happier with how things are going right now. They've got their Jinx in a 1v1 against Cassante, free farming and getting all that free experience. Cher was looking to try and steal away these camps. Stend is right next to him.
Because the blow's going to come out, there's a Cyclone follow-up. I don't think they have the damage yet for Skewmon. Second Cyclone with the knock-up. Flaka not in range, really, to put some damage into that Poppy.
I think G2 isn't confident enough in their damage to try and force a play there. So Heretics, nice play by them to steal away those Raptors. Of course, no real objectives on the map right now to play for. Plates are usually what you can take into consideration. The problem with moving Flacken into the mid lane is it is harder for you to get priority on that lane.
I mean, this is the problem. Carlsen's just going to go in. There's the all-out follow-up. Hans Sommer's already burnt the flash, doesn't have the ghost. The TP coming in to try and help him out, but he might be dead before his help arrives. LeBron now. No way for him to deal with the Cassante. Carlsen, 2-0, both solo kills.
Eyes needs to be drawn to Carlsen as he finds himself another solo kill and onto an extremely important member. Getting that kill onto Hans Sommer not only slows him down, but it accelerates this Cassante. Those resistances are going to continue to be built up, and it's going to be harder and harder for Hans Sommer to deal with. They get his flash out as well, which is extremely important with the Dragon 2 minutes away. It's going to put Heretics in a great position to contest that neutral.
And for Carlsen, what a mentality to come back from dying level 1 to then getting 2 solo kills. Like, you have to give the guy credit. Yes, he's playing Cassante, but it's not the Cassante of yesteryear. It's not the one where Showmaker's punching his screen and being disappointed in the balance of League. This champion has its weaknesses, especially with the Pathmaker having to direct it at the start of the channel now, rather than being able to redirect it in the middle. Camilo here dodging away from the Decimating Smash, and in the end, it's still a 1,000 gold lead for G2, but Heretics are holding on.
And I was just talking about how I felt like the assignments were good for G2 because they have that Jinx just free farming in a solo lane, and it's really great for Carlsen to just straight up punish that, saying if you leave your AD carry alone, this is what happens. And this is why Yunara is being put in mid, because it's safer for Flacket in that lane and much harder for G2 to try and force a play on them. So Heretics still find themselves behind in gold, but at the very least in a little bit more of a comfortable position.
I wouldn't be surprised if G2 now move Hans Sommer into the mid lane, not only because he was just killed, but because he doesn't have that flash anymore. A longer lane, much weaker for the Jinx when you don't have the Ghost, when you don't have the flash. You already saw his teammates coming up to make sure that he could get that push out, and we see the TP up towards the top side as well by Broken Blade. So a lane reassignment looks like it's going to be bot lane for Hans Sommer, but away from the Cassante that has been causing him so much bother, and towards the Drake, which is coming up in 40 seconds.
We're also seeing the Blade of the Ruin King come through from Flakked. This was something that Upset spoke about last week, believing it to be the superior build on this champion, and it seems as though Flakked very much agrees with him. Often second item we'll see things like the Runan's Hurricane as well, because you just get so much value, because when your auto attacks are bouncing between people, you can get those extra triggers off of the itemization. So we'll keep our eyes on Flakked as the team fights draw closer, but as we kind of expected, a slower early game. We've seen those individual performances stand out from both sides now, but this game is really going to boil down to the team fights and their fundamental execution, where we haven't talked about it much, but Skewmond has been getting the better of his jungle counterpart, building up a healthy lead of 750 gold.
Yeah, 30 CS lead in the jungle at 12 minutes is sizable. He's gone for the Sundered Sky first. We talked about how this does give the Poppy, firstly, a little bit more damage, but also a little bit more survivability because of those critical strikes that give you the healing back. We're setting up around this next Drake, and if I'm Heretics, I'm looking at my inventory and I'm saying, we're a little bit lacking here, lads. We don't have completed items on basically any of our champions, apart from that Cassante in the top lane, who does have TP. And then you look at G2, Yuntals, Malignant, Sundered Sky, Sunfire Cape. That is a dearth of completions for Heretics, and I wouldn't be surprised if they just give this one up. It will only be the first Drake of the game for G2. Heretics getting that earlier one when G2 swapped to top means they don't have to be too worried about too many dragons. Sten there, knocked back with a flash forward out of the prop. He's going to try and flash away, but he's slammed into the wall and he's just dead. An overstep, to say the least, from Sten.
Did not respect the engage possibilities from G2, and he ends up losing his life, giving a third kill over to Han Sama now. This is going to leave this bot tower exposed as well. There's nothing that Kamilu can do without the assistance of his support. And both Skewmon and Han Sama are going to reap the benefits.
This is the sort of sequence that really changes the game. The fact that Sten gets caught, G2 get the Drake, and they're going to get so much gold into Han Sama. He was about 400 ahead at the start of that sequence, now 800 in the lead. Could get first tower in this bot lane alongside it. He is going to be so dramatically accelerated. And you look for Heretics, like, where is our key point that can deal with this Jinx? It's only Carlson, really, at the moment, who can do it. And there's enough protection for G2 to keep that Jinx alive.
Caps gonna get a bit of damage down on the Sheo.
Decimating Smash coming out across the wall from Broken Blaze, not gonna connect. Cyclone out of Sheo, and again, a Heretics player just overstepping. Tibbers brought to the party just to make sure that Caps doesn't die. He does not, and he picks up his first of summer.
Sheo was trying to get some camps back. He has been falling behind to the aggression that we've been seeing from Lebrov and Skewmon, who have done a great job of working together this game, moving into Heretics' side of the jungle. It was something you identified early on, Medic, which is trying to put Sheo behind, and knowing that plays were happening on the bot side, he tries to cross map, but ultimately he stays a little bit too long, and Caps finds a punish. And now, G2, while they only had a small lead earlier, Heretics had this win condition of Carlson. You can feel the game quickly slipping away from them as Caps and Han Sama continue to grow their lead.
And I don't just want to heap praise onto G2 here, but I do want to talk about how this is one of the clearest examples of good prep paying off in a game. How did they catch the Cassante level 1? They knew that he often oversteps and tries toward that blue buff. They get a kill. How did they shut down Sheo? They tracked him in his jungle and they made sure Heretics couldn't play through the player that is so often their playmaker. And now Sheo is desperate, so he's going for these aggressive plays, giving G2 more avenues, more weaknesses to exploit. It's really good prep. I wonder if the extra week off that they had has allowed them to do this a little bit more. But because of it, G2 are now 3,000 gold ahead at 15 minutes.
I mean, I think it's also just worth reminding some of the individual mistakes that we have still seen from them this game, right? And the fact that Broken Blade die in the 1v1, Hans gets caught out in the top lane as well. And these are the things that we're still keeping our eyes on. Sten finds himself caught once more.
Yep, once again, just overstepping. Flame Chompers behind him, stunned up with a trample, slammed into the wall, and Sten dies again. And if I'm the analyst for G2, I'm saying, no, I don't control their hats. I just tell him what the enemy team's gonna do. G2 getting another kill, going over to Skewmond this time, a 1.2k lead both in the jungle and in that AD carry role. For Heretics, Question is now, what do you do? How do you get back into the game? Are you just looking to try and scale towards your second item?
Exactly that. Heretics are looking for a good fight. The problem is they're being suffocated on the map as Skumon and Labrov continue to move into their side of the jungle.
He can't dash away because of the steadfast presence. He puts the Emperor's Divide down, but Caps is running past the tower, decides against it with the TP coming in, the trample being used as well by Labrov, doesn't get the stun. Stend misses the Glacial Fissure, but Sheo uses the Hex Gates to slide his way in, and Kamilu, in the end, is getting paid.
At the very least from this play, Heretics is able to get something back. The Jinx Rocket is thrown towards the top side to interrupt the back, but look at the rest of the map. Broken Blade pushes in bot wave, the mid wave is also pushed in, Caps was threatening that top tower. Ultimately, though, I still think small win for Heretics. They did have to commit a lot of members onto that top side, so some experience, some gold will be lost. But at the very least, slowing G2 down with their aggression buys you a little bit more time to find that fight that you're looking for. Heretics still have a decent front-to-back composition. When you've got an Azir in the game, you always have that potential for a late-game team fight. And with a Cassante still in the position that he's in, I feel like Heretics have options as long as they stop getting caught out and they stop conceding pretty much everything on the map. They need to find these cross maps where they can.
They're about to be in a 2v5 in this top side. Skumon looking for the damage onto Sheo. Labrov coming in as well. Pops the trample early, trying to get that stun. Cyclone out from Sheo will keep him alive for now, but the chase continues. Labrov lands the knocker, and Broken Blade brings down the axe. Carlson under his tier 2 has Sten to defend, and he will manage to escape.
Another tower gonna go in favor of G2. This time they brought cavalry while making this play happen on the top side of the map. And Heretics, they're doing the right thing. They're trying to cross map on the bot side, but with the Herald, they're just not gonna be able to contest fast enough. G2 looking to knock down their second tower in the top lane. And that gold lead just continues to grow.
And more gold in the pockets of Hans Sommer and Skumon. Kamilu was able to take a tower on the bot side, as you say. Kind of shrunk the gold gap in the mid lane a little bit, but he is still 500 gold behind himself. In fact, only Carlson ahead for Heretics right now. But at the moment, only has that Warden's Veil and the Iceborne Gauntlet. Will really need to stack up those tanky stats if he is going to be able to deal with Hans Sommer later on in the game.
Sheo doesn't have ulti, making this fight much harder to pull off. Kamilu is in the area.
G2 Hexgate behind from Labrov, has the Blast Cone too. Could Hex flash across this wall, looks for the chase, the Tipper's down onto Stend. Flashes away from the headbutt pulverized combination. Drake goes into the pockets of G2.
It's an interesting game because when we think back, like this whole game has largely been determined by picks.
Yeah.
There was the pick from Hans Sommer onto Carlson at level 1. Then there was a misplay from Flacken and Sten in the 2 versus 2.
Oh, that's really nice from Cap. So he procs the stun. Tibbers will be on the chase, doesn't quite have the damage. The super mega death rocket won't find its mark.
It's funny because that was almost another pick.
Yeah.
And that's what we've been seeing in this game. One that I expected there to be a lot of team fighting in, but Carlson finding those 2 picks, both onto Broken Blade, I guess a solo kill, and then also that pick onto the Jinx in the top lane. But then in the mid game, it's just been Sten. Sten got caught in the bot lane, Sten got caught around the Herald, Sheo then gets caught in top lane. We just saw Flacket almost getting caught in mids. Like, this game has largely just been about individuals not quite being in the right place and then their opposition punishing them. And right now, it is G2 that is punishing Heretics that much better.
And if you are caught by G2, it's so hard to get away because they have so much CC. There's no Merc Treads yet on Sten, which means no tenacity to mitigate some of that crowd control, but Headbutt Pulverize, Steadfast Presence, Slam into the wall, Tibbers, any stun follow-up, Flame Chompers, Decimating Snatch, Unstoppable Onslaught. Every player on this team has the ability to keep you locked in one spot. We saw the Unstoppable Onslaught out from Broken Blade. Skumon looking for a flank here. Cap's not on vision, but a couple of pings coming out from Heretics as they realize he may be in the vicinity. Sten puts a ward down and immediately is slammed into the wall by Skumon. Blackhead and Sheo here to join the party. Labrov goes in with a Hex Flash, gets the knock-up. Steadfast Presence there to stop it. Glacial Fissure coming out as well. Carlson on the bottom side has to pathmaker his way away. Cap's a little bit separated from G2 here, and if he walks around the corner, will be spotted on vision. On Summer popping the Ghost just to make sure that he can extricate himself from a sticky situation. Second item as well, already complete for Hans Sommer, that Infinity Edge, his weapon of choice.
Cap's just continuing to push in the top lane. 205 CS at 20 minutes. Very nice farm from him where His impact has largely been felt on the side lanes. 1-0-2 scoreline for now. The Otacon just going to be started off. G2 know that they're stronger. And look at their wave control as well. Mid being pushed in, top being pushed in. Question is that they spread themselves too thin. Heretics trying to find a way into the objective.
Broken Blade doesn't have ultimate. Keeper's Verdict coming out, hits onto the Wukong, and now Stend is in for a world of hurt once again. Locked up in the jungle, tries to escape. Another order will be enough. Skumon flashes forward, and the zap doesn't even need to connect. Skumon now slid back into the base of Sheo. Carlson looking for the flank as well. There's the shutdown for Sheo. Carlson going in, and Summer flashing out. Heretics will take their kill, but they lost a man and the Otacon alongside it.
I think the zone control that G2 had, with all the pressure they were exerting on the map, made it very difficult for Heretics to enter. But then it was G2 that initiated the fight. And now Broken Blade might be in a bit of danger.
Blackhead has one item, I think he's fine.
I think you're completely right. But then G2 overextend, and Heretics find a way to get something back. So you can see the Otacon just can't be approached. It ends up dropping.
They
Spikes come
overextend.
through. And then, okay. Sten ends up falling, but then G2 think that they can go for a little bit more. And this is where Heretics find an angle to punish. A nice ultimate comes through from Camillu. Caps is being zoned away from the Azir tower. And then you've also got Carlson threatening the backline, getting the flash out from Hansama as well. Ultimately, though, a 1-for-1 trade in exchange for the Otacon with 39 flowers. The gold is 4K, but the added value that they give, the monetary value, won't be shown at the top of your screen.
Yeah, it's probably like 1.5 to 2,000 gold worth of stats.
I think it's
with
even more than that, actually.
Yeah, maybe. I can't do the maths on the fly,
No,
Eddie, I'm
at
sorry.
MSI, I remember Flowers was super invested in this, and when you had like a 23 Flowers, it gave you like 1.5 to 2.
Yeah, so I was
39.
But they're 33 ahead of their opposition, and because they scale, the first 6 are stronger than the last 6 in that case. So I was trying to do the mental maths in the middle there, but I'm a doctor, not a mathematician, man.
Fair, yeah.
So, G2 are in a strong position. I think we can all agree on that. Summer has realized perhaps getting a Last Whisper is a good idea, with the Randuins and the Frozen Fist already sitting on Carlson. For Heretics, how much can you delay? And I think that is the key question for them, because they need to delay. They're 4,000 gold in the hole. They just got their second item.
Doesn't have flash, which is one of the best times to try and find the punish. You've got 2 items finished on the majority of your carry.
That's true.
Carlson is still a real threat, but it's a question of can you get in position to find this fight, because in the straight up front to back, you have to give the edge to the Jinx that is strong as she is.
And Sheo is currently pushing out the bot lane wave, maybe looking for a flank of his own, but there's a control ward from G2, and Heretics have to step forward and put a control ward of their own in this mid lane bush. It's cleared out immediately. Heretics playing for that mid lane wave. You can see how aggressively, how far up Carlson's pushing in that wave to make sure that the mid lane minions die first. G2 will start up the Drake. They're not really forcing to defend around their mid lane tier 1. Heretics now stepping forward. Glacial Fisher, Caps gets the stun before the Cyclone comes out. Drake over to G2. The engage continues and Hansama's untouched. Unbreakable, Stend is no longer. Hansama left to deal with Carlson, but Caps flashes in and Tibbers finds his man. Carlson knocked back. G2 defend their AD carry. It's a double for the Jinx, and BB and Caps are not done yet. A Super Mega Death Rocket connects onto the Azir. Sheo should get out with the Blast Cone, but Caps might cut him off. Tibbers there to try and get vision. Caps no flash, but does have the stun. Flash forward, Cyclone. Caps will die to the tower, but Sheo will follow suit to the axe of Broken Blade.
A nice counterplay from Sheo, but it was a last-ditch effort as the rest of Heretics fall. G2 make the front to back happen. They win the team fight. They're looking to secure another tower. They get themselves the Drake. And this game is all but said and done, as G2 just seem to be in full control 25 minutes in.
Yeah, it's almost a 6,000 gold lead. They've taken tier 2s in the top lane, in the mid lane. Here we can see what Heretics are thinking. Collapse on Caps, but Carlson goes in one side, Sheo's forced off towards the other side, and it's just not coordinated.
Broken Blade with a fantastic engage, getting a 3-person knock-up with a LeBron follow-up, and then the Skumon there as well. The coordination, on the other hand, between that trio set everything up for Hansama and Caps to dish out the damage needed to win out on the fight.
Hansama topping the damage charts on his way to a Dominic's regards.
Now completed.
Has just finished it up. 3 items on him, still only 2 on Flackhead, who is lagging behind when it comes to DPS right now. Not all his fault, of course. His enemy laner did come into lane with an extra dagger, with extra gold in his pockets, but since then G2 have played relatively well around keeping that Jinx safe. Skumond, steadfast presence again. The power of the Poppy so difficult to deal with when a lot of your engage relies on dashes. If your Wukong's going to get in, it's a dash Cyclone. If the Kasante's going to get in, it's a dash Pathmaker. If Camillu's going to get in, he has to dash too. Broken Blade just tanking up Heretics. At 3 items, LeBrob going in for the engage. There's a knockup onto Carson. Flame Chomper's not quite perfectly placed. Sten has to flash the wall, and Alonso will get the knockup onto him. Super Mega Death Rocket follows up, and Hans Sommer with the zap threads the needle. Blackhead putting out some DPS himself as Carlton's forced back towards the Razor Beak camp. G2 will settle for that, playing a 4v5, getting a kill, and getting a tier 2 on bot side.
The classic split push Annie coming through from Caps on the other side of the Rift as the Baron is going to be started off. G2 is looking to put pressure across all sides of the map on the Heretics. Skumond is getting a little bit low.
You've got the Buckler on the Poppy, so he should be able to just shield himself up. TP in from Caps. He wants to join the fight around the big purple worm.
Okay,
Sheo can
Sheo
still look for the steal here.
But the Poppy ult, remember the Poppy ult.
Look at where LeBrob is trying to be a nuisance. Gets the knockback, but it's only onto the decoy and onto Camillu. Still, because LeBrob is there, Sheo can't get into the pit before it's secured. Skumond dashing in, flashing in, looking for the kill, and Sheo will fall. The Cyclone, a breath of air at most, not tempestuous at all as G2 find 2 Flackets down. Stend and Camillu forced away. Carlson retreating to his base, now stops his recall to join up with the fight, but it's too little, it's too late. Camillu and Carlson full HP, and immediately G2 turn their attentions across towards the Kasante. Decimating Smash will be blocked, but the Steadfast Presence blocks the dash again. G2 16-5 up, 10k ahead, and we wondered whether the G2 vacation memes would continue. It seems the dreams of Heretics have been turned into nightmares. G2, in dominant fashion, will take the win.
An impressive performance, specifically from Skumond on the Brov in the early game. The way that they put Sheo behind and they built up and executed in the mid game was fantastic to see. G2 with a strong showing overall here in game 1 of this series.
Not much Heretics can do to defend G2. Not yet focusing the Nexus, but as soon as they do, they will wrap it up. Tibbers comes to make it 6v3. As even on the fountain, you are not safe. G2 1-0 up, a 14,000 gold lead at 28.5 minutes.
I mean, obviously, all eyes are going to be on Hans Sommer in this game, but it's really worth looking back at how much pressure Skumond and LeBron really put onto the enemy jungle and the things that they were doing in these team fights. Honestly, just a super impressive performance from Skumond this game specifically.
It really was. We're going to go to a short break and see if Heretics can bounce back in game 2 right after this.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Hey, Jay, have you joined the WhatsApp? What? Oh, join the WhatsApp? Jake, I need you to join the WhatsApp. I already joined the WhatsApp. They asked me, I joined the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp?
Red Bull gives you wings.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through.
Goes in immediately as they look for the engage on Flackhead. No real escape here for the Yanami. He'll flash, but Hansama still has his. Sten flashes. Let's go. Flame Chomper's down as well as Broken Blade's down to 300 HP. Knocked into the wall. It's a solo polo. It's Carlson.
They're going at me, but I'm fine. Yeah, we're fine though. We get inside it. I stand. Have speed. Yeah, just front, guys. You know, Kite. I need Kite. Yeah. I'm here. Okay, I'm coming on. I'm here. I have to keep going. I can slow.
HGB Sports, it's another round of Nuno Drift, this time with Team Heretics. I've got Flackit versus Sten to really prove who's the best on the Rift on the Nuno. Flackit, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's
go, Flackit. Let's go, Flackit.
Sten, are you ready?
I am ready.
Then please start your engines. Okay. And then in 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh my god. No way.
I'm the GOAT.
What?
I'm goated.
Flackit.
Oh my god, so fast!
I think I did.
Oh, you might have ended, but Flackit's already gone into a crash here.
Flackit. I'm trolling. Oh, I think
oh my god, from joking.
Flackit, what?
Sten trying an unconventional path, going into the second lap.
Sten, what? Sten DC or what?
Oh my god. What? It's starting to go backwards!
Okay, what was that?
Chrono break.
Wait, I can clutch it. No, you can't. Yeah, moving out to the third one. Sten taking it slow. Blackett definitely has a chance to come up.
Oh my god.
Blackett, you can do this? Blackett, you're sitting.
I can.
Oh my god, what a crazy ending.
GG, no? Yeah, I mean, if you got it, you got it. And that's GG.
I got it.
Oh my god.
Well played, Sten. Well played, Sten. Sten, good job.
Blackett, we love you.
Well, Blackett,
Nice.
you can go back to the couch, and I'd like to call it Carlson.
Oh my god, I'm eliminated, guys.
Oh my god, you lost. So sad. So sad you lost.
Oh my god.
Carlson, are you ready for this one?
Sten.
And then in 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh my god.
Yeah, got it, let's go.
Got it.
Let's go, baby.
On the left, on the left.
That is the fastest start we've seen today, Carlson.
Okay, Ken is remaining. He knows.
Stendinho.
W.
Crazy first lap. Carlson having a bit of a stop start.
Oh my god, I can't.
But where is Sten?
I'm coming though.
But it's so fast.
I see.
The ult is crazy. Oh, it's the combo. Okay.
Go to what? I don't. Oh, no
You didn't do it.
I can't perform.
I bounced.
Second lap.
Third lap.
Last lap, Carly. Let's have Carly.
Stendini.
Yes. Oh.
It's GG.
Send GG.
Sten has just already left. He's done with it.
You left a bit early though. I won't lie. Left a bit early.
Let's get ready for Shale versus Camilo.
Like this, man, plate.
But I'm so slow.
I'm trying to.
Sten, look. What? What? Am I so slow? He will slow down the game. But I'm slow as
Yeah, you can change the thing.
The whole consolation.
But let's put X2.
Put it slow.
I stay like this. Look at this.
No, but...
I'm gonna start crying myself.
Oh my god.
Start your engines.
But he can't play.
And then in 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, but
Are you guys playing on 2x speed?
I
It's 2x game.
Is it?
I guess we'll go with it for now.
No, it's so
Sheo's going back to find his friend.
That's clicking. He's clicking. No, this is so bad.
First lap done. Oh, Camilo finally trying to get ahead. Oh, and that second lap, final lap. Winner takes it all. We're on the final lap.
It's very right clicking.
That's right clicking, you pig.
Oh my god.
And then we're having issues on Camilo, but Shale going straight back to him. Camilo has ventured into the jungle. We're doing off-road.
Yeah, I'm trying.
He's going around. He's doing loops around the Nexus.
Look at him. Oh my god.
That's so.
And in the race, when no one wants to win, no, you have to pass the turret. You have to pass the turret. Camilo takes it.
Close one, GG. Good game.
We are ready for the final. All right, you can just start your engines. Just start your engines. And then in 3,
He's using
2, 1, go!
Go. Whoa, crazy. Oh my god.
Oh, Camilo.
Neck by neck, Camilo with a crash in the back. Oh, Carlson having issues with some crashes.
Bro, but I keep hitting him.
Bro, he's so fast. Actually.
I keep hitting him.
Oh my god. It's cheating. He's so fast.
I'm so fast. It's the item.
Oh, Camilo.
My warm-up,
I think it's just a victory lap at this point. Carlson with the victory today.
Stopped.
Get humble, Camilo.
I get humble. Who has to go now?
What's so cool?
You're done.
There's
No prize, I'm sorry. Maybe next time.
So Carlson was in a McLaren and everyone else was in like the Red Bull or something.
Hey man, it's all about the driver, isn't that what they say? You know, I feel like I've heard that the motorsports is actually an incredibly fair industry that's entirely determined
the motorsports.
Yeah, the motorsports.
All of them.
You drive the vroom vroom and it's got nothing to do with the engine. All of those are basically the same.
The engines, you know.
It's all just driver mechanics.
Aerodynamics these days, buddy. Looking forward to the new Rex
Why are
next
they
year.
flying? It's a driving
very true. Yeah,
race,
you are
not a flying race. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Anyway.
I think that shows how many hours you put in Lost Ark and how few hours you spent watching
What does
any
that have to do
sport.
with anything else? I don't like motorsports, bro. I think it's boring. They go around a circle. It's there.
They don't. It's like an oval.
No, it's boring.
An oval, or it's
boring. I'm sorry. It's boring. It's boring.
All right, watch a lap of the Nürburgring.
Can we just watch some real
and tell me
sports?
Yes.
League of Legends. Okay.
I thought you were going to say rugby there for a second.
No, because Wales don't lose in League of Legends. So
Wales don't win in rugby. So
that was the joke.
Yeah, I know. I was just because some people at home don't watch ball sports.
Thanks.
Like with the balls.
Thanks, Manny.
Yeah.
Thanks. Anyway, Rumble going to be taken away from G2. So, okay, we got to talk about this. I was under the impression that they now played this champ.
Rumble?
Yeah.
It's quite possible they do.
Oh, really?
But just not here.
On
right?
blue
Not
side, they ban it first thing.
What did they ban in game one? Gwen,
Rumble. It was
and
Rumble
Aurora.
again.
There's an argument that Broken Blade just wants to play tank tops.
Sure.
Or Broken Blade just isn't comfortable right now. And so they're banning away all the really strong non-tank top laners.
I mean, I think that like this is just going to be a conversation that continues to come up throughout the year, which is that G2's priority around Rumble, if they are constantly forced to ban it, especially if it's on both sides of the Rift, I think that will be a problem for them. Now, of course, it's only the first week of the regular season, so I'll just put a pin in that. Instead, let's focus on the rest of the bans as Aurora going to be taken away. Yone going to be joined alongside it. The Maokai and the Varus going to stay banned on the side of Heretics. Yone being taken away is pretty interesting. I wonder what that suggests for Caps.
So it could be a Cap suggestion. It could also be G2 trying to get rid of an AD mid laner, expecting Heretics to go AP top if they're not going to first pick the Gwen. There's the Trundle ban away again by Heretics. So do G2 first pick Gwen here? Is a question that immediately springs into my mind. Very strong top laner right now. If they don't, do Heretics pick it and find a different AD mid laner? Or do Heretics go double AP top mid? Well, it's Orianna.
Blind Orianna, first rotation.
Definitely one of the stronger mid laners right now.
Because now you open up for things like a potential Jarvan for Heretics.
Yeah.
There's always the possibility that it comes through on the other side as well. I think Victor is a completely fine response. Control Mage. There's a lot of junglers you can pair that up with. I am surprised by this Blind Orianna just because of how many things, like Xin Zhao is perfectly fine into it as well. Once you lose that flash, this Orianna becomes very susceptible to ganks. But now I wonder what they'll pair alongside it. Are they considering the Jarvan themselves? With the Wukong already taken out, do they perhaps want to go for the Pantheon as a possibility?
Orianna Nocturne. It's G2.
Also true.
It's G2. We have seen it happen in the past. Crack it out.
It's a good combination.
Didn't work at the time, but now, 2 years later, Betty, perhaps it will be effective. Jax, it's the second pick for G2, so locking in a likely top laner for Broken Blade. We have seen it played in the jungle. Can, of course, be flexed.
But it's also just, because Gwen is open, there's the chance that if Carson wants to pick it, they've already got a good matchup into it. And it's also one of Broken Blade's best champions. I think this year, he may have only lost one game on it domestically.
Just keep talking and I'll find out for you, man.
I know that he's got a very high win rate on the champion, at the very least this year specifically.
81.8% over 11 games. Can you do that maths?
81.8%.
If it's 12
Sounds
games,
like
it's like 8.5. I think he's lost 2.
Yeah. In any case, Pantheon is going to be the champion alongside it. So a few side lane options for G2 with the Orianna kind of bringing their team fight together. Heretics heading in the direction of a little bit more skirmishing. The Gragas, though, going to provide a little bit more disengage with this composition. Really good, again, into things like the Orianna. Low mobility champions really struggle against Gragas just because of his setup potential when paired up alongside the Xin Zhao. Heretics have a lot of great disengage tools and zone control thanks to both the Victor and the Gragas that'll come through in this mid-game when contesting objectives.
Gragas also just nice into the Jax. The ability to body slam him away, explosive cask as well if he does get on towards your backline. You can see Heretics getting rid of some of the engaged supports, big AoE ultimates like that Nico, so powerful in the hands of Labrov. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Rel ban here as well, just because that is where he tends to like to play. Thresh, the first ban from G2. I think last time we saw a Rakan ban from Heretics as well. We'll see where they decide to go. But my expectation is that, it was Rakan, Rel. I think G2 banned the Nico last game.
And Thresh,
So we could actually just see the same bans switched around a little bit on the second phase from these two teams.
We're about to find out.
Nautilus
going to be the shift up. I wonder if they were concerned about a Kai'Sa Nautilus coming out from G2.
I mean, also, because you banned the Thresh, Nautilus is nice into the Thresh, but getting rid of it just to make sure that if someone bans Thresh, often they want to go towards the Nautilus. So we'll see. As you say, Kai'Sa Nautilus is a threat with the dive potential of a Pantheon, with the Orianna Shockwave there.
I feel like Rel is the prime support now, though.
I'd agree with that.
Might be something that Heretics just looks to grab for themselves.
Jhin taken away from Flackhead. It would be a nice Jhin comp. It's like long range, relatively squishy opposition. Your ability just to stand back and start with a curtain call and then see where the fight goes from there. Can be quite nice. Heretics looking towards their support first, saving AD carry for last, which is interesting to me. We don't often talk about AD carry counter picks, but we do often talk about support counter picks. So obviously they're just valuing that Rakan.
I guess that they really wanted the, because Xayah is now an option, right?
Yeah.
So G2 has to be quite mindful because that's likely the direction, especially with the amount of dive that G2 already has. The Xayah just would make sense for Heretics, giving Flackett a little bit more agency. So does Hans want to take it away?
What would you go support-wise alongside it? Xayah, Rel?
Well, to me, yeah, like Rel. Ooh.
Caitlyn Karma could be nice here.
Their engage would be a little bit limited, though.
Their engage would be limited. I definitely agree with you there. You could just go Caitlyn support.
Could do Caitlyn Blitz.
Engage support, Blitz. Blitz into Rakan can really struggle. I also think you don't want to hook a Gragas. You kind of want to hook the Victor. And if it's a Xayah alongside the Rakan, that's quite hard.
Also fine.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm just kind of saying support.
Yeah, we're just saying, but like, we kind of moved perhaps away from
Bard is also
engage.
good.
Yeah,
Oh, well,
Bard
there
for
we go.
LeBron. There we go. So pseudo engage can do a lot of work with the
I
Temper Fate.
treat Bard as an engaged champion.
Okay.
Especially after seeing how it's been used around the world this year specifically. I feel like teams have just gotten really good at understanding the value of Bard. His roaming power is naturally the easiest thing to lean towards, but his ulti against low mobility champ, I don't like MF into Bard.
Yeah, I was about to say exactly
I was about
the
to say
same thing.
low mobility champions I think are exactly what Bard wants. And so like Victor I think can really be punished when Xin Zhao also, he doesn't really have any innate dashes or anything to get out of it. And so there's lots of things, especially you think about Dragons or Barons, that Xin is in the pit, really easy to punish him in a situation like that. But specifically AD carries that don't have dashes, I was about to list MF as an example, and then they lock MF. Every time she tries to ult, Labrov can just be like, nope.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I am a little bit surprised. It does give them some good teamfight value, but also I think like Gragas ultimate, Xin Zhao ultimate, these are two things that just spread everyone out. And so to then want an MF in a situation like that does surprise me.
I 100% agree with you. I think it does work okay with the Rakan with the quickness because he wants to group everyone up, but it is going to be tricky for Flackhead to play that Misfortune. Bard also nice into the Rakan because if you Cosmic Binding or use your Q, as the plebeians say it, on the MF when the Rakan is dashing on towards you. If the Rakan dashes back, you just get a double stun. It's a nice, easy double stun, quite easy to lock him down in that sort of situations. Obviously, good Rakans will play around that, wait for you to use the binding, but there's also the risk of him dashing back and just getting caught on a minion on the way. We do have a pause getting into the game. I assume just a couple of settings that need to be changed around. It is Unsealed Spell for both of our supports, press the attack for both our AD carries. Nothing too surprising. Grasp on the Jax and Arcane Comet on the Gragas.
Phase Rush is very smart for Orianna players that realize that they might be in some danger. Usually when you're playing as a jungler that you're not too scared of, you can run more aggressive runes. But when a Xin Zhao is diving on top of you, if you don't have flash, Phase Rush is your next best defensive tool to get you out of that situation. It also just against champions like Victor can be pretty effective. Just because that extra bonus movement speed can be super, super valuable. In any case, we'll see how things pan out, and once we have more information, we will, of course, give you more information. But right now...
Yeah, we don't quite have information yet. I've been told we'll be told as soon as possible. We may have to just poke and prod at a couple of things to make sure everything is in the right spot for us to get on into this game. For Heretics, it's a game where they really need to bounce back. They lost game 1 against Fnatic last week, were able to bounce back in game 2 in pretty convincing fashion. I think this game was more one-sided than their game 1 of the Fnatic series.
Well, so my feeling of the game was like, I wanted to talk about Heretics, but it just felt like they weren't doing anything.
Yeah.
And so then I kind of reviewed it in my mind, and I realized that Skumon and Labrov just made it impossible for him to do anything.
For Sheo specifically,
For Sheo, exactly. And when we talk a lot about Heretics, we talk about Sheo being the guy that things happen around.
He's the engine.
Exactly. And so if you successfully put him behind, you can see how much they end up losing as a result. So it's it was a tricky one for them to navigate. And on top of that, like, there was just a lot of picks that were happening in the early game as well, which made it even harder for Heretics. Like Sten specifically, he got caught around the bottom dragon, and then he also got caught again around the topside herald. And you mentioned it, but those picks really accelerated Hans, because Hans got the bot lane tower, and then he moved to top, and with the herald, they secured another tower. So it's, it was a tough one.
We do have a slight issue on stage right now. We are remaking the lobby due to a client bug, which resulted in incorrect runes for one of the players. It has officially been called a bug. It was not just accidentally picking the wrong runes or anything. So fingers crossed, obviously we'll get through that draft as soon as possible and get into the second game of the series, because we still have more League of Legends after this. If G2 are able to pick up the win, we then move into our second series of the day, where we get to see MKOI take the stage for the first time here in the summer split.
I'm excited for that.
Yeah, it should be good against Giant X as well, who last week did look promising. You know, had a few foibles, had a few mistakes here and there, but I think overall, compared to where they were at the end of spring, even in winter, it was a drastic improvement for them as a squad.
Certain, for sure. And you've got GX on the other hand.
That's who I was talking about.
Sorry. In my head, you were talking about Koi. Because I had someone in my ear.
Yep, no worries. That's why I corrected you, because I understand sometimes you just can't listen to me.
It's
and
true.
that's
It's
okay.
true. Yeah, because getting back into the lobby, everyone's just getting back.
I did also say that.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I was. Thank you for filling while I was triaging.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I have now ruined it all by revealing the illusion.
I don't think that's ruining it. I think not enough people know that you don't listen to me. And we should tell more people that.
I was talking to a producer.
I also talked to a producer. I said the thing. I was listening to you that whole
Would
time.
you like
You didn't
to know,
say a single word.
Would you like
Betty.
to know what I was talking to them about?
Hit me. What was it? Was it the password to the lobby?
The password to the lobby was
Interesting
wrong.
how I know that, Betty.
No, I knew the password and they've changed the password.
Well, that's kind of rude of them.
Yes, exactly. And so I had
They're
to
just
figure
trying to
out.
lock you out forever?
No.
No?
I think that someone pressed the button that they shouldn't have pressed.
That does make sense. Remember the good old days when you watched League, someone had to load in as a Teemo and just stand in the base with...
That's really old.
Yeah, that's like original League of Legends esports. Instead of having a spectator client, what you would do is you'd have 6 players per team, and there would be a Teemo on either team with a special summoner spell. It wasn't old clairvoyance, it was a super clairvoyance that revealed the whole map for
The thing is, that's not how I spectate, because back in Season 1 is when I started playing, but Season 2 is only when I started actually grinding ranked and stuff. So,
I mean, but I watched games that I did like go
yeah, I
flows.
didn't really.
And
The
that
only
sort of
things I
stuff.
watched in Season 2 was CLG EU and Worlds.
Ah.
Yeah.
Was that the Snoopy, Froggen, Crepo,
Wicked, and
who
Yellow
was-
P.
Yellow P, yes.
Yeah, and they also played the longest game in history.
Yes,
It was-
Snoopy's Choga.
It was the WE quarterfinals at that Worlds, and Riot gave everyone pizza, and it was because the servers kept disconnecting.
Yeah, there were internet issues that caused everything to
It was a
disconnect.
DDoSing or something,
You
right?
guys do not know the pain of watching early League of Legends. Some of you probably do.
Some of you
And
might.
as soon as I say the words bubble pop, you are instantly transformed. Your brain goes to a special place.
I know that reference.
Of 8 hours of listening to bubble, 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 pop, bubble, bubble, pop, pop.
Yep.
And
Yes,
the fact I
do.
can still remember
I still remember it. Yeah.
8 years
it's
later.
funny. It's hilarious that you mentioned the word and immediately like
It's
flashbacks in
just
my
that.
brain. Yeah.
I think it was IPL. Was it IPL 5? IPL 4?
know.
One of those. Oh, the good old days. But yeah, there was also, I remember a game
You say
having
the
to
good
be...
old days. The game was just objectively worse.
Yeah, but
Like, it was-
nostalgia is a rose-tinted
Like
magnifying
people
glass,
think,
Betty.
like, oh, the good old days. Back then, Scion, he would run up to you, stun you for 40% of your HP. You were stunned for 2.5 seconds. He would then pop
It was
his shield
point
and
and
he would
click stun,
kill
importantly.
you.
Point and click stun. So
Yes.
he didn't even have to aim it.
He would throw DFG at you, you would be stunned, his shield would explode, and you would die.
Yeah.
And he was impossible to kill in lane because the more AP he built, the bigger his shield got.
So you played against a lot of mid lane Scions.
Yeah.
I played a lot of jungle Scion, where I just built attack speed.
No, I remember that
Madred's
too.
Blood Razor,
Yes, I
stunned
remember
him,
that too.
and you're just swinging your axe like some sort of weird frontal helicopter Just
Yeah, I mean, also, people think champs that come out now are broken. When Xin Zhao came out originally, like, he was broken,
yeah, you just couldn't kill him. You would just kill him.
Like, he was just...
When Hecarim came out, we couldn't play League of Legends for 3 weeks because the EU servers blew up. You just like, the game just didn't exist.
Nocturne's ulti, I think initially was just global.
Yeah.
Like,
Twisted Fate.
Twisted Fate,
Yeah,
it was
his
a
ult was
global.
on an E.
You could just go anywhere.
And
You could go-
it was a normal skill. It wasn't even his ultimate.
Wait, it wasn't?
No, it was his E.
Oh.
Like the original, I'm pretty sure the original Twisted Fate is always his E. Anyway, that's enough of us going down memory lane. I see the players loading into the game. Remember 5 Sunfire Capes?
Evelyn?
In
Yes.
the
And she was actually
perma-invisible.
invisible, yes.
Oh,
she
and
was the-
Oracles. Oracle's Elixir. When
Yeah.
as a support you build 2 gold for 5 items,
Yep.
20 wards, because you could get as many as you wanted.
Anyone that
and
says,
Oracle's
that's what I
Elixir.
mean. When people call these champs broken, I'm like, you don't know what it was like, okay?
Let's get into good modern day League of Legends with no bugs and no problems. I say after there was a bug in the
All right. Game 2. Heretics looking to bring us to a game 3. We raised some question marks about picking the MF into the Bard. We'll see how it performs. In terms of the lane, there aren't that many great champs into Caitlyn. She's a very oppressive laner, especially when you pair her up with a ranged support. Level 1, G2's looking to get a bit of early information.
Keeping track of Sheo. That's what they did so well in game 1. It does look like Hans Sommer's gone lethal tempo, not press the attack, which is what he loaded into the first game with. So that is probably the mistake with the runes. Yeah,
that does explain it.
We'll see how much roaming happens from this Bard and this Rakan. Unsealed Spellbook really unleashes them on the map. So powerful, stealing away that teleport. Well, I say stealing, picking it out of your Spellbook and then running around. Thankfully, they don't take as much time to pick their spells as you did when we played Baldur's Gate 3.
You know what I will say? I feel like supports are one of the few roles in the game that have actually had summon spell variety throughout their existence in the game. 80 carries would be a close second.
So, heal, ignite, exhaust are the 3 I think of with support.
They've ran barrier. I guess they never did run barrier.
When we had the 80 carry support meta, a few of them ran Ghost. So you'd run like Ashe support with Ghost. But I would say those are the 3. I think teleport really skews that statistic on a pro level.
100%.
Because if you're a mid laner or a top laner, 8 times out of 10 you're taking teleport.
It's true.
As Kamilu is going to trade onto Caps here.
Nice trade.
Yeah, hit the level 2 first using that Arcane Ray really effectively. Caps now ticks over to 2 as well, but he's half HP. While Kamilu is full HP. Kamilu hasn't had the best of laning phases so far in Summer Split. Was beaten down pretty handily by Poby last week. Now, finally trying to turn the tables on Caps, at least in the first 2.5 minutes of this game.
Well, I mean, Victor can be a very oppressive laner, especially when you run that airy rune. You can just see the chip damage continuing to come through. The E is it's a very difficult skill to play around. It does have a very long cooldown, especially in the early laning phase. But once it gets upgraded, you have all that extra wave clear. And the other thing is, using your Q, getting that shield, just makes it harder for them to trade back. You always have that just health advantage coming through in favor of the Victor. In terms of the CS advantage, you can see he's building a decent one, but on the top side of the map, it is Broken Blade that actually gets that push with Hans and Labrov doing the same thing on the bot side of the map. Jungle pathing, both actually copying one another as they both path towards the bot side, and I do think that makes a lot of sense because in Sheo's mind, he's wary of a potential dive that could come through, whereas in Scumon's mind, he's like, I need to protect my pushing bot lane that are setting their sights on just wanting to hit the tower, hit the opponents who are very susceptible to a gank.
Now, risk for Sheo as well is if Labrov just wants to move up here with Scumon, that's a 2v1 on a Scuttle Crab, and Sheo doesn't have the most ways of getting out of that sort of situation. You saw an early ward coming out from Sten just across the wall here. He's now going to try and jump onto Scumon, but Scumon is just able to jump away. Hans Sommer the first to move out of the 280 carries, but Kamilu moves first out of the mid laners. Labrov with a magical journey will get Scumon and himself out, and it was Scumon who secured the crab.
This means that Scumon will be able to get an earlier base, get back out onto the map quicker, while Sheo has to spend that bit of extra time rotating up towards the top crab. So he's going to be a little bit behind on tempo. This will give Scumon that window to try and make a play happen if he wants to. Instead, he can just prioritize his farm, which is also a completely fine decision. most importantly for Skewmon is that his bot lane is still safe. You can already see that Hans has been able to build about a wave of a lead for the time being. Don't be surprised to see them go back to base relatively soon. Meanwhile, in mid, we can see Camilo building a bit of a lead of his own, as we kind of expect in the matchup.
Yeah, we actually see exactly what you were just talking about, exemplified on the scorecard here. They're both on their second clears, both of these junglers. Sheo's having to do it without the extra gold invested in those items, without the extra longsword, without the extra ruby crystal, because he was already on the top side of the map. If he then recalled, he'd be running back out 8 seconds later. It's just a massive time loss for him to not go straight to his Krugs and his Razor Beak.
Exactly, I think that's a great spot because it is a good adaptation on his part to just get through those camps as quickly as you can, because as you rightly said, the quicker those things are cleared, the quicker they respawn.
And they respawn at higher level.
Exactly. Of course, he is going to have to base at some point, which is the advantage that Skewmon has gained for himself.
And so from that advantage, if you're G2, are you thinking, we could just do a Drake?
Well, they don't actually have knowledge yet that Sheo is continuing to clear through his jungle camps
That is very
yet.
true.
So Skewmon, though, using that advantage as he sets his sights in the mid lane.
Camilo here does hit the level 6, trading onto Caps, who's still half a level away. Camilo trying to flash away. Arcane Storm down onto Caps. The shield will be enough to keep him alive. Skewmon gets the first blood, and G2 are on the board once again.
Nice play from Skewmon. He sees an overextended mid laner. He knows that Camilo doesn't really have many places that he can go. The TP already invested as well means that he's just going to lose a wave, and there's very little that Sheo can do to respond. He will be able to clear these camps and get his base off at long last, but the damage has already been done. Skewmon draws first blood and makes his presence known on the map.
It's all about playing around those windows that you get. And G2 did it well there. Camilo, you could argue, overextending a little bit, knowing that his jungler was the weaker of the two. If it was a 2v2, yes, he was level 6 first, but is that enough to win out on a skirmish? Broken Blade and Carlson trading with each other on the top side. Carlson doing a good job of equalizing the CS discrepancy that had happened earlier and actually getting a little bit of a lead for himself. Broken Blade, you can see, a bit tentative about stepping up into the Gragas. There is kill threat here, and also you don't know where the enemy bot laner is. Hasn't shown up on that wave at all, so is just sneaking in here. Blackhead looking for Broken Blade, who uses the counter-strike and then very quickly sidesteps backwards to make sure he's out of range of the explosive cast.
So a lot of respect being shown by Broken Blade. He aptly recognizes the threat and he's able to get away to safety. He is at risk of a dive. He does need to be careful as Sheo hovering around the top side of the map with Sten. Very low Broken Blade in top lane. But it looks like Sheo deciding against it as he moves back into his jungle, looking to continue his clear.
A couple of interesting decisions there. Because the Caitlyn wasn't showing on the map, on a Brov had already moved out, Heretics could have looked to steal away the blue or the bomb. They could have gone for it. They had a numbers advantage at the time, but they didn't have awareness of where Hans Sommer and LeBron really were. So they decide to back away. They call off the dive. They call off the play towards that blue side jungle, and G2 happily will just accept moving their top laner back down towards bot, moving Hans Sommer up into top, and trying to answer this MF and this Rakan. We'll see if Flackett opens top again. He will, so it's just going to be an accepted 2v2.
I honestly thought that he would have considered just going straight back to bot again.
That's what I was thinking.
They've got the wave pushed in. They can catch with the Gragas. They could then convert that over towards the Dragon advantage. But instead, they're looking to keep the match going on the top side of the map.
Also trying to play around the grubs as a possibility, especially against something like a Caitlyn and a Jax that with some time on a tower will just rip through it, making sure that G2 don't have free access to 3 grubs and get those Void Mites could be in the possibility of what they're thinking about. TP coming out. That's LeBron joining up. We already talked about the unsealed spellbook power. He's going to take half his health, though, from an Arcane Storm. Rips above his forehead, and G2 now just catching the wave a little deeper. Heretics will use this time to get vision control around the grubs. There's a ward at the back of their red buff that Broken Blade could teleport to if he had a teleport available, which he does not at the moment. Carlson's will be back up first, so G2 need to be cautious about taking a full-on 4v4.
Level 6 on support is always something worth tracking. You'll notice that Lebrov is very close to it, sticking in this mid lane to make sure that he's getting some experience. As both teams just kind of fight for the mid-wave control. The grubs are, of course, alive. And Hans Sommer pushing Flackett back to get that push in the top lane, but the Pantheon ultimate, it is available and it's going to be invested in top lane.
Starfall onto Flackett, doesn't have cleanse. You can flash, but you can't escape the shield. Skewmon with his second of the game, looking to try and get Pantheon's first win here in the LEC in summer. Currently 0-5. Skewmon unable to play in week 1 because G2 didn't play in week 1. Now trying to set that statistic to rights. Heretics did a good job of stealing away one of those grubs to make sure it's not a full 3-2 G2. Sheo goes in. Rakan on his way across, not yet level 6, but Sheo's just winning the 2v1 right now. Now stunned up, LeBron with the stun can't land it. Heal coming out from Sten to try and pop up. Sheo does have the flash and can dash out at the back of the pit. Crescent guard down, he flashes. He was hoping that grub would go down below the 900 mark as LeBron's trading on to Camillu, and the flash forward from Caps is enough. Bullet time won't take out anyone from G2, who are now 3-0, got 2 grubs, and have that piece of warfare.
I can't say I really understand what the plan was from Sheo once he went back in the pit. I guess his logic is that maybe one of the grubs is low enough that I can just smite, steal it, and get out. But once he was in the pit, it just felt like they didn't really have a plan anymore. The rest of the team was just forced into an awkward fight, and then G2 just picked them apart. That overforce, I think, cost them a lot. And the consequences of that is first item now finished for the Caitlyn. Caps has been able to TP back into the lane with his components getting very close to that Rod of Ages. And now I think G2's in a good spot to be ready to contest the Dragon as well. Heretics could have been using this time to just clear through the jungle, get a quick reset off, replenish their vision, then set up around the Dragon if that's the next objective that they want to play for, or even threaten a cross map. But instead, they kind of wasted their time. They've given G2 the opportunity to go back to base first, and now they're back out onto the map already. With stronger randomization.
Sundered Sky already complete for Skumon. He is having an absolute whale of a time in the early game over the last 2 games. Game 1, 800 gold ahead at 14 minutes as a jungler. Had a 30 CS lead as a jungler in the early game in Game 1. Here, equal on CS, but has been involved in 2 of his team's 3 kills. Picked up first blood, picked up second blood, picked up 2 grubs. Now is looking not to pick up a penguin, but to pick up a drake, Betty. I know sometimes you get confused between the 2.
That's true, I do.
It's a UK joke. Everyone here is too European to understand.
But it's going to be an uncontested objective. And yeah, it's that you can see how in high-level League, these small decisions having these cascading effects, right? And we talked a lot about that contest over the first Scuttle Crab and the consequences of that. And like the gank onto Camillu, like ultimately that was a positioning mistake from Camillu. Like he's just a little bit too far up. But it comes from the fact that his jungler is not in a position that even if he tried to cover, he would have been an item down. He would have been too weak to even fight. So it's these little things, and that overforce is really hurting Heretics right now as they find themselves about 1.9k gold behind. G2's bot lane continues to keep the pressure up. Right now, Heretics is very much relying on their ability to team fight, similar to what we saw in Game 1. But Skumon doesn't actually have to give them one. If he continues to play around sides, force these skirmishes, work with Lebrov, and I think that's the biggest thing, working with Lebrov means that they can avoid those team fights and build enough a leader. At least when they do force the fights, they have too much of an advantage.
Skumon's looking towards the mid lane. No flash on Flackhead. The duck is a Quackers. Shockwave brings him back. Flackhead with a bullet time. Caps dodges it easily. G2 4-0 now as Lebrov and Unsummer continue to trade on Camillu and Stend. The lane assignments from Heretics, bringing their mid laner down towards this bot side because he's the only one that can really deal with the Kate. Stend down to 300 HP, Lebrov the same, Tempered Fate. Unsummer's gonna net to put the trap down to catch out the victor! Taken out by G2. That was a really nice combination.
G2 are just punishing Heretics across the map now.
Oh
Stend.
my god, Stend.
Lebrov has the kill, does he?
I don't think so. If he had Ignite, he definitely would, but the Gleaming Quill and the heal from Stend enough to keep him topped up. Sheo's on his way down here, but I don't really think he can do too much about this. For Heretics, like, the question is, where do you go from here? Your mid lane is 0-3, your AD carries 0-2. They're both 1,000 gold ahead of their enemy laners. Carlson, the only one with that small blip of red at the bottom of the scoreboard, and he has had a good series, but all the weight can't rest on the shoulders of Agragas.
I completely agree with you. And you just, at this, oh my god, he's able to
That was such a nice leap strike forward from Broken Blade. Second time we've seen him do it this game.
The trade was very close between the two, but I don't expect much to happen off the back of it. As the resets come through, Heretics will get some plating for themselves. But this game is just very quickly, it's getting out of control for Heretics. They're really running out of options. Trinity Force now finished for Broken Blade, but the second item being worked on by both Caps and Hansama. Heretics need to slow the bleeding down, but LeBron burning the Ghost.
He's just running at him.
Yeah, he's trying to slow down that back so they can threaten that tower. Flackhead overstaying for those plates, not committing to a reset. If they can delay his back as much as possible, they all but guarantee this tower, and then they can move into the enemy jungle and set up all this vision. Like, you can see it on your screen right now.
Tempered Fate up in 3 seconds time. Magical Journey out by LeBron. Flackhead, no mana, basically. 41 is all he's got. Can hit a double up or he can strut his stuff, but doesn't have the mana to use his ultimate or the Make It Rain, which can help in these sorts of situations. Sten, though, with the Oracles, clearing out a bit of that vision, and with Sheo waiting around the corner. The dive called off by G2. They still have pressure in mid. Next Drake a while away, but Rift held up in 5 seconds time.
I do think that if Hansama had just not altered Flackhead, they could have secured that tower, but it looks like instead he's sending his sights on the mid lane. Camilo is already back out onto the map, though. He should be able to catch this wave. Decent damage will be thrown down onto this tower, but I guess the game plan is actually for this Rift Herald. They've instead chosen to prioritize this. They've moved their Caitlyn towards mid. They've got Caps on the bot side of the map. He does have his TP available as well. And G2 with good control.
It's actually just such a super nice sequence, right? You delay tempo in the bot lane, you push it up, you then move your AD carry and support to the mid lane. Caps comes down to bot because he's got his teleport, which means he can join a fight around the Rift Herald. You now have 4 people on the top side. You still have pressure putting down towards the bottom side with Caps, and because of that, Heretics delayed on their tempo, can't reset in time, can't come out and pressure it. G2 get the Rift Herald basically for free.
Very well executed. They hold on to the 5-0 scoreline. The gold lead's still 3k in their favor. You expect the Herald to be used mid to break open that tower, making it much easier to then play through the sides.
And with the Drake coming up in 40 seconds, you could use it at that point to apply the pressure and then go for your second dragon of the game. For now, though, Skewmon will go down towards his bottom side camps. His red is up within the next minute or so. He's still got the Razor Beaks and the Krugs. Expect him just to farm those up. Must be sitting close towards a next portion of an item at least. He's had that Sunder Sky for a while. Sten can't quite land the knock-up on Lebrov, who continues to show his fancy feet. Sheo with the wind becomes lightning, can't find the engage either. Lebrov is low though and has had to use that heal. So with him resting about the 800 health mark, perhaps it's a bit trickier here for G2 to contest this second Drake of the game.
Yeah, I mean, LeBron took a lot of damage. Skewmon prioritized clearing through his camps. They didn't really have much setup on the objective. They do have that one ward behind on blue for a potential TP.
I don't think they're going to fight it.
They're just going to give it up.
Rift Herald charge. Ah, that's actually really nice positioning from the Pantheon, because for a second I was worried. Sten was looking for the quickness there, but because he drove into, and this is where Motorsports comes back to it, Betty.
Right.
If you hit a wall at an angle,
yeah,
because force has to be maintained,
yeah,
you bounce off at a reciprocal angle.
Yeah.
So he came in at an angle and bounced up towards the top side of the lane.
True.
Like Verstappen in 2021 when Lewis Hamilton clipped him in Silverstone going into Cop's corner.
Classic.
And he hits into the wall.
Who wouldn't know that?
That's what Skewmon was doing there. And because Heretics set up to try and engage on him, Sten pops the quickness, doesn't find the engage because Skewmon's off towards that top side, just like Hamilton was only penalized 10-second time penalty and still managed to win that race.
Cool. That's a fun fact. Thank you for sharing.
I also don't know if it was all true.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it was Silverstone 2021, but I don't remember for sure.
There's a lot of Motorsports fans out there that will call you out.
Oh, that's fine. Oh, there's one in the audience.
Now, this sequence has given G2 3 towers. By putting the Herald in mid, Heretics actually responded with like 4 members to match, which then opened up for Caps to secure that bot tower, and then Broken Blade gets the assistance of Skewmon to secure that top tower. Heretics should be able to trade at the very least 1 tower back, but the gold lead just continues to extend, and G2 don't really need to force anything. Their next play will likely be the Arcanas. Heretics are now trying to force
Grand Starfall, it's a great bait mate from G2 as they pull Heretics forward with the Shockwave early. Cosmic Bind is going to land as well on Sheo. G2, though, do not have the numbers and don't have the damage quite yet.
But they don't want to fight. Look at mid lane. They've got Jax pushing in that wave. I thought he would actually set his sights on the mid tier 2, but instead he's chosen to get that reset off. They realize that Arcana is spawning in about a minute 20. I imagine that they'll want to try and force this objective. And I will say that something we've been seeing from our teams in EU is that okay, they're just
no, I'm sorry. I'm just going to say, Bard is done. Flash away. If Bard tries to hit you with a Cosmic Binding here, it shouldn't connect on this wall. That's all I'm going to say.
I thought you were familiar with motorsports. Coming at the right angle will mean that certain things happen, Medic. It's just, it's simple geometry. It's just...
My mistake, my mistake.
You should never play Velocars. I don't think it's a champion.
No, I don't. I can't do the whole maths.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's excellent. You did say you're a doctor, not a mathematician.
Yeah,
so this is all
100%
making
right.
sense now.
So, Ardakai in 40 seconds, Betty.
There is.
Camilu's going to get the push through top side. There's a ward behind him. Grand Starfall, half its cooldown left for Skumon. Stend here shadowing his mid laner, denying vision as much as he can. Hits the plant, well done. 14 to 10 currently in favor of Heretics if you look at those petals.
Has got himself a death cap second. That is quite a powerful item to have second.
Yeah.
Typically, it's... People don't like it because you don't get as much value out of it, right? Because it gives you that bonus AP.
Usually death caps are reserved for cuties, though.
Right, obviously. I don't know how to follow that, so let's talk about Kamilu, who's in a lot of danger right now.
It's been caught out. LeBron's going to magical journey away. There's the ace in the whole follow-up. I'm sorry, Betty. It's indie music references. You have to get them out when we can. Broken Blade still trading onto Blackhead. The quickness comes out, but he flashes away from it. Mercury Treads doing a lot of work. The blast cone in time for Blackhead. Redemption onto Broken Blade will heal him up. And BB was so deep, pops the emotes, he wanders his way away. Heretics just do not have the damage.
G2 is just so far ahead right now. The number of options the Heretics have.
Oh no, Blackhead! He didn't know! Broken Blade takes him 7-0 now. G2 will get the Ardakan alongside the kill. And yeah, the options have, that well seems well and truly dry.
Certainly does. Yeah.
Yeah.
This game feels done and dusted. G2 is just kind of having fun with it now. Carlson looking for a bit of a pick of his own, but I don't think they're going to get much.
Every time I've thought LeBob is about to die, he escapes either on 100 HP or on half HP. Temper Fate, good gravity well there from Kamilu. Stops G2 from advancing any further. Next Drake up in 40 seconds. Would only be the second of the game for either of these teams, but for Heretics, maybe it's an opportunity to fight.
So the base comes through. Broken Blade sees Kamilu isolated. He knows that he's not going to have any cavalry coming in soon. And the Caitlyn ultimate to just assist with the extra bit of damage means an easy kill. Flacket then chasing him, saying, I'm going to slow him for the rest of my team to come and help. They just actually didn't have enough damage to break through his resistance's caps.
Yeah, Kamilu getting chased out here. Held the flash in the last fight, so flashes away from the shockwave this time, but that's Kamilu half HP, does have the TP. No ultimate though, and no flash means can't really contest around this Drake. G2 should be able to secure that one pretty sharpish. Don't even need to invest actually many players to do so. Hans Summer still able to push out that midway. Broken Blade pushing out bot. Looks like G2 will cover him just to make sure, but it's only cover, not assistance.
And I will say, for this series as a whole, the things that have stood out to me is that Lebrov and Skumon are working well together.
Yeah.
One of the biggest criticisms that I think we've had of this team since its inception at the beginning of the year was that jungle support synergy, which I think was on full display in this series. And Skumon just individually did have a fantastic series overall. In Game 1, he did a really good job of shutting down Show. In Game 2, his ganks have been super effective, and he's been making a lot of stuff happen, giving G2 the foundation for the lead that they're now using to absolutely crush Heretics.
While we saw the tier 2 going down on that bottom side, the Heretics were trying to do something on the other side of the map. Sheo was there, Sten were there, they burnt the quickness, they get the flash out of caps, but Blackhead still does not have his own. TP coming into that mid lane tower from Kamilu just to defend. G2 setting up in a bush once again. They all dodge, the wind becomes lightning. A spear through the heart of Stend. The follow-up from Skumon, but Stend able to dodge away, and again the gravity field in a good position. Skumon steals a wolf.
You'll notice, though, that G2's just wasting their time in a 4 versus 5, because look at the top lane. Caps is just continuing to solo push. 247 CS, 23 minutes. This is something that we saw on Annie as well. He has the TP, ready to join the fight at a moment's notice, should something break out, but they're just... Usually, side lane Orianna is not how you play the champion. Usually, she's the one grouping and the Jax is in a side lane, but hey, he has TP and he wants to farm.
He's also got a 2-level lead over Kamilu right now. Like, over 2 levels on this Orianna into the Victor. Sheo here, I mean, you can try, but Caps, even though he doesn't have the flash, plays it defensively enough, backs away, at no risk really of dying. Quickness up for Stand in a couple of seconds time, Baron up in a minute. maybe G2 overstep around it. Maybe that's Heretic's chance, because they do have 2 items on Camilo, on Flackett. Bloodthirster, Essence Reaver, Leandries, Balefire Torch. If they are given a little bit of time in a fight, they will do a lot of damage.
Potentially.
They're just not often given a little bit of time in a fight.
I mean, so far they haven't even been given a fight, I don't think. Like, yeah. Isn't this similar to what we saw in game 1, where it's just kind of pick after pick?
Mm-hmm.
It's a tough situation for Heretics to find themselves in. I was really optimistic about them after their series against Fnatic last week. But in this game, the engine that is Sheo has been shut down. And we haven't really felt his impact. He's trying to make his presence known now. Lebrov connects a stun.
Tempered Fate onto Flackhead, who doesn't have the flash, and Broken Blade's here. And once again, Broken Blade will take the kill. 3-0 now on the Jax, as you said. One of his best champions this year, only lost twice on it. Scumon's going to sit in the redemption, heal himself up. Ace in the hole, Crescent Guard will block it. Stend with the quickness down towards the bottom side, needs to battle dance to someone, but his teammates are retreating. Broken Blade keeping Carlson at bay, down towards that mid lane. Lebrov still looking for more. You'd think at half HP he'd be a little bit tentative around this sort of position, but he's been very happy to stand in the enemy's faces so far this game. Carlson full mana, Broken Blade has none, so no real risk of a counter-strike coming out.
G2 are just bullying Heretics at this point. They have the Baron live. I expect that to be the next objective that they try to force. They should feel so much stronger than their opposition right now. Any fight that should take place should be heavily in G2's, or should heavily go G2's way. The fact that the kills at 8-0 as well, very close to, I mean, okay, it's actually not even remotely close to a perfect game, considering there was a Grub, a Dragon, and a Tower all going in favor of Heretics.
I think perfect games are just so impossible now in League of Legends.
I mean,
like, the enemy team has to be so much lower to not cross-map at any point.
I've seen some things that are closer than this.
Yeah, like one Drake or a Grub or a Tower, but I can't remember a perfect game happening this year.
It's a tough one.
They don't happen that often anyway. Flackett does have flash, but Broken Blade saves his for the last possible moment. Flackett flashes away, the barrier comes in as well, but he's whacked by a lamppost. Jax with 4-0 has that Seeker's arm guard in case he's ever in a spot of bother, but so far hasn't been perturbed at all.
0-5 for Flackhead. He has been the target of G2's aggression, along with Camilo. Sheo trying to approach the Baron, Caps, and Lebrov will not allow it.
Sten is just going to die for that. He flashes away, redemption coming out, ace in the holes, blocked by Carlson, who saves his support's life. Camilo the next target, and he wants to join his teammate at 0-5. Sheo, Sten, and Carlson have not died, nor got a kill, nor got an assist this game. Only Camilo and Flackett have been involved in that KDA.
I mean, G2 have completely stopped Heretics. Like, I thought game 1 was relatively one-sided, but...
Yeah, this is the shellacking, man.
It's a complete one-sided affair. Heretics have been completely invisible in this game.
And credit to G2 for doing that. I think Heretics have made some big mistakes. Some of the positioning, getting caught out on timers that they should have anticipated, but G2 have punished them very well with the lead they've gained.
I think that given the MSI performance, a lot of eyes are going to be on G2 coming back into the regular season, and to make a statement game like this, I think will fill G2 fans with a lot of confidence. The Dragon should be secured here by Heretics. The Caps TP is going to come through. G2 want to force the fight.
Broken Blade goes in with a counter-strike, lands it onto 2. Skew on there for the chase. Broken Blade still has that Seekers, remember. Knocked back, knocked up, still healthy enough to continue to go forward. He carries the shockwave onto the back line, and Camilo and Flackett fall again. Sheo joins them in the death chamber. Carlson flashes to Tempered Fate, and Skewan and Lebrov are on a magical journey to follow him down. The rest of G2 are pushing in their base, only Sten there to defend, and I don't think we can expect him to be able to do so. Broken Blade will chip him away. Carlson actually TPing back to the base means there are 2 defenders here, but their base is under siege and they don't have trebuchets to try and take out the enemy forces.
They're actually going to choose to go back to base out of fear of the respawns coming through.
Out of fear of one of them dying in this game.
That's true.
There's 100% bets happening on stage right now.
There certainly are. And it's Broken Blade in a 1 versus 5 initiating this fight. The ultimate providing with enough resistances. The shockwave doesn't come through just yet. It's now when it connects onto the 2 carries in the back line. They get absolutely melted. Yeah, bomber indeed.
It's the anti-bomber when you put the jacks on towards your backline.
I mean, they still went bomber.
That's true. I mean? They did go bomber.
If you say bomber, it's a bomber.
Okay, sure. I do not know the ways of the bomber as well as you do, Vedi, I'm afraid. Stend here looking for a flank position, just trying to find some semblance of a way back into the game. We'll land the quickness, we'll land the knock-up, and there won't be any follow-up damage as Carlson's defending in mid. Temp of Fate's going to hit, and the Shockwave's going to follow suit. Doesn't even need to use it. Instead, they go for Stend, who'll fall. Carlson getting chased out by Broken Blade, who's on the back line once again. Counter-strike forward. Grand Starfall for the follow-up. It's a double for Caps. Not quite a triple as it's stolen by LeBron. Hansama gets the fourth, and Carlson stands and watches as G2 crack through the base, take everything off the map apart from the bot lane inhibitor and inhibitor tower. 17-0 in under 30 minutes. This series, sub 1 hour, and G2 have shown they are not to be discounted.
An impressive performance from G2. The way that they punished those small mistakes from Heretics and snowballed the game effectively. But a 17 kill to 0 scoreline. You don't see that very often. And you can definitely tell that they were relentless with their aggression.
They really are. You can vote one of those G2 players in the player of the series vote. Broken Blade, Skumond, or Hansama are your 3 options in that Kia player of the series. I think Skumond, partly because of how much better he looked than he has looked recently, partly because of the synergy with Lebrov. Hansama had a great Jinx game, had a good Caitlyn game, did what he needed to do. I don't think Broken Blade's game 1 really impacted the game. Like,
that's fair,
should we put him on? Like, should we vote for him when he had that game 1?
But yeah, I think it was a super impressive series overall from Skumond, and G2 looking scary after MSI. The break definitely doing them some favors. Heretics, of course, they're not down and out just yet. While they have played the 2 strongest teams in the group, in theory, they're now going up against the 2 easiest teams in the group. And so for their shot at playoffs, they need to win more than the last place team. So they can have that cross-group best of 5 and have that opportunity to qualify for playoffs. So losing to G2 and Fnatic does not discount you completely. It's just a rough start.
BDS and SK left to play for Heretics. So maybe they should be able to get that 3rd, 4th, depending on how the rest of the results go. We're going to hand it over to Law, who is standing by with our player of the series, although we don't know what the audience has voted, Skumond.
Thank you, guys. Welcome to the Madrid Bonvoy post-game check-in with the victorious Skumond. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for joining me. Clean game, no content. Oh. So the fans had a tiny surprise for you as it is your birthday.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Alan. So yeah, a clean birthday win. That's a bit unlikely from G2.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I'm really happy with our showing today. I think that we've proved that we learned a lot from the international experience. And yeah, I mean, some pretty clean games. So I'm really looking forward for our next games.
I'm happy that you mentioned international experience, and sorry to bring back these memories, but I was with you at MSI after you played against Kenyon, and I remember the look on your face after you played this player. So talk me through the learnings from that experience as it was your first.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, like, I've learned a lot both in and outside of the game. Like, first, the jet lag, I never went outside of Europe, so it was a bit interesting experience. And yeah, for like the in-game part, for sure, like, there was a lot of learnings for like the early game, for like vision, for like, I mean, absolutely everything. Like playing like these junglers was, especially like Canyon, was really amazing, and I'm really grateful to have played against him. And I hope that if we are meeting him again in the future, the outcome will be different.
Hopefully it will be different indeed. Now I just want to mention something that Yike talked about when it comes to Caps, actually, the fact that as a jungler he felt like he was blessed doing his debut with Caps, that he learned a lot from him. So I actually wanted to have your perspective on that, learning and doing your debut with Caps in the LEC. What have you learned from this player so far?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, like playing with Caps obviously is like a blessing, like playing with like the most performing mid laner, like the best EU player of all time. Is yeah, really great. Like 2 Worlds finals, it's really insane. And I mean, for sure, yeah, like he's teaching me a lot. For like, yeah, like for example, for the international experiences. Since it's like my first, it was my first time. He for sure like helped me a lot to just like get in the right mood and like just having the right mindset coming to this tournament. And yeah, I mean, like even like since the beginning, like in December, for my first LEC games and stuff like this, he for sure like taught me a lot. So yeah, I'm just really grateful for this. And yeah, I mean, he's also like really insane. So that's nice.
You guys are a good duo here
Yeah,
on
thank
the
you.
Rift now. As Berlin said, it is your birthday today, so joyeux anniversaire.
Thank
Happy
you, merci.
birthday. What can we wish you?
I mean, wish me hopefully an LEC win this time around.
LEC win this time around, hopefully in summer. Skimon, merci beaucoup. Thank you
Merci.
so much. We'll see you next week. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. We're going to go to a quick break and we'll be right back in a few minutes with MKOI versus GX and Broken Blade and Flacket on AD. See you soon.
Well, I guess that's a wrap for today.
Seriously, Medic? I thought we were going out for a ride.
Okay, but I'm driving.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony, it may help. Finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. Dancing through the storm. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. As alive in the pulse of dawn, we find
everyone, as we look ahead to MKOI versus GX. They're playing rock, paper, scissors, I guess? Okay, Lot has won something. Let's go. I am here with Broken Blade and with Hans Sama to look ahead to this as, wait, they are doing rock, paper, scissors. Is it for the order to go in? Do you guys do that as well?
No, actually, this is quite surprising. Very funny interaction. I wonder who won in the end.
Are you a bot? What is this? Very funny interaction. Crazy.
No.
No. Anyway, I want to say also that Skewmont is your player of the series, and it's also his birthday, Hans, so that's great, right?
Yeah, for sure. Happy to have a win on his birthday. I think he was kind of smurfing it today.
He was.
Actually, everyone was smurfing it.
Yeah.
Very happy with the team performance. I don't think we ever did like a perfect game this year yet. But it felt very nice to play. We were like towards the end, we were like, okay, don't die, don't die, don't die. And we were like, some people wanted to go to the fountain and stuff.
Oh.
Mega troll.
Yeah, how dare they? Really unprofessional, Broken Blade. Was it you?
No, actually, I was going to, but I had Sonia, so I was completely safe. So
Yeah, you're good. Always is.
I'm a professional, you know.
You are. You're both professionals, and that's why I want to ask you about our next matchup. We want to talk about the mid lane a little bit, and I know that you both don't play mid lane, but you interact with it a lot. Actually, the top and ADC probably don't, but it's Jackies versus Jojo, and we asked WhatsApp kind of to give us a ranking.
Mega mid lane clash.
Mega mid lane clash. We asked WhatsApp to give us kind of a ranking. You know, there's like 30,000 people plus in that WhatsApp. Who would be your top 3 mids? And are they in it, Jojo and Jackies?
I need to think about who is actually playing mid lane right now.
Actually,
I mean, I think of every, not Caps included, excluded.
Included, but he's probably number 1, right?
And then he is, I would say for both of us, number 1.
What?
I'm gonna
Caps?
have to. You know what? You know what?
Yeah.
You know what?
For sure.
I'm gonna give it number 2. I would say Jojo.
Okay.
Because you know what? He proved the haters wrong. You know, coming from America, it's very similar to me. I also came from NA, and I won.
It's true.
But he came as a NA, like a real NA player, and he proved a lot of haters wrong. You know, he earned my respect. I don't know about you, Hans, but.
I think I have to say him, like Jojo Pion, especially last split, like he was also a big reason of them winning, like ending up winning the split. I feel like they were not that favorite, but they ended up going all the way and unfortunately win us in the finals.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Jojo should be second. Yeah.
My most improved player for sure, but then he said he only played ARAMs, and that's why he won the finals. Do you guys also play ARAMs as practice?
I play Arena, which is the superior game mode, by the way. Know all the strats and stuff like this, but that's for another time. You know, I can talk about a long time if I really want to, but.
Okay, we'll keep going. Jackies then. He came from the algorithm. He's like so hyped. I think that goes for GX as well, Hans, because all we hear is like, this team is winning every scrim. They're so sick. They're so amazing. They have high expectations from themselves. But what do you think about Jackies and GX right now?
I mean, I don't have like that much opinions about Jackies. I think he's like a pretty decent player as GX as a whole. I think, yeah, for sure in scrims, they are doing well. And I feel like it was something similar last split.
Yeah.
Or maybe that was like 2 splits ago. I'm not sure about my memories right now, but they are known to be actually a good scrim partner. So yeah, we scrim them definitely sometimes, and I think their performances on stage is like wouldn't be at the same level as in scrims.
Yeah.
But that's just my personal opinion.
I think we see it.
Me wrong.
Yeah, but maybe they have to win a little more, of course. This is also a Spanish clash. Broken Blade. Do you know about the Spanish clash?
Oh, I know a lot about it actually. But I mean, we've heard the Spanish fans in Spain actually, in Madrid.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie, the fans behind these teams, they are really, really loud and passionate. It's very amazing to have this kind of thing in the scene. You know, it's really cool, I think, for the fans, something great to have a clash like this, whether it's on social media, in the stadium, or a big or small stadium.
In the
doesn't
studio,
matter.
yeah.
In the studio. It's going to be very exciting. I have my opinion on who is going to win. If
tell us, yes.
I think, with my unbiased opinion, that Giant X is going to win this one.
Why?
Why? Is a good question you ask. Actually, because I think MKOI, they started slow because they started late. I know this for a fact, is insider information. Not that it matters. They came from winning the split. They might be a little bit cocky. You know, I think GX has been really, really trying hard in scrims, as we know. So I believe they're going to take at least the first game. I don't know if they're going to take the series.
Okay.
I think they're
Backpedaling live.
I think they're going to take the series. But I'm quite sure they're going to win the first game.
Okay, we're about to get into the game. Thank you both for your expert analysis. And he's quite sure that they're going to win the game. What does your special guest think?
Special guest thing. Well, we do have a special guest, of course, alongside myself and Dagda. We've got Caps to lead us through game one for the first 10 minutes. Congratulations after your win. I mean, it was...
Thank you.
Under an
Pretty
hour.
dominant,
Like,
yeah.
I can't add anything more, but like you kicked ass again.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, definitely a strong showing from the first series, so we're super happy about that.
Yeah.
And now we just need to make it a few more, right?
So what are your thoughts then on Giant X? Because, I mean, BB was just saying you played against them a little bit. They looked fantastic last week as well. Do you think that's something we're more likely to see more often on stage now?
I mean, I think they definitely play very aggressive in scrims, and they are very good at like creating some leads for themselves. I think the thing with the stage is that it tends to be a bit slower, and I think they maybe struggle a bit later in the games. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of the same things today.
Well, I hope so, because the mid lane matchup's interesting to me, especially when they feel like kind of the cornerstone of their team. Jojo cementing himself, better laning that's come through over last year, or rather, sorry, this year. Feels like a year long. We talked a lot about Jojo and how that was his strength, and it feels like that's developed. Jackie's, I think, has been a similar discussion as well.
Yeah, and I think it's because when I look at MKOI, these guys have such a strong kind of mid-jungle support with Ayoya, Jojo, Pion, and Alvaro. But the thing that impressed me last week the most was how well Isma stepped up, and he really seemed to be able to contest a ton of the early game, be able to take these early leads versus KC. So I think that is where I'm going to be putting my focus, is that mid-jungle.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think, like, especially Jojo likes to play very aggressive, so it'll be interesting to see if Isma comes up with like some way to punish it, or maybe Jackie's just find a lead on him on his own.
And what do you think about Jackie's on the other side? I mean, I want more in-depth as we go into pick ban here, because it feels like Jackie's for the longest time has been someone who, a bit of an early game threat, sometimes can get caught out in the mid game, but can be quite an explosive player.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think he has a lot of like creative picks he's come up with through the times, and he likes to play a lot of different things. I think he has a good way of like leading, I guess, even the Giant X, or like he shows what their strengths and weaknesses are. I think he can be strong in the laning things for sure, but I think him and Giant X are just lagging a bit in the later parts of the games.
Important analysis. Let's go to pick ban. Already Yone taken off the board, and when we're going to have a mid focus for you all at home, at least in this game one. Nothing else apart from the Yone is through. We're talking about Azir is first pickable as well. Vi now gone. That Azir rises to priority. Caps, got anything else on the board?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, the Azir could come up with the Yone, right? And yeah, we see it right there. So it's definitely something that Jojo likes and Jaggis likes as well. You can always play a lot of like crazy things into Azir. I wonder if we're gonna see something like that, or if we'll just see something boring like a
Ziggs or something.
Well, I mean, he brought out the Silas before, which was kind of the one that we saw last weekend. Didn't work out so hot in that game number 3. So I think going back towards a little bit more standard in the Taliyah makes a lot of sense. But I thought, like, we've seen a lot of Taliyah Pantheon, like the double semi-global ultimates can be really, really useful. But Trundle's really risen up in priority for just how much of that early game pressure and early game skirmishing power he can bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think like they already have like a solid draft coming into it. I'm not sure how much KOI has, like how much of KOI is relying on like the EWC and MSI meta compared to how comfortable they are with the new meta, to be honest.
True.
But it's something we'll have to be on the lookout for.
All right, Wukong gets locked in. Maybe the Trundle was something to negate, something like a Sejuani, a common pairing with the Azir as well. Miwin loves this buff, and I mean, is this a safe blind pick for the top lane right now, you think?
I mean, it's for sure like a strong lane, right? You can, if you go like very crazy, you can maybe find something to punish it, but it can be tricky. I wouldn't be surprised if he just, ends up going for something like a bit more stable, like the Cassandra. Like that makes sense, right? Aurora can for sure be strong in the lane, but you can be more useful later in the game.
Which always finds a way to come back in. All right, so frontline acquired for GX. Let's see where the bans go, because bot lane is just ignored for the time being from both sides. Yunara, safe ban away. Caps, from your experience in the recent meta, does Yunara start showing when champs like this ban away? Is it more so comfort, or is it like, we're getting rid of this because we have an AD carry in mind that's weak to Yunara? if you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think Yunara is still at like that very early phase where people don't really know what to do with her. I think some players have really spammed it out and have some good ideas with it. I think others maybe just don't have the best understanding. I can imagine that's why we maybe see a lot of bans of just people haven't like experimented enough with it.
True.
For sure, we have like I feel like we have a good read on it, but I don't think it's perfect for sure. Like I think with this new kind of champs, you always learn new things every week about like which scenarios they can be good or bad.
I mean, even up until last week, there was 3 different builds that I saw from the champion. Everyone trying to figure it out. So I think that definitely makes a lot of sense. But I'm curious now to see what they want to try and round it out with. Because Giant X last week, we saw them going more towards things like Dilution, which have risen up priority. And that maybe is something that they want to try and put their hand towards. Or do we end up just going back towards more of the scaling? Because I was going to say with the Aphelios gone, maybe looking at something like the Jinx. But Yunara gone, good against short-range champions. Maybe it's just the Kai'Sa angle.
Kai'Sa angle's interesting here for Noah. I mean, he's also been a big corky player, but you see that band away as well. A lot of pinching of pockets coming through against GX. As this would change the comp a little bit, maybe go more towards dive. Caps, what are your thoughts here? 80 carry just set up for utility while you got a strong mid jungle pairing.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have like many options to go, especially when they pick it like this, right? There's like no bot lanes picked yet.
Yeah.
They go up for the Kai'Sa. It's definitely decent at like either diving in or kiting backwards if like a Wukong or Aurora goes on your right. But, but it can also be a little bit trickier in the early game.
I really like the Sivir pickup here. The opportunity to try and play more for that speed up for the rest of the composition, and also just has a good time at clearing out waves against the Kai'Sa. Makes a lot of sense. So MKoi, and yeah, already going towards the Nico, so strong against so many of these engaged supports, it really limits the pool that Giant X can go for.
You don't have much left up and available. Nautilus, great pairing with the Kai'Sa. Alistar's there as well. Some kind of go button, right? It feels like with Santa having a front line and with the pick potential we have in this comp for GX, they need something to press the R.
Well, I think you've already got decent options, like for the Kai'Sa. You've already got the Trundle Pillar, which can at least set her up for a ult if she needs to reposition. Now you've got the Nautilus to try and provide that backline assassination. So a lot of tools here to enable Kai'Sa, which I think is going to be the main go button for Giant X in this sort of situation.
For sure, yeah. And I mean, Talia will also have like a lot of ult timings to try and help out in the bot lane. It can be a bit tricky to go on Sivir, especially with the spell shield and the ult. But other than that, maybe they can find some picks on Aurora or something.
Which comp do you like better?
I think both comps are decent for sure. I would probably prefer the Giant X draft. I think the bot lane matchup could maybe be a bit tricky. But aside from that, if they manage to find like Talia roaming down there or maybe like a little cheese gank, I think the Kai'Sa can just start farming the Nico road.
True, and start scaling as well. All right, for MKoi, this was an early top lane Aurora, I will just say. Mirwin pulled this out, is now running into a tank, not the Rumble, maybe he wanted to preempt it a little bit there, but for MKoi, throwing a spanner in for their first game back. Remember, we haven't seen them. This is just like you guys, debuting here today in the same day. Uncanny. A little bit as well. Did you enjoy your time off? Or what little you had?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely nice. I got to go home to Denmark for a few days, just say hi to my family, see what things have changed since I last was there, right?
What, in Denmark?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's changed in Denmark since you last went back?
Well, I mean, a lot of my family moved apartments, and I also have a new niece, so that was...
Congratulations!
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
You member to Caps' family? That puts a grin on your face. We walk into our second series, starting off your week 2. Also, you have the food. I mean, I got to be honest. Danish food always hits hard. GB told me there's the sandwich that you had at Christmas markets with pork in it. I don't know what it's called. I don't know the word for it. If you can.
I mean, I think it's just like a Flesko-sized sandwich.
Yes. Yeah. And I know it sounds simple, but to me, I was like, oh my god, it's one of the best sandwiches I ever had.
Yeah, I think that's also what I got actually when I come home.
Really?
Every time I come home, my mom is like, oh, I'll make this.
Oh my god, you're so lucky. All right. Shout out to Caps' mum. Welcome to game 1. Cap's going to be with us for the first portion, the early laning phase, so we can talk deeper into a mid lane matchup. Now, I know it's not super exciting talking about Talia versus Azir. I do know that, Talia in the lane often seen as a good matchup into Azir versus scaling, right? Am I talking to it too simplistic for it, or is there more to the matchup than meets the eye, you think?
No, I mean, it definitely is like Talia can be a bit more proactive, right? I think Azir doesn't have that many choices, but like Talia has a lot of options if she wants to like for example here, she's like trying to help out the bot lane, right?
Yeah.
And that's the big question mark with Talia a lot of the time. Like, do you want to like help out your bot lane? Do you want to help out your jungle? Maybe get some form for vision for your team, or are you gonna play it more where you're like standing in lane from the start and really trying to make the Asia's life hard?
Yeah, and then if you're Elyoya, I think you're trying to find ways to combat that, right? In the top side, you've already got Mirren, who should have decent push there, so you can kind of leave that top side to itself. So trying to find ways to get vision control, spot out when Jackie's is trying to make like moves, is probably going to be the best option for Elyoya, especially until he gets to level 6 and become a little bit more proactive on this champion.
It's already good trading from Jackie's. He just walked in with a threaded volley, and Jojo Kun took kind of the extended trade, but now that minion wave's here, things have changed a little bit. And I've noticed, Caps, as well, we've changed from like Conqueror Azir into Lethal Tempo. Not quite recently, but over the past couple of months. Yeah, Lot's getting shredded a bit. This is a melee versus range matchup. Ignore that for the time being, as Bot's going to fight it out, and Jun just gets walked over. There's a flash, auto attack, super, ignited, one more auto needed, and Noah gets it! Super walked back in just to receive, and now Alvaro's in trouble too. Dredgeline almost up and available, minion wave in the way with Lethal Tempo. Getting close, but Noah with first blood.
Supa and Alvaro had really stepped up for MKOI over the course of MSI and also back at our playoffs in spring, but unfortunately they're getting caught out. Noah and Jun have to turn that one around.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely like a big win, right? Because I was talking a lot about trying to set up the bot lane for success. But if they're doing it themselves, then it will make it even easier, right? Like no summoners on Sivir now. When Talia gets 6, she will probably be looking down there.
I feel like Naught base damage always helps in the matchup. I know like support dictates the matchup a lot down here, but even though Nico's strong, Naught's base damage with W and Ignite is kind of crazy, though.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to not disrespect the hook. I think if you get a hook at a bad timing, you can easily get one shot.
So I was talking a little bit before. That's okay. Look, I've got more questions about Denmark. We can go there in a second. I was talking a little bit about Azir and Lethal Tempo and the change. Can you kind of walk out the change for me as like why we've gone in that direction?
Yeah, I mean, I believe it started when they just made like they changed Lethal Tempo so that before it gave you like range.
Yeah.
Now it's like more the on-hit damage, and they also made it so that you can like proc on-hit on Asia, right? Like same with like Nashor's Tooth and stuff like that. And honestly, it's just like a lot stronger, especially in the laning phase.
Yep.
If you start, like Asia can be a bit weak in the early levels, but if you start getting a few autos and stacking Lethal Tempo, most matchups you honestly just win the all-ins, so it can be very tricky to punish the Asia if he has Lethal Tempo. It makes him a lot more defensive, and then also once you start getting a bit of poke from like Asia, you can even start just straight up winning the lane.
Well noted. Jack, any questions about Denmark for Caps? What do you want to know that GB hasn't shared?
I was going to say, I feel like Goldberg has told us a good chunk already, so I'm kind of up to date. Well, at least as far as up to date as I can be. I feel like I also, like, because I'm from Ireland, I learned a lot about Denmark through what the Vikings did to us.
Oh, that's good. So he still holds that against you, apparently.
So Olaf Van confirmed?
Yeah. But no, I think it is interesting to see how the mid lane meta has changed quite a bit. Because it didn't feel like there were some champions that are still very present in the meta, right? Before, from Spring to MSI now coming in. But we're definitely seeing champions like Orianna start to creep up in the meta and that kind of stuff. Like, what is kind of the reasoning behind the shift we've seen from what almost felt like, well, it's still Talia every game, but some of these other champions that were more on the fringe now starting to become more prominent in that space?
Yeah, I mean, I think especially going into MSI, there were like quite a few changes, right? Whether it be like the TF buff, and I think there was also like a spellbook change, which was quite crazy for the meta, right? But overall, usually in these tournaments like MSI and EWC, you don't play that many games and there's not that many teams. So it's not like the meta will be super fleshed out. I think people usually just kind of go fast with what they learn, what they pick up, what is working for them, what is not.
Yep.
And I think now with the summer splits starting and many more games being played, many more teams playing, we get to see a bit more of what is actually performing better.
Yeah.
Something like the Ori can be going up a bit in prio, or people even trying out the 6, right?
And in best of 3's, a bit more data as well. We come back live as Elyoya is going to face check, and after an endpoint mouth issue from Alvaro, now he's going to help out with his jungler. Elyoya flashes down away from the pillar. Good game timer from Isma.
Yeah, this is a disaster for MKOI. You've already lost the 2v2. Now you've already got your flash burns on your jungler as well. It feels like control for GiantX is already here. This is what we wanted to see. GiantX last week came out the door swinging against KC and honestly could have picked up the 2-0 win, that game 1 getting away from them. Now we're seeing it once more.
Very true. A quick reminder as well. As Isma comes in and debuts for the series. Caps in the first week that we had of LEC. This guy performed a lot better, and I think Isma's been under the, what's it called, magnifying glass, right, at a recent history. And people have said he's a weak jungler, but he had a very good start. Maybe I shouldn't have talked about him yet. He's going to get the crab, though.
Got the crab.
Yeah. That's what matters, right? I feel like Isma had a lot of impact in the first week. I don't know how much akin to it you were.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, I do remember as well, even last, what is it called? Like last time we played them in spring, and he came in with the level 4 gank, 4 camps gank into mid, which was kind of annoying. So he definitely has some solid ideas, and yeah, I mean, this game he's also just been performing well, right? But I also think a lot of it from this game is definitely on the back of the bot lane, right? And whenever support can get like the prio, it helps everyone, but especially the jungler a lot, right?
But I do think for Isma and Jun specifically, they have been working really well together.
Yeah.
When you look back at the series against KC, it was them kind of linking up in that early to mid stages, making sure Jackies could farm up an Orianna in the side lane, getting the vision control down, finding good gank timers. So I definitely think Giant X have come in with a really strong understanding of what they want to achieve in the early stages of the game, and a lot of that is at the feet of this jungle support.
Does feel nice. Again, we're hyping them up, especially now a lot. Not level 6, but onto Mir when he slowed him down. Natopo strikes and dashing forward. Mirwan's been hit by everything. All it takes is another flip, and he can't escape, getting solo killed in a melee versus range matchup. Lot just needs one hit, pops over the wall. He gets duped, but then just sees Mirwan in front of him. I think Mirwan thought he could outplay.
Man, what is with Casantes today? They're popping off! And Lot specifically has had a couple of kills now that have been really, really good for him. Mirwan didn't know what hit him.
The champion's a bit good, hey?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're picking like the range support, the range top, right? And you could really expect them to get these leads, but when they're getting 2 killed and 1v1 killed bottom top, it's not a good start for MKOI.
I feel like right now, I mean, we're just in a tank meta where tanks negate a lot. There's so much health in the game. I don't know if there's a problem with you, Caps, but like, tanks right now just feel like they're in such a good position where they can be picked into almost anything, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely on the strong side. And a lot of it is just about how hard you can like punish, right, the laning phase, or if you can somehow kill them later on. Aurora is like not the best at killing tanks later in the game, so for sure it's a lot on getting a lead early.
And it's so good for Giant X as well, because you got that solo kill on boss. Lot was able to TP top, he catches the wave. Isma has the pressure, needs to take the dragon. You also get to set up Noah into Mirwan in this bottom side with Jun, which makes that bot lane much more difficult, but loss. All right.
Yeah, it just takes a bit of a chunk. Mismatch lanes favours who, gents? Who do we want to look at here? Because Mirwan, he's level 6. We're probably going to get an answer again. He's got no flash. And flash immediately from Jun. Ulti comes out. Trenchline was close. Good attempt. He takes double turret shot. Jun about to get bursted down, and all it takes is a W, but in the end, rather, Mirwan is not going to get the burst he needs. Super, now with lethal tempo up and available. Tango Buff, good dodge from Lot. He survives Super, both top laners. Honestly, little HP.
Junglers on the top side of the map, though. Wukong moving towards mid lane, trying to protect there, but I think Isma might need to just slip on up into this top side, make sure he's okay. Noah.
He fancies his chances. He's not level 6, but again, it's lethal tempo. He has flash. He has barrier. I was thinking maybe he's going to do it. Things get a little bit interesting here as Mirwan gets a little bit lower. Good range here from Alvaro, and Super's just clearing the wave. Caps, who does this benefit in the lane spot, do you think?
I mean, I think initially I would probably benefit for the Giants X, right? Again, they are going for like the more melee comps, but I think with both top and bot dying, it's probably honestly better that MKOI just get to farm up now. Of course, they had a chance of killing Aurora there, but once that misses, Siva actually got some plates here, and she got to farm out a bit, which could have been quite tricky. I don't know if she had her sums up again, but especially if she had no sums, it could have been quite hard for her to lane against like Nord and potential Talia.
All in. Jackie's flashes away. Seismic shot flash from Jojo, but he's still autoing. Onto Jun. Super gets a kill. Either that mid or 80 carry getting blood here. The MKOI is great.
Jun trying to match the pressure mid, but he had no summoner spells, and Isma not really in a position to try and follow up, so MKOI with a nice pick on mid now gets to turn over towards the objective, and especially when they lose out on the early game, being able to contest this objective is nice.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this was a huge pick onto June, right? They really got to stabilize the whole map because it was looking quite bad for them. But now they are getting grubs, and Silver was getting plates, and I would be quite happy if I'm Koi.
I can't tell. Jackie's icon is not there for ulti, but ulti still potentially for a play for GX as we pause again because Jojo sends it, gets the first flash out of Jackie.
Yeah, it's a good flash, and Jun here thinks that, hey, we can try and get into position to follow up if Jojo goes for the aggressive play, but just doesn't have the follow-up from Isma, especially when MKOI are able to come through first. And the reason, by the way, we don't see Jackie's ultimate is because most Talias won't level the ultimate until they really need to.
Sure.
It means that if you take some damage, you can immediately get the ult on out of there without having the ult go on cooldown because you've taken some early DPS.
Yeah, and I'm sure now, like Talia no flash against Asiel can be scary, right? And with them also falling for they went for like a 3v4 before, which is not great, right? They need to find some way to bring him back in the game, Jaggies.
So he gets out over the wall. Caps have been told, we're going to get you back to your team, but before we do, a quick question about how the game's playing out, what your prediction is for this first game, because you can be a little bit biased now if you want, that's okay, as you leave the caster desk. Thoughts about the first game?
Yeah, I mean, I thought Janex had a very strong early parts of the game. I can kind of see, you can kind of see what I was meaning, but a little bit later in the game, I think they start falling a bit apart.
Yeah.
And I just think despite the early crazy lead they had, honestly, they've already like kind of thrown a lot of it. So honestly, I would give it to Koi.
It feels like something that's happened with Ginex a lot. Thank you very much for your insight, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause for Caps. Thank you so much for joining us for the start of Game 1. The legend that go to the West. We'll keep praising you as you leave, sir. It's always good to have a player on board. Thank you very much to Caps. You know, we didn't glaze him too much while he's here because we didn't want it to, you know, blush or anything, right? We wanted him to feel comfortable.
I think once you started asking the questions about Denmark, that man went fairly bright red. So
he got excited, but he liked talking about Denmark, you know. He hit a sweet spot, and granted, it was a nice place. Now that Caps has stepped away from us, quick update, let's try words, update in the game. As we almost get the first item here for Jojo Pyun. A little bit trailing behind as Jackie's is on a tier, but I'm looking towards that 80 carry berth down there because our first kill over Super was a big deal to mitigate that kill before from Noah that we talked about. The only really demanding gold lead is between mid and top, and vice versa is lots up, and alternatively Jojo is as well.
I don't think we're going to get first items coming through, so that's why Ginex looking for a pick potentially on the bottom side. Elioya will spot this out, and now it's actually Ginex in trouble.
Yeah, there's a Nico on the way as well. Alvaro has an angle, and they're like, how do we get out of this? Pop Blossom only on Isma. It's a flash, it's a Tangle Barbs, and in flies Elioya. Cyclone up as well. Isma flashes to the left, but here's Jojo sliding and gliding his way in. Isma walking out. Only a sliver of health as GX look for the rest of the fight. Super autoing out, but rather GX need to escape for now, and MKOI don't get a kill. They got that nice pinch there, but GX somehow got away.
That is shocking that Ginex got away. TP from Jackie's towards Mirwin.
All he needs is a flip back, and Mirwin trying to kite it out for as long as possible. Seismic shot, burnt down Jackie's with a solo kill.
So it's a bit of a messy situation, but it's not going to end just yet. TP now from Lost. Ginex still want to try and contest this. I don't know if they have it, though.
It's like Caps left, and they're like, oh, he's gone. Now we can really play more aggressive. Dragon goes down, but here's a dredge line onto a clone. Matters not. Jun gets nothing. They walk away, MKOI with the objective. The cost of that one kill.
So you could see Ginex wanted to make a play on towards the bottom side, weren't expecting Elioya to be on towards Krug, so they get caught out. After that, though, is kind of where it gets a little bit funky, because Isma ends up using the ultimate onto Alvaro here just to try and get some of that health regen and make sure that he's at least a little bit tankier, but also forces Alvaro to jump away because he's incredibly squishy. Jun body blocks Jojo on the engage, so you can't actually get the follow-up swoop and boom. And Lop ends up running as distraction, so then you manage to get both players out of that position. That could have been an absolute disaster for Ginex, but you end up getting Jackie's with the kill on top side, so it works out a little bit in their favor, unless you add the Dragon into the mix.
It's a solo kill kind of game, isn't it? Another one added into the mix now. Jun going to be called out as such. Elioya looks for him. The spear's out, or rather the staff, as first item is on board. Untal for Super, opposite, Kraken here for Noah. So 80 carries have something to work with here as Jojo has to find a way out. Lot tries to predict the shuffle away. Jojo does escape to the left instead. Lot's going to keep pushing this wave. Note 1 minute 55 until Herald spawns in the top side of our map. And that should be the next fighting point as both teams looking dead even outside of 300 gold.
I think MKOI are stronger off of this one item spike though than Ginex are. I could be a little wrong. It's just that I think for Noah, you kind of want 2 to 3 items before the Kaisa really becomes a big menace, whereas Super, the boomerang damage can be really strong. Alvaro is quite strong. And also just the lack of summoner spells on towards Isma makes it a little bit more difficult for him to contest a lot of space around the pit, thanks to the lot of CC that MKOI have. So if I'm MKOI, I'm definitely trying to force a fight at this next objective. Whereas for Giant X, it may just be, hey, let's try and trade for some turret plates, or sorry, for a turret on the sideline.
Exec Coordinator also picked up from Alvaro. He's got a bit of burst here on the Nico too. The only thing for MKoi that might make things a bit more difficult is that flash on the Nico, but you're right. If they look for a fight, there could be a Trinity force to match. Yeah, just picked up by Elyoya. Also that Nash's Tooth from Jojo. They have tools with a Leandri's top as well. First item's really on the board everywhere as Deep Vision now from GX is a priority towards this Dragon in 240.
Trying to contest red, maybe catch Elyoya on this. Will be spotted though.
It's going down pretty fast. All it takes is a smite. It's a little bit early, but successful nevertheless. Subjugate used by Isma. Again, that Hextech Coordinator pops a little bit, but after the triangle's down, Alvaro, that's his burst. Done and down to the ground. Success on the steal.
With no subjugate on Giant X, I still think it's playing towards bottom side is their best bet, and I think they kind of know it as well. They've set up with Jackies on this bottom side of the map, wanting to basically use that as their push point to then go for the invade, but MKoi haven't fully transitioned to the top side yet, so they're still protecting Jojo Pyun to a certain extent.
Smuin farms up. Note that he's got no TP. I know he's on the right side of the map, but still something worth mentioning that it should be up in time for Dragon, but it's pretty close at this point with 1 quarter left remaining on the cooldown. Now, Herald has just spawned. Beelining at the top right now is Isma. Half on the subjugate, the Dagda. Gave you a bit of a lesson in not being up and available. So let's just gear up for that. Jun's just going to use his Ghost on the Unsealed Spellbook, and GX are here first regardless, and Trundle does a lot of damage.
They spotted MKoi on the bottom side of the map, clearing out all the vision. Giant X had already set down, so they're just going to try and clear this out. Immediately, Jackie's pulls back from that bot lane towers. So MKoi are actually the ones saying, look, we will just get gold funneled into Jojo Pyun. We don't really mind if you get the Herald. We're already going to take that tower in response.
Niwin's here. Eye exposed. Smite down. The burst trying. Niwin is just getting in the way, but Herald's super easy. The ult between worlds onto Noah is a big burst. He aggressively walked through and now has the flash. There's Alvaro, disguised looking for a Pop Blossom, but disrespect from Noah after the objective was won.
It was a bit of an off call, and this is something that we've seen from Giant X in their last series as well, is are we going in, are we going out, what do we want to do? It looked like Noah maybe thinking we can take the fight, but ends up getting separated from the rest of the team, and MKoi jump.
There's a wall out, and Elyoya is going to be on the wrong side of it. Super not caught out, his shield is perfect, and doesn't even get hit by the seismic shove, so he walks it out. Ghost is what's going to be used there, but he still has his flash for the Dragon fight in 35 seconds.
And that's probably the most important point, is MKoi having, again, the flash on towards Alvaro, the opportunities to look for some of these big plays.
Yep.
Giant X going to try and force position by going for the mid lane turret here.
The wave is quite thin as well. Boomerang Blade out. The Grub's out as well. Alvaro gets poked down, but it's a big commit. In the way is the clone. The ulti from Noah. Pop Blossom. No! Nowhere to go. As Dredgeline, depth charge, everything. Elyoya cannot move. Monkey sent away. It's a good shot, but Jojo doesn't have a team. He has to slide out of there as this was already subjugated. Healed up again. He flashes out because Super now in lethal tempo mode with Mirwin on the burst, but MKoi came in bit by bit and went out in the same way.
Massive pick from Giant X, getting both those members and the mid lane tower position for Dragon as well off the reset. That was a massive play.
Let's watch again, Dagda, the power of the internet as we can watch it one more time.
Yeah, the flick back onto Alvaro was huge. That immediately takes the Nico out of things. And at this stage, the tower is too low. They know the Super and Elyoya aren't really in a position. But also watch Jun there. Immediately ults the Wukong.
Yeah.
So that then Noah's free to go in. You can't get the Wukong follow-up. And unfortunately for Jojo Pyun, he tries to salvage the play, but it's already too far gone before he can arrive at the top.
Greatest thing about Nord is on that ult node as well. You ult the original, even if he clones, it's still on the original. He can't avoid it. But you're right, the CC chain was beautiful and GX powered in. Mid lane turret gone, now they're back on the map, and Dragon might be number 2 here. GX, this is a powerful move that Elyoya needs to try and steal. He's going to go to the back of the pit. He's got a clone. Seismic shove used. Clone pops in the air, but second Dragon for GX. That play put their game back in the favor.
Still though, MKoi going to try and force resources into Jojo Pyun. He's on this top side. Lost trying to get to the top end, but Alvaro's trying to run interference so they can take that top structure.
Yeah.
2 towers though for GX, and all the kills and the mid lane tower still puts them ahead in the play, but I think MKoi have kind of set where they want to go, which is just try and hard force as much into Jojo and let him carry late.
Jojo getting a bit of gold, so the injection nice, 500 individually. Jackie's going to match that with his own turret and bot as both mid laners just benefit walking towards their second item. An invade starts with Elyoya. Bit of tangle barbs, but no damage onto Lot. Jojo with the angle here. He's got the shove up, but no flash to get in. But Lot's going to start getting autoed to death, and he'll take another 40 more, then he'll eventually die. But regardless. MKoi trying to take away objectives as we slow the pace down. Just waiting for that Atakan, waiting for the next dragon to spawn. It has been a rather slower game, Dax, and I think the reason that we're just looking towards scaling is depth charge going to be used. Jojo in trouble. He shoves away, but the Weaver's Wall puts Jackie's in harm's way. Noah holds these into the pit. Bot Blossom again, this time disengages, but look, Isma's there, and he just subjugates Jojo to death. Alvaro no manner to escape and caught out again. 7-1. Giant X put him down.
Giant X are finding picks in the topside jungle. They will lose their mid lane tower as a result, but it's kind of being traded again for turrets elsewhere. So all outer turrets will fall off the back of this play, but it's more gold going in the hands of Giant X.
This is why we're hyped about Giant X. As Cap said, like, the mid game can be quite risky. And it can be a slump. Early game, we saw part of that slump, but GX have clawed it back, and the power of this team right now, the decision-making is getting better and better as we look at one of them here.
Yeah, it's just Jojo sticking around that bit too long. Jun able to come through, Weaver's Wall immediately. Lot tries to jump over the wall with the E. At least gives part of the shield to get the assist, and Jojo nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Even the fact that Alvaro gets stuck trying to help him out just makes it even worse for MKoi, and Giant X going to be happy that they get 2 of those picks.
Well, Atakan's now spawned. 2 minutes 50 till the Dragon. Quick reminder how important this is. Remember, only one best of 3 as Atakan starts up here. This could be the decider in at least game 1.
It's also the fact that Noah now has 2 of his items completed, match to the other side, but his Kai'Sa going to be significantly stronger in these fights now thanks to that second item spike.
Alvaro has flash available. Pop Blossom not available though. Alvaro does not have an ult to change this play, but maybe they can't get in to begin with. Jojo flipped around, poked out. Jackie's low though. Mirwin comes in to try and burst Atakan at 3k. It's a bit of a leash here. Elyoya trying to zone out as it's getting a little bit haywire. Mirwin dies on the side from Noah, but look, the fight's scattered. Lot tries to go in. Ulti's out. That's only under the mid laner. Atakan goes down to MKoi in the end. Easy leash. And with the Pop Blossom back up and available, Isma's lucky to be alive. Lot flashes into Tofo. He's angry at the steal in broad daylight. The keys were left in the ignition and the car is gone. Treads line out, but GX don't have any range damage. Super's gonna seal the deal. He's got a double, and Isma's on the wrong side of dodge.
Mirwin ran the interference that MKoi needed to sneak in and get the kills. Isma is standing for the briefest of moments before he joins the rest of Giant X in the fountain.
4 kills now over to Super, the 3k or thereabouts, bounty picked up. That's what Atakan's worth.
But watch on this side, it's Mirwin taking everyone onto the top side of the fight, which means that he buys so much time using the ultimate to reposition, even getting good damage onto Noah. But Super is free hitting on this bottom side. You have 4 members that are getting into position. A beautiful steal from Elyoya and the immediate follow-up on the engage to shut down Giant X. They don't have anything left to take this fight, and Super is ripping through people in this fight.
Even onto Lot, like this early on, and Siva being able to do that kind of damage to Cassante is wild. It's going to end with Super getting yet another kill. Infinity Edge already picked up Last Whisper. He's not going to make the same mistakes of the past out of any of our 80 carries. 16,000 already, Dagda. This Siva's way too strong at this point in the game.
Again, I think it's coming back to one of the discussions that we had was Giant X and kind of the way that they're set up with their team fights.
Yeah.
They end up splitting that fight up way too much, and MKoi have been way more practiced when it comes towards their team fights. It's kind of been the strength that we saw coming in towards spring playoffs towards the end of the split is what they relied on, and it's paying off dividends once more. Giant X need to find some way to shut this down.
Maybe it starts with a pick onto Jojo, half HP. Fighting around Dragon, the third one for GX. They're keen on it, but Elyoya zones off with the rest of GX. A depth charge onto Alvaro, healed out. Elyoya trying to fake it. Cyclone on the reel, though, and at half or less than. He's caught up in the middle. Double Cyclone, but a wall in the way, and Noah gets the kill. Now for MKoi and Pop Blossom. It won't come through. It would have been a 4-man, but it is nil. Noah gets into backline yet again. Super's left alone. He could do the fight before, but not anymore. Even with the wall out, a good one for MKoi. It's not enough. GX always find a way.
Just in front of Dragon, they barely find the team fight win, but it's magnificent. In a 4 versus 5, they find their moment.
This game topsy-turvy.
It's insane.
It's a third Dragon. GX are going to move to Soul Point. I don't know who wins this anymore, but I'll just go along with the ride.
And I think we got to see a really cool interaction in this fight as well, where you get the Raveled Earth putting down, and then you get the pillar to move this move you around.
I'm with
so
you.
you end up being hit by the Unraveled Earth and get the stun. We'll see it here as Oyoya starts to move through. Unraveled Earth, there's the pillar, so you get the displacement. Oyoya ends up being focused down and fall, but Azir was pushing the bottom side this whole time. This is MKOI getting caught out and having to opt into a 4 versus 5. It's a really good moment from Giant X to find where they can take the fight. And even here, Super barely surviving on that top side. One auto attack away, but it still means that Giant X can win out down below.
But it's both 80 carries world. We're just living in it for this first game. 3 items on a Siva, 3 items on a Kai'Sa. Noah is 9-1, and every fight he's diving in. I love that you talk about the Unraveled Earth and what Jackie's is applying to the scenery. As Depth Charge, or rather Dredgeline, is only going to catch a clone, but it is a comp of landscapers with a pillar, with the stones put down by Jackie's. It's enabling Noah to dive into the backline. We're fighting again, frontlining. Pillar's out yet again, though, and MKOI scared to walk up as Baron's up in 25, and Giant X have absorbed this top side of the map.
And that's all they wanted to do. Force presence in this top side, see if they can find some picks, and then maybe even look for the tier 2 on top, but I don't know if MKOI want to be in this position. This is a little dicey.
It's dark. Jun and Noah step up to the wave. In the blind spot, the Giant X waiting, a clone used. Nice from Alvaro. Spots the other 3. Baron up in 1, and now it begins. They're going to move into it, try and do a T1 on us, and at 25 minutes, Mirwin, he's going to walk down, he has TP, that's going to be burned. But Giant X, 3 members doing it while zone control from these 2.
They need to kind of pull off it at this stage. MKOI going to be happy to fight in the piss.
The wall out, Elyoya looking for the steal. The steal, no! It's taken by a Cassante! Taken a lot more like it with the ulti sent out from Elyoya. Poplos in the front of the fight, and now the auto attacks from Super. But GX, while they're low, they need to deal with Super in the back line. The Spanish 80 carry isn't the one with a double, but all he needs to do is hit, and Noah stops him in the track. A triple down, make it another. A quadra for Noah on no mana, no health bar, holds onto the flash. He just unleashed.
I was convinced that Giant X were about to lose that fight. Going into the pit seemed like suicide. You have so many AoE knockups, tons of AoE damage, but somehow they are able to pull it out in the last moments. You can see it here. Giant X falling back, good wall from Jackie's to try and keep them separated. Oyoya gets into the pit, and I thought with Super dealing the damage, Oyoya having the fight here, that could be the moment, but it's just not quite enough. Jojo's getting some damage off, but you're just not getting on towards the Kai'Sa. She's doing so much work.
That Zonya's on Jackie was insane. Jojo dives there, Dagda, and he's out of the fight. He doesn't rejoin. Noah gets the hit and get a quadra. 13 kills on this champion, and Noah really is the champion.
Oh my god, no, you're the GOAT. No, you're the GOAT.
yeah, what Jackie said. Noah is the GOAT this game. It's been crazy topsy-turvy. It's been Super's world for a little bit, but Noah has just been climbing ahead, fight by fight. Now it's more to say that as Super's on his defense. 5k gold lead for Giant X, Baron in hand, Soul for them, up in 130.
For MKOI, it's difficult to try and come back from this position as well. You don't really have a true tank that can face check and try and find that space that you need.
Yeah.
You're hoping Elyoya can get into a position to look for a big Cyclone, or maybe Alvaro can find some sort of flank position, but without having some of the Unsealed Spellbook shenanigans where you can like teleport in behind people or look for those plays, it just becomes really difficult. As long as MKOI continue to keep that slow, or sorry, GX continue to keep that slow encroaching vision line moving forward.
As you said, the tank means a lot. No, I didn't mean to do that, I'm sorry, but he does mean a lot, really. He saw 16, almost 3 items, but had a big contribution in this game. Defense not enough. Super doesn't have enough wave clear with Baron minions, and those melees are just such a pain. Inner turret goes down. Jojo defending inner and top, and bot wave at least has a bit of a shove on it by Mirwin, but there's good reset timer. Remember, 35 seconds till Infernal Soul. And that is an almost full build Kai'Sa with a blighting jewel. Noah just finished his Sonya's Hourglass as well.
I'm curious if Jackie's will get his Sonya's Hourglass finished as well. He stuck around a little bit longer. Like, he's fine. He has the TP to come back out. But I imagine should have it finished, and that would... There it is. So 2 Zonyas now completed for Giant X. MKOI, though, already with position on the Dragon and on the objective to make this a little bit more difficult for Giant X to get in.
Look how much easier it is for them to face check. Jackie's face check, so Dredge line, and gone is the mid laner of MKOI. Jun has to flash away after a Dredge line in. It was ambitious, but still, 5 versus 4. Jojo dead for 45 seconds. What a pick.
Giant X start to move forward. There is little that can be done in this sort of position to try and keep them at bay. Lots can hold position on this choke point. Elyoya needs to make a miracle steal happen again.
But Noah's in the way. Noah is in the way in this 14 kill. Kaiser keep track. Level 16 will start autoing the Dragon. Dredge line back in. Jun rejoins. Jackie's about to wall with that angle. Elyoya wants a steal to keep the game going, to delay it. Tangle Barb's out as well. Lot looking for a position. There's the Weaver's Wall lines down the middle. Elyoya, Seismic Shove doesn't connect. Jun looking at an angle to press the depth charge button. He doesn't have it, but won't need it. There's the Infernal Soul. GX get it with ease, and MKOI walk away empty-handed.
Giant X protects their prize incredibly well there, denying MKOI really any sort of access, pushing Elyoya right out of the pit area. Infernal Soul now, position on the map. This is so hard for MKOI to try and come back from, and again, they had decent positioning here, but Jojo gets caught out entirely. The flick was perfect from Jackie's to set that one up. And at that stage, MKOI know it's basically done. They can't really commit any more resources to the area.
It does feel that way with Infernal Soul. Their hope is an Elder Flip in this game at 6,000 gold behind. Despite having a Sivir and a Zir, they're shredding just not enough yet for that front line.
It's just the poke you can have coming through from Giant X, though. Because you can see there, Noah's just sending out the Void Missiles. If he hits, fantastic. You just take a ton of damage off the Infernal Dragon, or Infernal Soul as well.
Yep.
And you just got to take it. Very little else that can happen. So from this position, again, like this is, I'm really excited about this for Giant.
Yeah.
Like we saw this against KC last week, where we started to see a strong early game, but there were small individual mistakes coming into the mid game. Still some issues here. Like we still get to see some of those overextensions, but overall, this has been a really strong showing. And I think it's insane to see another team that is stepping up to try and say, no, we can contest with the best that this region has to offer.
And the reason that it's so insane as well is because, yes, this is only game one. You don't have to be Andrew Fedius Day, but like, there is only one singular best of threes. Jojo might be caught out here on the side. The ulti not weave, Seismic Shove. Easy as that. Noah is farming champions this game. Jackie's like, no, that's my kill. Noah ulti's into secure number 15.
I mean, there's a reason that Jackie's has 15 assists and Noah has 15 kills. Okay? You know what? It's that beautiful synergy.
Oh my god, that Seeker hit hard, and now there's just another fight. The clone's going to die first. You can count that as another as Mirwin tries to disengage, but a depth charge. Here comes Noah once again. 16, count it with me. If Sword of the Occult was in the game, that'd be fully stacked.
The fact that there is no wave is the only reason that MKOI are really holding on to game number one. Baron's going to be called lost, tried, not quite able to do so, but yeah, what do you do from this position?
Yeah, well, you could just promote a ticket sale. There you go, Baron's going to go down. A quick reminder, LEC Summer Finals in Madrid. Wouldn't that be big if Giant X could make the run? Very early in the season to say that, but I'm going to say it.
I am genuinely excited for Giant X though.
Yeah, it should be.
Oh,
it's not the KT curse, is it? Let's find out. MKOI caught out with a pillar. Their defense has gone on long enough, and Giant X need to seal the deal here. And nothing up and available. They're just going to take jungle and try and use this Baron to finally get sieging onto the base. I understand why you're excited about GX Dagda. I think we all agree. Like this roster, it's taken a while to get here, but they are improving each game, it seems. And in this single BO3 round robin format, a win against #1 of Spring would be huge.
It's also just to hear what has been going on behind the scenes finally make it to the main stage.
Yeah.
See that actually Giant X have these incredibly strong early games, that they can play at these great mid games. The individual talent that is on this roster can also step up massively. We're starting to see it over the course of the first 2 weeks, and if it continues into playoffs, it makes things very exciting. Here we're just going to see Supa getting caught out by loss, making it a little bit more difficult. Oh, good job on the spell shield, actually. Didn't catch that. Supa doesn't end up getting yoinked and doesn't end up dying on the back of it, but Giant X still have to chase down everyone.
It's funny because it does actually set up his team to burn a couple of flashes because Lot just gets transported behind them. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't, I guess. It's a rough game. Jojo has a bit of PTSD. Scared to step up to the wave. He's had a rough game. A couple of TPs gone awry, but also Seismic Shove getting picked off by Jackie's a few times. Like it has kind of been a rough game where he's had some good shuffles, but the fights never really come together around Jojo, around Super at this point.
It's also difficult just with the way Giant X are positioned on the map.
Yeah.
Sure, you've got Miran who can very quickly clear it away and try and join them.
Move his wall. Jojo, ulti, that's not going to do much. He flash gets queued. Jackies takes the kill. But Noah's damage will send him to kaput. All right, Dagda, the final moments. The minions are going walkabout. They are it's like, oh no, come back. All right, Cyclone's going to be used, and now they've found a new angle. That depth charge used, and every time a W hits, someone gets close to dying. El Yoya, go home. Please step away from Noah. He hits Alvaro anyway, despite the clone, and at half HP, dredge line in, the pillar out. It stops, it persuades the play, but Giant X at 34 minutes, while it's taken a long time, has started sieging into the base. It's finally broken. With Baron expiring, Elder coming up, that's where we'll put the game 1.
You still have decent scaling on Mkoi, so if they steal Elder Dragon, maybe there's a chance. It's just the fact that you have 2 Zhonyas already still there is going to make this contest incredibly difficult. But again, once you have any of this CC or any of this displacement land onto someone, it just sets up for Noah to follow through. And Giant X know it exactly. Second Jojo has any of those Kai'Sa stacks, they just take the shot.
Yeah. It's so fun when playing Kai'Sa when you like this, when you just one-shot people every W. Forces someone to cry, and Noah with Infernal Soul, maybe it couldn't have got even better. The kill record in a single game is 17, by the way, if you're wondering. Highest kills, no, it says 19, and so I'm not even sure.
So Noah's highest kills ever in a single game is 17.
Thank you for reading properly, Dagda. And,
LEC record is 19, so he's very close. It was Karzy versus Reckless.
Okay. I'm assuming that's by Karzy. Although I would assume Reckless to find that, so that's an interesting stat. Elder's going to begin. Are we going to get a fight over it? Can Noah break the LEC kill record? 3 to go. Elder's going to be started, I think, just soloed out, and yes, something taken down by Mirwin, but it might not matter. Seismic shove out, Elder down, and here we go. Pop Blossom's good, but first execute, 17. Noah needs 2 more to get in line. There are 3 available onto Super. We're waiting. He knows it. Maybe he feels it. The poke out. There it is. 18. 1 more. Mirwin gets over the wall. The poke does not connect, and Mirwin's alive for now. Dagda, he has Killer Instinct available. Mirwin, eyes in blood.
If Isma gets the Trundle Pillar, it will count as displacement, and you can look for it, but he may just snipe
He hit it, and Mirwin's going to go in biz with the autos. The burn! The burn! Mirwin dead! It's an ace! He gets 19, he's tied! El Yoya's up in 19, Alvaro in 10. All I care about is the kill record.
I don't think
20,
they care, though.
20, hold GX, hold! Alvaro coming up. They have Elder. Stop hitting the Nexus. Stop hitting the Nexus! Noah cares about the game more. You got to respect that. But he is now tied for the all-time kill record in the LEC.
And what an impressive way to do so as well. The early kill in the bottom lane, snowballing perfectly for Giant X and taking down our spring split champions in game number 1.
Much like Noah's W, it's your shot to win a VIP Summer Finals experience. We're talking about it in-game. That money cannot buy for queuing up for another game with your squad. We're talking tickets, flights, hotels, tours, meets and greets. Every game counts in our latest for the win challenge at Vamos LEC Madrid. Let's go. Needs a map.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Oh, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly.
What do we do now? Let's have a break.
Have a break.
Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this. Say it.
What about me?
Join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp? You should join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Book your next hotel stay in Madrid with Marriott Bonvoy. A check-in at every checkpoint.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
Look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony, hear me now. Finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. Against the light. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony, hear me now. Finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lights. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony, hear me now. Finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser
Can I get Mirren down a lot too?
Can I get Mirren down a lot too?
Man, I
can't see my
mouse.
Yeah, it's usually on the mouse pad.
So I was talking a little bit before. That's okay.
Please don't talk.
Matchup Lot just needs one hit, pops over the wall, he gets juked, but then just sees. Good job, Lot. Good job, Lot. Good job. Him. My.
I got it. Nice. Watch out. Only. Leave. Oh my god. I'll see the zoom, okay? Oh, I can give you Penta.
And welcome back to the LEC ahead of our second game between GX and MKOI. And I have my Spanish representative, Skane, to ask about this matchup and also How is MKOI doing? What was this first game?
Oh, this first game was really rough, to be honest. Well, it's the first game from the boys after like the MSI and stuff. So I still believe, you know, it's best of three. So it's good.
It's just game one. Yeah,
it's just
they
game
came back
one.
from their break.
It's warm up, right?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
It's fine.
Talking about the matchup a bit more specifically, I want to know, is this matchup big in Spain?
I think like we are a brotherhood club, you know. It's like we have good relation with them. It's good. It's good.
There's no banter between the two clubs?
I don't think so. I think it's a bit more with Heretics maybe, but with between Giants and us, it's we respect them so much. They are so good.
All right. I mean, they have been really good during the first game. What is one advice that you would give the players heading into game 2 here? And one player maybe from GX that they have to be careful about?
To be honest, from what I have seen, in Spanish, we would say pelotas a Supa. It means the ball to Supa, you know. He's performing really good. He's really consistent. And I think that he has to carry the games in order to win.
Supa, you have to
Supa,
do it,
yeah.
Kane. Gracias por la entrevista.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so
Gracias a
much.
ti.
And Finn, over to you.
Thank you so much, Laura and Skane. And what an impressive game by GX. Honestly, just running over MKOI. And I want to just break down one moment of that game that maybe didn't do too well in, because I really expect a lot from GX. I think they've kind of solidified themselves as one of our top 5 teams at least, trying to break into that top 3 maybe for Worlds. And one thing they did this game was they kind of butchered an Atakan. And we've seen this time and time again in Europe that our teams have a good early game, we have a good mid game, and then we mess it all up on Atakan. So I want to educate you guys, and maybe even GX, to how they can improve their Atakan play. Here we have seen GX starting Atakan, and MKOI are approaching through 3 different angles. There's Mirwin here, who's on a ward, there's Jojo here, who's on a ward, and there are Alvaro, Elyoya, and Supa for bot side, who is also on vision. So now as GX, you have to make a call. Do you turn on Mirwin, do you turn on Jojo, or do you turn on this free man? What we see from GX as I roll out the clip now is that they are quite indecisive in this manner. Jackis tries to make a pick on Jojo, but completely doesn't notice that Mirwin is trying to flank him. And this puts him in an awkward position as Mirwin just tries to make a combo, and this makes Noah try to help him. And now they have turned on Mirwin. But as we pause the clip here, they have used so much to push Mirwin out of this flank that this whole Atakan is just free, and MKOI takes so much space, pushing away Isma with the smite, pushing away Jun, and even pushing away the extremely tanky K'Sante. So, how can GX come back now? They gotta slow down this sequence and try to go for a 50-50 with Isma, and these guys need to regroup. As we roll out the clip, I'm gonna really highlight something that I thought was so cool that MKOI did. Look at this now. As the Atakan is getting lower, it is now at 2,400 HP. Alvaro turns into Wukong and uses his W ability. Now, we see it as just Alvaro and Elyoya, but on Lot's screen, there's 3 different MKOI Elyoyas that he wants to get out of the pit to kind of save the smite battle. Now, as we play it out, you're gonna see that he chooses poorly. He tries to go on Alvaro here because he thinks this is Elyoya. He doesn't think this is, or this is. He thinks this is Elyoya, and he tries to ult him out and ends up getting the Alvaro. Alvaro gets the last laugh, and Elyoya gets a really clutch smite and a very nice kill. And I think this was one of the moments that MKOI could be happy about, because as I roll the clip back, I really enjoyed the fact that they played through multiple angles. They really tried to create a sequence where GX was indecisive and kind of split the team up, so at least they have one front where they have multiple people. Now, going into next game, I think GX just has to come in with the same amount of confidence and keep drafting these strong early lanes. Lot had an insane performance on the Xante, solo killing Mirwin and just being a behemoth in all these fights, as well as Noah with a massive game on Kai'Sa. Now, I'm gonna send it over to casters, and I want them to continue breaking down this GX ascension that we're all witnessing in real time.
Are you able to dance? Because I can't break it down.
I not much of a dancer.
No. Yeah, I mean, we kind of knew that.
Yeah, thank you to the disco man on desk. I refuse to.
Probably do the run of man.
I refuse to keep breaking it down. I'm going to talk about something else. That's really hard because no one got 19 kills. And you
I was going to say, it's kind of the talking point.
It's the thing, you know. it's like when it's someone's birthday, right? You don't just go and talk about someone else's birthday. You got to mention theirs first, and then maybe
it's
later.
It's like proposing at a wedding. It would just be.
Oh. Have you heard of that happening? That's weird.
No, no.
That's like the worst thing you can do. You're not a good person if you do that. I'm just going to say, don't propose at someone else's wedding. That's not the time.
Yeah, I was planning to do it at yours, but didn't have a partner, nor was there.
And you didn't come. I invited you. You stayed in Europe.
I had to work.
You didn't do the 24-hour flight right before MSI. How dare you? Anyway, Selfish and myself will take you through game 2. Let's go, big band. GX on red, and already that Varus, that sneaky little Varus taken off the board. Annie, this is just no-brainers at the moment as Jax against Lot, when that's his most played historically and one of his best champions, is a good ban.
I imagine we're going to continue to see the Vi ban as well. Could end up swapping it up if you really want to try and look for something like a Pantheon or even the Zinzao, where you think maybe you can take it in the early stages. Because we have seen, like, once you start to move down into this position, Xayah starts to become a bit more present, Ezreal can as well, which have an easier time of dealing with the Vi, although some teams are still just happy to just continue to get rid of it.
Let's see if Cheese Grater Abs gets locked in or banned away in this final rotation. Yone is gone.
I'm going to need you to elaborate on that.
Well, I mean, he's pretty shredded. Sion gets picked up and stepped.
Cheese Grater Abs.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's on fire. It's that tanky. What goes on in the core of Sion's belly, I will never know, but it is red and it hurts people. Now, question is, GX, do they just get in a smart mid-jungle duo when Azir, Talia are already unavailable? It seems like the direction that they want to go.
Yeah, I like the Zinzao pick. Gives you something that can be quite active in the early stages. We've also seen this paired a lot of the times with an Orianna, which you could take on this rotation. Ends up giving that protection that you want. Also, the slowdown enables him in a lot of skirmishes to get that third auto attack off and try and set up for some early presence. So, looks like that's going to be the call here. Just try and give that shielding and what's the word I'm looking for? The
ball.
Control to zip down the early stages.
Control is a word associated with Orianna. Vi also up, banned away last time around. And if I'm MKoi, I think Vi and what pairing? It's a good mystery, isn't it? Vi Syndra's up. But Jojo, Vi Ari's up, and there he is. Look at, you can see the abs from here.
The options there are still more. I know the casting is kind of being hovered because Jojo has played it in the past, has looked relatively good on it. I still think going for something that's a bit more playing for the 2v2 in the mid jungle is going to work out better. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something like an Ari or something along those lines even come out here with the Pantheon. Galio. There you go.
Yeah.
Still fits very, very well with that.
So again, lane might be rough a little bit, but Ari past 6.
My also worry is very little damage on MKoi right now.
That is true.
You start to move into the later portion of the game. So if I'm Giant X, I'm looking at Jinx bans, I'm looking at Aphelios bans, just trying to get rid of those hyper carries and really late game scaling carries. We'll have to see what the game plan is going to be though. I like going for a tank on this one, just to give you that really beefy front line, especially if you can start to get rid of some of those hyper carries, making things difficult for MKoi.
I mean, not a bad lane for Lot. This will be fun to watch as well. Double AP solo lanes, and as you said, that Jinx, the first ban taken away. Hyper carries denied from MKoi, and Siv's not up and available. I'm trying to think of a hyper carry like Yunara might have to be played here for MKoi for this front to back.
It's difficult, man. At least the Bork with the getting the extra percent current max health damage does help on range carries.
Yeah.
Maybe, but Aphelios ban I'm surprised to see from MKoi, because I thought that would have been the ban that Giant X were going to go for, especially with Sivir gone.
They make it harder for themselves, don't they?
Yeah, it's...
There's Yunara.
Yeah. So Yunara, as you're saying, probably the other one that I'd look out for that could really take or deal damage to tanks. Maybe Zeri or Xayah is kind of what they're eyeing up here.
Yeah. But GX have the option to just pick away the one they want. And then MKoi are in a bit of a hole. If they ban another 80 carry here, I mean, maybe it's just going to be a support ban. There's a lot of questions so far. There goes Lucian as well. Not that they would have picked it, right? But there's Xayah. So, yeah, does it have to be Zeri gameplay, Dagda? Is that what we got?
It's probably Zeri, in my eyes. You just need something that's going to really scale well and can be that consistent DPS. If you go Ezreal, I don't think you can get through the Shogath as well as you want to, or even some of the front line that's there. I think you need something that's a bit more of a heavy hitter.
For now, MKoi are focused on taking away the pairing from Giant X, but as you said, like, Zeri a big option.
Smolder maybe, but I don't particularly like the matchup. He did get some buffs to make it easier for him in the early game, but I don't know.
There is range engaged though, like Zinzao, Gap Close, Orianna, and Cho'Gath. maybe hard for the Smolder to operate, but yeah, it feels like MKoi in a bit of a ditch here. I don't know. It's interesting. Like maybe there's an 80 carry that's just out of the window. We haven't thought about Ezreal here, but if that Cho'Gath goes full tank with Heartsteel, which it probably will, right?
It's with Heartsteel. Well, I don't know about Heartsteel, but definitely very, very tanky.
Yeah,
plus Orianna shields.
Yep.
Plus the speed up. Same when it comes to Xin Zhao. It just is going to be quite difficult to get through the front line.
Yep.
Now you're going to add in another pseudo tank in Rel who's going to be doing at least a good amount in the early stages. I think it's just hard for MKoi if they don't get out to an early lead to really carry this victory.
Because you talked about in the first 3 picks, DPS in this comp is quite low. Ezreal comes in as a spellcaster, a spell weaver, and he doesn't facilitate that need for something like a Jinx, something like the front to back, something that Zeri even would have. Here for MKoi, they're kind of throwing a spanner in the works, and as you said, they want good early games here, but Giant X, their comp, you know, well-rounded here. I think it's easy to say, and it might seem like bias, but it's just with the way they've kind of set up their comp as, I don't know, easy to execute, Dagda? What do you want to hit on that?
I think when it comes to team fights and objectives, easier to execute for Giant X 100%.
Yep.
When it comes to playing the map, that's where I think MKoi shine a little bit better. You have an Ezreal that's very safe to be by himself on his own in the mid lane. You can start to play with this duo of Pantheon and Galio, look for overloading one of these side lanes, trying to pick members off, especially something like an Orianna, very susceptible to those plays in the side lane. I imagine that's the focus of attack here, coming through for MKoi, and it'd be a case of can they snowball that into a lead?
It's a good question. MKoi, your first seed out of spring, your #1 MSI representatives. I mean, this is a team with huge expectations. The Spanish fans have a high bar set for them. But their first series back has not been it. It's been scrappy, it's been messy, but hopefully game 2 will prove us wrong and show us that this comp can get off to a roaring start. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift, and let's see how Giant X can try and close this one out, because that would be a big statement. Again, we've talked about it. We're obviously hyped for them. It's a team who has middling expectations, known to be caught out mid-game as someone like Jackie's, but even GX, you know, not being able to complete a good early start is, okay, we're just going to battle up a little bit. Yeah, let's get Grasp. Oh, hell yeah. Mirwin, did he get his Grasp, Dagda?
Oh, both are reset.
Oh.
I think he is.
Oh, that's good.
4 seconds.
Dopamine hit from both.
Yeah, so either way, it's definitely a lot of pressure on towards Elyoya and Jojo Kyun to have a bit of a stronger mid-jungle than they did in the last game. I'd say that Isma and Jun were able to have a bit more of that early game impact, especially, let's be honest, the early level 2 death on bot lane didn't help, and then Locke getting the solo kill in the top lane.
True.
So we'll have to see if they can try and set up, but I think even if MKoi end up losing this game and they go down 0-2 in the series, it is only their first game back. It is only their first day back. They've had a very, very intense schedule.
Yeah, they have.
I'm not really overly concerned. I mean, even heard Caps talking about it coming in off the desk of how have you adjusted to what is a slightly different meta and a new meta, and even getting your practice games and stuff in. So I'm not overly worried if MKoi have a bit of a shaky start coming into the split. I still think they'll pick it up definitely for time for playoffs and moving on.
I mean, they've got leeway of like 1, maybe 2 series, depending on how the rest of the group goes. We've talked a lot about the groups, but a quick side note for GX, Noah is once again on a carry that can really snowball, and in game 1, he tied the kill record for all-time LEC with Kazi at 1,200 damage a minute. Not bad, you know, not really bad. And that is one hell of a scoreline for their 3rd series back.
Just the ability to play around this bottom side has been so good for Giant X.
Yeah.
Loss has consistently kind of gone back towards things that can play the weak side and not have to take too much attention, which is just open up Isma to try and swing in and play with Jun competitively on around the bot side, also open that up for Jackie's as well. And it's given Giant X a much clearer game plan. Even now, Isma hovering around mid here, just making sure Jackie's can get this crash.
Jojo's one is in a little bit of trouble there, though, because range versus melee, he's suffering a bit for now. As that crash comes in, CS is not really an argument. It's good on Jojo's end. It's Super. So far, the 2v2 has been in their favor, but he stepped up. He gets Flash Shattering Strike, and he gets rooted. Disrespect from Super as he uses everything to get out, but the follow-up is easy. It happens again! Deja vu. I've been in this place before in this exact same lane. and Noah gets first blood.
Great engage from Jun, denying Super any sort of answer there. This is a disaster. Exactly as you say, game 1 repeat here.
Stepping up, I mean, Jun's timing fantastic, but Super stepping up to that, thinking he's going to be level 5, fine, and even at level 2, I mean, that is more than a disaster. That is just a repetition of game number 1, and with the early lead, early blood over to Noah, he's going to be a menace again for sure. As we come back into the 2v2, good timing here. Jun is going to stop with an engage from Alvaro. Crash down there too. Isma in the area as well. Alvaro, yeah, he had no flash available, but luckily Super was nearby.
Able to give him the bounce out. Still taking a lot of hurt. Alvaro will need to reset. And you can see Jun is just sticking around, is trying to deny any sort of like wave crash or any sort of footy business from Super on this bottom side until Noah can come back in. Yoya getting at least a steal on the opposite side when he saw where Isma was.
And Isma's going to be even late for the small Krugs, or small Raptors rather. Red already been taken out. El Yoya, there's going to be a lead here on the Pantheon, and remember this Pantheon, even after a slight nerf, still feels like one of the strongest early skirmishes, or should I say, good early clearer as well.
Yeah, his 1v1 is terrifying. But either way, I think it's just a nice time to find that invade, especially as you can kind of keep track now of Raptor spawns and try and look for repeat invades onto that point.
Mirwin in trouble.
Top side.
He's deep here. No level 6 to escape. Mirwin won't get it off the minion wave either. He's just only got there as Rapture up, and Mirwin flashes out. In the brush still. He thinks for now it was just Lot, but the wave slowly pushing where Mirwin's no longer in trouble.
There is a timing window here when Yoya can finish that camp and then move up towards his top side.
Oh, yeah.
Lot hasn't actually pushed in this wave, but he may try. No, he looks like he's going to go back towards Crab. Could have looked for a potential play on top side, but I think seeing Mirwin had no mana meant that he was a little skeptical about trying to make that play work.
So, but the top laners are safe for now, but the individual 1v1's going Lot's way, and Lot has had a really good day. Like, we didn't get to talk about him much outside the laning phase, but as he gets himself a bit of a demolish on the turret, gold taken. El Yoya doesn't have the ult to spam into the middle, and he's going to actually path back down towards bot, so nothing available here for MKoi in the top side of the map.
And you're going to be very happy with that. Again, Lot just building these leads for himself.
Yeah.
Just getting the early turret plate is going to be huge. He can reset, and again, there's not really someone who can shred through Lot. So the earlier he can get up to some of these resistances, the more terrifying he is going to be. And you get to now focus his Isma down towards this bottom side again, and you've got a great freeze here for Noah and Jun, which opens up that opportunity for Isma.
Good Super trying to get some damage down. Isma's on the way as well. Alvaro disengaged, but Jun's going to remount and Arcane shift away. Super still doesn't have flash available from the earlier mishap, and that means that he is a bit more vulnerable. Barrier will give him some leeway, but as the wave continues to be in an uncomfortable position, we see junglers focusing around bot, now moving towards mid. Shockwave burn. Jackie's has an opportunity, but Jojo out of the distance range, and he'll just walk out to escape.
Engage in the bottom side.
He does connect. Wait for the root. Alvaro tethered mid-battle dance as well. He grand entrances out of there as Jun is happy to absorb the damage. Super in lethal tempo now. The remount from Jun. Meanwhile, the W going on to Scuttlecrab while Jojo interrupts the charge. Audacious away or flash instead, I thought. Maybe he'll go for the Crab anyway, but El Yoya is there, and it's a good thing he did not.
El Yoya was spotted in mid-wave, as he said, so not wanting to give any sort of opportunity to try and come back into this. I like the timing window, though, from Noah and Jun on that bottom side. They saw Jojo Kyun go low and exit out the top side of the map. No ultimate available for Jojo to try and interrupt in the bottom half of the map, so they look for that all in. Unfortunately, though, weren't quite able to get just as much as they would have liked to, but they still keep themselves in a decent spot.
But for MKoi, I mean, usually in most games we see a lot of commitments to swaps here, but MKoi have stayed in the same lane, and you know, while the 2v2 is up on CS with Super and Alvaro constantly pushing, it's that kill that's equalizing things. It's that kill that for Noah has him in a comfortable position in maybe a lane that you wouldn't expect him to win, and of course it's off that mishap. Cull and Tyr picked up by Super, by the way, and Cull still stacking here for Noah nice and early, but his back is going to get a BF sword. So versus Sheen, maybe the power feels equal here, but it's good power nevertheless.
Both AD carries moving up to the top side, seeing if they can get involved in what looks like the Void Grub. Mirren going to ult to bottom side though, and just try and get some pressure onto the map instead. You will be able to clear out the wave, and you've got no TP on towards a lot, so everything on Giant X invested in this Void Grub take.
But with the ulti down to bottom, remember, Lot, he's already starting up. He's just on grubs. I was like, okay, He's not going to try and walk up the top. He's instead just going to commit and get down quicker grubs. He eats one of them, so 2 stacks now for the Cho'Gath. There's all 3 grubs over to Giant X in this game. True Shot Barrage won't steal anything, and Giant X now looking for a fight. And rematching lanes. The 2v2 goes into Super and Alvaro again with Jun and Noah.
Giant X just escorting Jun and Noah into the way so they can collect it. You have lost a good amount on that bottom side though. Lost hasn't picked up the wave, had no TP to get there. Mirwin should be running Demolish, so a lot of alone time.
He's got Shield Bash this game,
Shield Bash, was it? Okay.
So I guess that's the only saving grace, but you're right, he got a lot of alone time with the turret, and it's worth mentioning that, again, he's mitigated some of the CS lead that Lot had earlier in the game, plus the Dragon for MKOI. It is an objective traded at the start, which is still good for the Spanish fans. Well, it depends which Spanish fans. Both Spanish fans. All the Spanish fans.
Giant X are in a position where they can try and continue to put pressure down around Noah and Jun. The fact you have the early Void Grubs makes it very good in being able to take that, obviously take the tower, but it has also denied the side lane pressure that we were talking about from MKOI, where they wanted to try and play around Jojo and Elyoya and like double up on the side lane control. If you don't have the Void Grubs, finding that quick pick into an even faster tower take becomes a little bit more difficult. So I think that's why we saw Giant X invest so many resources into taking it.
It's still so important. I mean, those grubs as well. Remember, there is Demolish on Lot. There's flashing away. Elyoya coming in as well. He has flash too. Question is, do they have enough damage? Getting a bit of movement speed is nice. The smite up as well. Rupture on top won't connect. Decimating smash, but silence perfectly done from Lot. And yeah, MKOI, really hard to get the damage here, but it will force Lot to back away.
It means that you get 2 nice resets here for Giant X. On the top side, Noah's able to get his reset off. Now he's going to try and move into this bottom side and match Mirwin. On the opposite as well, Jackie's able to get his reset down. Not quite up towards his full item yet, but it just fine because Jojo had shifted down to try and cover in case anyone on Giant X showed up. So now Jojo has to try and reset and gives Giant X a little bit of a timing window on the map to try and make something happen.
Ward plays down, Alvaro just tagged out. Nothing up for a little bit. 3 minutes on the Dragon. Top side of the map. Herald's far away from spawning. I just feel like both these early games, I mean, it was first 10 with Caps before. I felt bad because for Caps it was a slower early game, and then he left and things started happening.
This is something we've started to see a little bit more with the Orianna. So last week it was, we are going to stick to Orianna in the side lane, and we're going to use both jungle and support to camp the side of the map that she's on to guarantee the resources that she needs. But more often we're seeing her now this week kind of being paired with an AD carry that can self-peel and is comfortable to be in a side lane. And it means that the Orianna kind of gets to stick around in mid lane by herself. But now, as I said, Isma and Jun actually trying to play around Noah on this side, guarantee the wave crash, and maybe with the collapse from MKOI coming through, but they're going to just back away.
Like if Isma fights and Elyoya is there, it's still going to be trouble because Sundered Sky picked up already for this Pantheon. And it is just off that lead. Elyoya started crewing for himself. CS discrepancy shown in the charts. And while we are chilling in this early game, just a quick note that I see double Giants belt for Lot. So bring it on. Time to steal some hearts, I think, Dagda.
I mean, he already has.
He does. All the players do. You know that. Engage from Jun. Good little step back. Crash down stops everything. Elyoya rooted up. Spears out. Noah sidestepping everything as Alvaro now needs to get out of there as well. He dances and he battles, and this time it looks like he's walking away from the battle. Super disappearing as well. Nothing up, just a fight that could have potentially happened, does not.
And it's kind of been the story of this early game, to be honest. We got that initial bash from Giant X where they're able to get the kill on towards Noah, but since then it's been much of a slower paced game. And I do think in the grand scheme of things, this does favor Giant X. They're happy to wait for Jackie Scalines, play towards those late game fights where the Shoga becomes that menace in the front line. So for MKOI, this is kind of where I want to see them finding opportunities on the side lane. But it is kind of difficult. I mean, Lot, very difficult to take down. We've already seen it. They're not leaving that Orianna on a side lane, like we just talked about, to be that vulnerable point on the map. And if you try and go for Noah, he has Flash, he has Cleanse, he has the Featherstorm. It's difficult for MKOI to pinpoint parts in the map where they can actually make plays.
It's a minute till Dragon. Vedius, this is a fight. Sorry, your name is Dagda. I was with Vedius a lot today.
I was going to say, I don't know if I could do the Welsh accent.
No, I put Vedius in a fridge earlier on. If you're wondering how, we took all the shelves out and the work fridge became his fridge because I tried to fit into it. We did some WhatsApp record.
Which is mad, because a lot of the times you call people units. So
Yeah.
I assume that you would be in the fridge.
Well, the thing is, little did you know, if you take all the shells out, you can probably fit in a fridge. The bigger the fridge, the more comfortable.
I mean, isn't
it
that
is.
what Indiana Jones did? He hid in the fridge.
Did he? Did he
I think it was
actually?
when, an explosion went off, he hid in the fridge.
I haven't watched enough of the movies. All I know is the totem thing, you know?
This
is one of the yeah, but the totem thing, that happens, you know? Jackie's has phase rush. He's out of there. And now he's back in. Wins 4 means nothing. Let's command attack a little bit. Let's throw a spear out. Alvaro says no. And yeah, you know, my bucket list now ticked off, by the way. Out of everything I wanted to do, putting Vedius in a fridge was #1 on it.
You had a very weird bucket.
Oh, you should see the other stuff. A Dracos, get ready. You are next. All right, teleport in. Giant's going to start the fight now. Super, he's just arcane shifted out of there. As Lot joins in, all 5 members in. And Mkoi, the same can be said unless Jojo doesn't choose to ulti from afar.
Jojo doesn't need to. He can go for the tower instead. Giant X now have to be the ones to start it up. Jun looking for super.
Engage, misses onto an Ezreal. That was ambitious. Jun now exhausted out, or rather sent one on to Elyoya, who gets burnt. The charm was good, but Alvaro has lost part of his damage. This is what we're talking about, Dagda. They flash away, and Super's really the main damage source. GX stand tall.
With Elyoya gone, no contest, and you just get the jump. It looked good. The fact that Super was able to disengage from that, maybe they could have tried to play it slower, but they don't really get anything. No tower, no kills, no dragon. Giant X get away with murder there.
Yeah, Noah just uses Cleanse, uses Featherstorm, and out he flies. How hard again it is. If Mkoi don't have an early game goal lead, they're definitely not if the Race's Dragon goes down and we watch the fight again.
Yeah, I like this slow play because they can look for the tower and Jojo can come in, but Elyoya goes in, immediate exhaust, then the knockup, and Alvaro tries to go into the backline, but Noah gets a great ultimate off, which denies really that setup. Mirwin's not really doing particularly much in being able to deal the damage that you need, so it has to rely on Super, but he's just not really in a position to get that damage off in that spot.
Jung cut out, crash down, he's away. You know, if Super's not hitting, that also is a cause for concern. Only 1 item on the Ezreal with Trinity Force, but he should get there as Herald's going to start off now. Now tagged up. Mkoi are uncontested for now, but they're looking for a play in mid lane. Jun is hovering around Vision, hovering around Super, hovering around Alvaro. There's a Rupture up. Lot comes in, and Alvaro, it's Ricard. He's not in trouble. There's the engage. On to Mirwin. Herald's going to be restarted while mid laners are fighting each other in the side lane, and GX just take control.
Mkoi can't actually go for the play because Lost and Isma will be able to steal it. The player on the bottom side,
Jojo. Jackie's getting close. Jojo in trouble. Dissonance there. A couple of autos. Command attack, and Jojo survives for now. He has teleport, but he definitely doesn't want to TP back to bot lane. Otherwise, top is screwed.
Mirren moving down river, will be spotted by Isma. A lot of play around here just to contest mid wave and top wave so he can move in towards the objective. Question is, where does Jackie's go to? Jojo's walking back to bot lane, keeping that teleport up.
He's going to miss the wave, though. I mean, that teleport, there's a ward pinged on the back of the pit. First teleport's going to come through from Jackie's. Jojo teleports 2 seconds later. Giant X, the Herald's still not taken. We are weaving between. He's TP'd in front of everyone again with the Magnus Storm on a route. He won't be able to move. It's good damage as Isma negates it all, but the engage from Alvaro would be great if they had some AoE. The feathers are out as Elyoya is the one to pierce the heart with a spear. And Mirwin, the point-blank ulti, will get the job done. Giant X, a shockwave finally comes through as Alvaro is the trade-off, but with Lot running out of mana, Elyoya sinks where they stand.
Mkoi rally around Jojo in what looked like could have been a huge mistake, but Mkoi are able to turn it around.
I feel like there's so many conditions that need to be hit, and Mkoi hit them all in this fight.
So we get the engage on towards Jojo, and it's kind of Noah who's caught out on the backline here, has to try and move forward. Flashes forward, sorry, to get into a position that's away from the back line, but it leaves him then very vulnerable in this position, and a great reposition from Super alongside that engage on the back line. Mkoi, really good turnaround in that play.
That point-blank Mirwin ulti was unreal, but Elyoya's damage, I think, was a big part of it as well. I said he sinks where he stands, but he was sinking them where he was standing over Giant X's grave after that fight. It's heating up. Game 2 is a little bit slow to start, but finally we get our first major fight in mid laners. Big part of it, at least in this game, but I think Mirwin, most of his damage just came off the back of that fight as well.
Now Mkoi feeling much more confident to step onto the map. trying to get vision on this bottom side. Look for a play where they push in mid. There's the check mark. Now move into the bottom side and look for that tier 1 tower. Giant X doing a decent job of defending already with Isma and Jun hovering between both positions. But MKOI would really like to try and get some of the standing gold on the map.
And a Mountain Soul, or rather Mountain Dragon, I should say, at least for now, is going to be big. The Herald going to be used for pressure, obviously, but I think for MKOI, the individual stats of the first Mountain Dragon makes Miwin that much more of a pain to kill, and base damage of tanks in this point of the game. Forget that argument for the time being, because it's going to be huge damage coming out if he gets another big one like he just did. Looking for Jackies over the wall, but the ball spots all. And MKOI moving in, trying to get themselves a bit of damage on the turret. They have no grub. Shockwave clears the way, but not enough. MKOI siege successful, and a bit more gold in their pocket.
I'm surprised that Giant X tried to contest it as heavy as they could. You don't have your Shockwave now for the Dragon in 50 seconds. You're not really pushing in topside to guarantee a trade of the objectives. And now you've already lost that bot tower, which was going to fall regardless with the position on the map. So MKOI doing a good job of putting the pressure on. Giant X fumbling a little bit on the defense.
We need a call, Dagger. We need a call. 35 seconds. We need a call from you specifically. Items, what do you think? Because I'm seeing almost 2-item Ezreal from Super. Noah kind of trailing there, but we know the Zaya's got a bit more to weave in for scaling. Where do you sit?
At this stage, I think MKOI just have us. You're hitting a really strong spike for Super, Jojo. You're in a great position with Jackie's knocked wide. Actually, maybe it will actually just be back up, but here we go.
Lots in, needs a rupture, but Jojo's out of there. Good justice punch. Isma zoning off the rest of MKOI's chivalry from moving into position, and Super, the poke important here. I feel like Isma doesn't want to pop that ult before the fight begins. Yoya's coming in as well, but on a ward he's spotted out. Topside Atakan, is that the trade?
But again, look at you got position here and position coming up river as well for Jojo. So again, you're kind of being pinched here by Giant X, and if you get access to nowhere, he's separated. You can see already he can go down fast.
Hit big by Super, the range big, and Super might be speaking German. I see a guten Tag when I know one is. Jun hit on the walls. Mystic shot again. Miwin has to get out and doesn't have a flash, but he re-engages, setting up with the decimating smash. The Galio layered on top. MKOI's fights are off to the races. Finally, 2-man shield of Duran. MKOI with the winds of wall, bring them all, and Noah has to send back before he falls. Teleport back in. This time, it's personal from Jackie's, but his Shockwave's not up and available. Herald's down, and MKOI have the river to themselves. Cheeky TP, but it works out in the end for Movistar Koi.
Great read from MKOI. Hitting again those 1-item spikes is so strong for this composition, and the position that they had was great. Super, again, shout out to this guy, moving right the way into the back line, was threatening Noah the entire time that they were positioning for that fight.
It's, what's his name, Jurassic Park. What's the thing?
Tyrannosaurus Rex?
Yeah, that's a dinosaur, and I forgot it. I even played Dinosaur Dex, and I forgot it. Actually,
yeah, but they've got weird names.
Yeah, they do. They definitely do, but they're cool names, you know. It does feel like we're watching, you know, like King Kong versus, you know, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Jurassic Park. You know what I'm talking. We know what I'm talking. Everyone knows it. Godzilla. Why couldn't you help me there?
It's sometimes nice to just watch you fall for a bit.
Yeah, but I don't know where I'm scared.
What a no.
Lots sent up. This is getting a little bit harder as Super just walks up mid and takes turret. Okay, 2-item Ezreal, easily done. MKOI in a much better position. We had concerns about damage, but these last couple of fights have been so well orchestrated as Jun is just taking down, or getting taken down by Super himself. By himself, a Mystic shot would have connected and dealt the worst damage. Super getting confident here in game 2.
He's playing fantastically this game, and again, he needed to. He kind of had to be the damage dealer, had to be a massive threat, and he's not even playing the fights really front to back. It's how he's been positioning to constantly get access onto key members in the fights has been fantastic.
Super glazing hasn't come this series because Super hasn't had the need to. I mean, yes, he's had big moments, but as we start Atakan, let's see how he enters the fight. 2 items with a pickaxe versus Navori quick flicker blades from Noah. It begins Dagda, Atakan at 1k, but there's a double smite with the feet, remember that.
Positioning good here from Giant X. Super trying to see if he can get in onto this wall and have access to the back line, but it's going down slowly.
Alvaro's the only one zone controlling. Decimating smash not connecting. Miwin playing his own zone control nowhere. Ults are back. The Galio Hero's entrance is big, but look, the separation. Meanwhile, Miwin is the full target. GX are just letting Noah unleash, but he can't kill the tank. Running in, Jojo takes the glory, while Super plays the back end. so damn well. He'll shift in, shift out. Giant X have been rooted out.
Giant X couldn't keep their carry safe. MKOI jumped on them from every angle and turned the Atakan in favor of MKOI.
Feels like Movistar Koi finally woke up in the series, and with Atakan getting taken down, that feels like an insurmountable lead. Let's watch the fight one more time.
But watch how the fight gets split. Noah's on one side, Jackie's on the other side with Jun, which makes it really difficult to keep the Orianna safe. Same when you look at Noah, ends up trying to get through the Scion, but he's just not able to do so. Even getting hit up by the Decimating Smash means that MKOI can finish off Noah. And once that carry duo is gone, that's actually where Giant X are struggling.
No, please!
He has it.
Mew in real voice or what? Okay, there's the energy with it as well. I don't think I've talked to Mew a couple of times. I've not heard that voice from him. I don't know he's been hiding it for so long.
Look, sometimes you gotta go visit your happy place. Yeah, Everyone was definitely in his happy place there.
Good to hear. 4.5k gold lead. I feel like Mew, in a matchup with easy access to Heartsteel and, true damage that comes from ult, has done pretty well. Alvaro, he said the same. Rapture doesn't connect. He's just out of there. He's playing with it. And I mean, this is such a better game from Movistar Core. We talked about their team fighting. We talked about how good they are, especially with a man, like this. Super's been great as ulti used onto Jackie's. No time to talk about him. Or is there? Over the wall, Shockwave on himself. And guess who is behind? Landing every Mystic shot. Jackie is flashing away. Dissonance will help him get some space, but yeah, it was a moment to glaze Super as Jackie's gets sent away.
Yeah, he has been playing absolutely fantastically, and this was the guy that really stepped up coming in towards the end of playoffs that helped carry them in a lot of the fights.
Noah on Elyoya is going to force the ulti immediately, but he can't move. As soon as Noah comes down, he does not survive. Hero's entrance onto Jun, and I mean, Jojo has shown us a bit of heroism in this game, I will admit, as Movistar Koi are taking down numbers.
Giant X just haven't been able to keep Noah and Jackie safe in these fights. MKOI consistently finding multiple flank angles, getting the double ultimates in onto those key carries to separate the fight and making things easier for them in a skirmish. MKOI have been playing these fights fantastically and getting great picks as well.
And with this snowball, they've got enough damage to take down Baron, just the two of them, Elyoya and Super, while the rest of MKOI look for the fight afterwards, maybe look for the zone. Shockwave in on a Rakan, that does nothing. And Baron goes down, 7,500 gold. An easy lead now built at a 3-item Scion that it seems unkillable, as Noah just can't play the game.
The second you're out of position, they're going to jump on you. And it's one ultimate into Alvaro follow-up, into another ultimate, comes down, gets the easy 2 picks. And at this stage, Giant X are just struggling to keep MKOI out of any position. And that's why you're seeing Jackie's not do any real damage with that ultimate. He's gone for a very defensive build in the Bloodletter's Curse and also having that Seraph's Embrace. So there is no real damage from this Orianna. The only person you really need to look at is Noah, and he's in the sniper's lens right now.
He is, and every time he gets dove on, the CC chain, it just keeps coming out of nowhere. Rakan, Galio, Pantheon, and then eventually the Scion. Like, there is no movement allowed, and every single time someone has a burn. His flash still on cooldown here, and his ulti, that's up at about 10, 15 seconds from now. But meanwhile, MKOI dotting the I's and crossing the T's, 8,500 gold lead, and with this Baron, Giant X scared to step up. They look for small trades onto Alvaro every time, but he's just baiting them. He's wasting their time. Jojo's going to be shockwaved in, but there's a full minion wave here. Shield Durant negates a little bit, and the minions are going to do the work for him.
It was also a bit dangerous from Jackie's. MKOI were in a position to try and cut Giant X off from that top side. You can see it kind of here, but they end up opting in towards the mid lane turret instead, and they will end up cracking open the base.
All right, base easily done, and both games kind of turn into stomps, like past the 20, 25-minute mark. They've just been runaways. At least this one got a little bit bloodier, but yeah, MKOI haven't really shown any weakness in their 5v5s, in their small skirmishes. Another Nexus turret, or rather Inhibitor turret, going to drop down. Inhibitor's next. I'm sure that Nexus turret won't be a misspeak. That'll be coming shortly. Mewin's zoning them off. His ulti up and available. Now both Inhibitors down. Top wave is coming in as well. Giant X are like, we've got to defend the last turret, but man, where do you defend? It's anarchy. All minions are coming in, and Super's just stepping up. Arcane shifts away. Baron, Cannon, minions for the win, literally. One Nexus turret down, one to go. Giant X, they're looking like a bunch of chickens right now. Headless they soon will be. Decimating smash, heroic entrance, a shield of Durant, and the winds of water blow down Jackies. Giant XD in game 2. There's no point adding another X. There's only one this game. And as we go to game 3, it is nice to see our spring champions have finally risen.
Welcome back, MKOI. My word, that was a performance. Start to finish. Great position in team fights. Great position across the board.
Final game of day 1, right after this.
When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing blind, you're one of a kind. Sound on and feel my heart. We're never lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on, from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be lost. You are my home, you feel my pain. My soul is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything, you never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing blind, you're one of a kind. Stars shine.
No cleansa ya. No flasha ya, no flasha ya, no flasha ya. I have nothing else than that. I have W now for Chaya. They wanna hit me. No, please. Yeah, he has it. Oh, they wanna hit me now. Let me. I need kill.
Bro, that was not a BLG Aracon. What the f? Okay, we start. That was a EU Aracon start.
Oh.
Yeah.
Please end it. No. And I'm trying. Sion.
And welcome back to the LEC ahead of game 3 between MKOI and GX. And Guys and everyone at home, I have a very special guest here, someone who traveled from very far to see his favorite team win. What is your name?
My name is Hector and I came from Mexico.
Well, Hector, it's really nice to meet you. So did you actually really come to see MKOI play?
Yes, all the way from Mexico just to see MKOI play.
That is some sick dedication, honestly. I hope they can win the series and you can see them afterwards and meet them. But what do you like the most about this team?
I like the way they play as a family and the emotions surrounding the whole team.
Okay, if there's one specific player that you really want to see pop off in Game 3, who would that be?
Alvaro and Supa.
Alvaro and Supa, the bot lane. Some love for Hector, please, here in the LEC studio. I hope you get to see your team win. And Desk, over to you.
Oh my God, that's so wholesome. Thank you. Let's go, Hector. I hope for your sake that they win. I guess they play again tomorrow. So worst case, they can play again then. Interesting, he said Alvaro and Supa, and we didn't really have time to talk about it before the game, but I know when we discussed this game in our meetings this week, we talked a lot about how MKOI really need to kind of double down on Supa, right, and their bot lane, because it feels like that can be a very, very reliable win condition if you do play towards it, but then they keep getting killed in lane.
Yeah, that's the one thing, right? Let's start with the positives. I agree with you. I think Alvaro is the best support in Europe right now. I think he's doing a phenomenal job. Well, okay. But either way, I also think Supa is incredibly reliable in the late game. What he did so well in Spring was that he barely got resources from his teammates, but just managed to have some of the best farming in the entire world, actually, and then just become a monster in the late game. Now, let's talk about some of the negatives from the 2 games we've seen this series. Absolutely mind-boggling, uncharacteristic mistakes has come through where they've been 2v2 killed 2 times in a row, yet he still managed to become a threat in the late game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just bouncing off GB because I think like Alvaro, massive performance today in these 2 games, but let's look at Supa. His stats looks really good, and I was very hesitant when I saw their comp this game because I see a Sion, a Galio, a Pantheon, a Rakan. Not a lot of damage, you know?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of weight on Supa's shoulder with this S-roll, with only skill shots to damage, but he really stepped up in the mid to late game, really finding so many crucial mystic shots and actually putting out all the damage. I was very hesitant towards everything he could do.
I mean, they needed a big moment to get those resources because, again, they were put on the back foot because of also that lane performance from the bot lane. But I feel like something that you can always kind of have in the back of your head when you're watching MKOI GB is that they can be clutch. Even in a game where they're behind, and I think this next replay is going to show that around the Herald.
Yeah, I think it's always that creativity. They have a composition where Finn already broke it down, right? It can lack damage, but it can also have a ton of lockdown. And I think both Jojo on the flank, but Alvaro in this fight is absolutely smurfing it.
Yeah, Alvaro, he waited. I thought he would have been 2-3 times before he did, and he really finds this absolutely crucial timing. Waiting for the Shogun Q, waiting for the Rel CC to not get interrupted in the middle of his W. Great patience, and I think he really sets up this masterful fight together with Mirwin.
But it's also bringing me some massive complaints I have around GX right now, because to have one positive, I think their laning phase in their early game is fantastic, right? Yeah. They're doing a great job. But that makes the next part of the game even more disappointing, because if you're the one that's ahead and you're dropping these leads in the mid game, so often around objectives or around a team fight, they turn into headless chickens.
Yeah.
Right? They are just running around doing their own thing. I think Jackie's did it a ton this game as well. I think they're lacking a way of just clearly having a way to play the fights, and it's really binding them in the back.
We have one replay to show that in particular where I think they look really just disjointed, GX, in this one. And of course, MKOI kind of slammed the door, but you see Jackie's and what he's kind of trying to do, but the positioning is off. And these are kind of the things that we have been criticizing GX for, Finn.
Yeah.
But you could see it from the side of, okay, they want to make something happen, but...
Yeah, so here GX has the position for the Dragon, and I'm a little bit confused, because a part of GX wants to really just give this mid wave and then get to Dragon, while another part of GX wants to really contest.
We just shockwave a Pantheon in this mid lane. Like, you're right, Finn. Like, they're just fighting for mid prior for a Dragon, but it's so long, it's without a target. Jackie's does his own thing. They then go for Alvaro. He gets saved by Jojo. They're in the fight, and all of a sudden, GX has spent all their utilities and their spells. Yes,
Very Danish.
to try and fight for the mid wave, and they fail.
Yeah, it was really, really sad to see because you also have to keep into the back of your head. They still have a chance here to turn this game back, and then it's a 2-0 possibly, right? So the fact that they leave it there in the mid lane sucks for them. For us, it's cool because we get to see a third game. And I'm also happy because I saw you being so excited about Mirwin because he had a stinker of a first game, Finn. But did he redeem himself here?
Yes, and I did a breakdown of last Atakan, so I would love to do it one more time in honor of my good friends at MKOI. And I want to tell you about this Atakan because it starts now, and you see GX is very split out, and MKOI are just all getting into position really well, and GX is hitting. They're hitting as we roll the clip out. They're hitting, and they're like, guys, are we gonna fight? Are we gonna turn? Are we gonna finish? And they're hitting, and it just keeps going. And MKOI just get into these perfect positions. You have Supa on the top flank, you have Mirwin on the bot flank, and now suddenly GX are like, guys, we have to fight now. And now they just get collapsed on so well. Keep your eyes on Mirwin this fight. He is on Noah the entire fight. Flashes into Fog of War to get the masterful Q. And it's just a really weird start by GX. I'm standing up because I'm so frustrated with GX. I need to see more from them. You did this mistake game 1 and you still got away with it. But in game 2, the game is even, you gotta do better than this.
But it's also one of those things, right? I'll stand up with you, you're not alone. So it's one of those things as well, like, when they start these Atakan fights, right? They're never the ones who's dictating the zone.
Exactly!
They're the one who's dictated in the zone.
I mean, the setup is just not there. They don't have vision in the river, they don't have vision in the jungle, and they're just letting MKOI do everything they want while they're stuck hitting the stupid Atakan time and time again. And I'm just getting so annoyed. I'm about to turn Scandinavian.
It's a bit of a crutch. It's a little bit of a crutch. We both turn Scandinavian when we get passionate.
Acceptable crash out, I would say, for this, because, you know, this is a very important match for a lot of reasons, right? Because of the Spanish rivalry, but also because of the race you have for getting to Worlds at the end of the season, for getting to that finals weekend. And in that case, you can't leave anything on the Rift, especially if it's mistakes that you've made a couple of times. And I think something we pose is that Giant X is so good in scrims. We heard it again from the G2 esports boys who said they're really, really good there. So we're always expecting more from them. I think it's about time that we see it come fully to fruition in this game 3.
Yeah, and the things about being good in scrims is that scrims is heavily early game skewed.
Yes.
Scrims is all about getting a lead fast, rolling over opponents in lane, and then kind of snowballing that fast because the games are a little bit more messy, a little bit more sloppy, a little bit here and there, topsy-turvy. But when it comes to stage games, you need to play the game post 20 minutes.
You do, unfortunately for GX. They have selected the blue side, so let's see if they get it past 20 minutes and they get it to that goal, or if MKOI is going to make Hector very, very happy.
It's a good question, isn't it? Because it was a frustrating game. I mean, Finn and GB decided that the seat was no longer their friend. I understand. Seats can be maniacal sometimes, can't they?
Intimidating, to be
yeah,
honest.
that's a better word for it, isn't it? I think the biggest thing is that for GX, like all the compliments, sorry, their pre-game talk, calling each other sexy on the thing, Dagda, that was funny. They can't see it, but the lobby, okay, guys, simmer down. The game 3's about to start. All I just said was, you're sexy. No, you're sexy. So, great pre-game lobby. We never get to see
sexy.
it. It's nice talk, isn't it?
Yeah, I can understand it.
And GX and MKOI really turning up the heat for game number 3. Let's go. Pick band starts with Yunara, and what a surprise. Double 80 carry taken off the board. And last game, it was slim pickings after the hyper carries were all the way gone. Let's see if this game's the same thing as we groove out. This is my favorite pick band music, by the way. This should be ramped up. Like, this should just be the pick band.
I appreciate that. I can just see you turning it up and me not.
No, you're up, Dagny. You are 90% of my eardrums all the time. I just want the disco at 80.
I do like the bands coming through from Giant X, Yunara. Premier AD carry now that we picked game 3. Also, Mirwin has looked fantastic when he gets his hands on the Mbessa, so a bit of a takeaway from him, and also something that is very good at starting these fights. I do wonder if we start to see things like the Vi still being banned away, or if teams are happy now with a lot of the more skirmish-heavy junglers in the early stages gone. They're happy to just answer with the Maokai. That's the Faker message.
The EU trip, yeah. I was going to say, we got some shout-outs. Vi taken away, okay. It does mean like the EU tree does rise up with things like the Vi also added into the list, so It's a worthwhile mention. I'm trying to think, Dagda, of other B1s here, with Cassante down, with Azir down, with some of the high priority carries down. Anything else we want to throw in there before we slap into game one?
Annie? Oh, Annie is taken off the board. But I still think, yeah, Rumble up there. Still up and available if they want to try and go for it. Especially with Gwen taken away, maybe that is your opportunity to try and look for that. You go Rumble, Maokai, open up with Lucian then.
Jax is open for the first time, though. Do you think GX will lock in Jax B1? Like, is it really that strong for Lot? One of his best champions, but usually into the Gwen matchup, it's an option.
The other option is a Ryze first pick.
Ooh, I like that too.
Jojo, quite strong on the Ryze. He was kind of the premier mid laner that was playing it, coming off the back of spring.
Rumble
but
instead.
it is going to be the Rumble. So
Okay.
I still think Ryze an option here, especially with a lot of the longer range carries in the mid lane gone. There it is. That can really punish him. And now you can opt in towards a bit more of a team or a skirmish jungler if you'd like to, or just go back towards a Maokai, Sejuani, pick up something in the 80 carry role if you're also interested.
I feel like the Maokai follow-up Poppy picked up instead. Note that Mirwin doesn't have the Aurora to run in this Rumble matchup. I feel like Lot had it available earlier, but in game one, it was the blind pick top lane to kind of negate this Rumble, as we were talking to Caps. So now how does GX comp look? How does it piece together? Normally we'd see things like Jarvan, right, with pairings with immobile mages or immobile 80 carries. We don't have an 80 carry yet as the Maokai you already talked about. Why even question it? There's Yone too, okay. A nice pairing, a nice scale on GX to Wei.
The Poppy early though is still a flex here for MKOI. Could send it down to the bottom lane for Alvaro, because I imagine for Giant X they're still looking at things like the Alistair maybe in this bottom side to be another engage tool, or at least a follow-up engage alongside the Maokai. Like the Ornn though, that was kind of where my eyes were drifting for MKOI. Just take a easy front to back team fight and just open up for Supa, who at least game 2 was playing absolutely fantastically, and you still have many things that can be in that carry position from the bottom lane.
As Jinx gets taken away, Ziggs is an early ban here from MKOI, thinking maybe they're worried about hyper carries in lanes or something that Ziggs can outrange. Do you get rid of things like Caitlyn? I'm trying to think. Dag to go down the list. Aphelios we've talked about before already.
Jinx, Aphelios, Senna maybe.
Okay.
It depends on if you are going to flex this Poppy to the jungle, because sorry, to the support role. I think you need a bit more of a stronger presence in the jungle if you want to go for that route. But we'll have to see exactly what the answers are going to be. I still think, yeah, you can go for Lucian if you really want to in that bottom side. Caitlyn's still fine. Misfortune even not the worst when you can get the follow-up with the Ornn ultimate as well.
And with something that has good engage as well, there's a lot of keep them there tools too. Corki taken down. Aphelios just going to be slammed here. Immediately, they are playing front to back on MKOI.
Yeah, this is a very bog standard composition.
Yeah.
On the upside for Giant X, very much a I like the Jhin more than I like kind of anything else here. I think it sets up well for being able to have not self-peel, but operate from such a long distance that the team fight doesn't team fight stats from MKOI shouldn't be able to interact with him too much. Bard, a good interrupt as well, especially for 2 immobile carries in the back line. So Giant X, I like the adaptation when it comes to their 4 or 5s here.
They also have long range with this Bard too. But is it going to be enough of an engage tool here, Dagda? That's a question I'll ask you in a second for GX and how it's composed. For MKOI, what's their option? Is it going to be a Poppy support, or is that going to Elyoya in jungle? We talked about engage. Maybe it comes to an Alistar here to round it out. Blitzcrank pick. Would it be too long? But, I mean, Thresh. Yeah, that pairing is normally better.
So I like the Blitz for the Spice. I think the Thresh, okay, I was going to say, would have been better for the Lantern. Both for, so when the Bardo comes down, maybe you can try and reposition after coming out of the Bardos. You can hook any champions that are standing around your carry to try and bring them out. Alistair, going to try and do something similar, which is just ult and then play peel, right? That is basically the goal here. I think, though, with the amount of frontline MKOI already has, maybe the Thresh was a bit excessive, and that's probably their thought process.
Okay.
And they can just look for bounce house galore when it comes to their team fights.
Lay it up so that Jojo and Super can smack it down. GX on the other side, we see long range built in with the Jhin, with the Bard, right? There's a lot of R buttons, go buttons that Dagda, once it's down, what's your concern here with GX's draft?
Actually, I like Giant X's draft as well. I think, again, you've got both, as you say, the long range, fantastic.
Yeah.
Both engage tools, essentially in the ultimates from the AD carry and support. You've got good side laning, you've got strong team fights, and as long as you can set up with either the Bard ult or the Maokai ultimate, the Jhin setup works well in allowing both of them. I think you have ways of starting fights on your terms, and especially if you can blow an early summoner spell on towards Supa or Jojo, they just become the target for a fight. And think about the amount of AoEs, CC or damage that can just be lined up over the top of it.
And if you do get lined up by GX, the shred, man, you're right. It's exciting, it's good comps from both sides. GX MKOI, final game. The win decided in the series, single round robin, best of 3. Fearless always delivers, doesn't it? People argue Fearless. I will never understand. The pros always outweigh the cons for me, and I don't care what anyone says. Jack, you don't have to weigh in on this. I will just tell you that I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely made things more interesting.
Oh yeah.
So,
I like interest. Like who doesn't?
Look, I am glad that we only got Talia Azir for game 1.
True. Otherwise, we'd have 3 games in a row. Azir Corki, Azir Corki, Azir Corki. What's happening game 4? Azir Corki. No longer. It's nice. MKOI, cheeky invade, but easy for the Bard here to just Cosmic Binding, send him away. Nothing really that different. There's a Phase Rush Alistar on my screen instead of Spellbook. So Alvaro is going to get his combo and then just run out. Yo, that beef is on a delivery schedule.
It's more, I think, so that then you can actually keep up with Jhin or Noah if you ever get that combo off. So when you get the combo, you immediately hit with your E. That's 3 procs of Phase Rush, and it means you get to stay in range of the enemy with your Phase Rush movement speed to actually get that auto attack off. Because otherwise, you kind of go for the combo. Jhin or Noah can slow you down, and it's a bit more difficult to keep in the fight. So it's more about, I think, for MKOI, the chase down, as they realize, like, if they're the ones finding the fight on their terms, it's very easy to try and take over a fight as long as you can keep in pace with Trident.
Quick note, Jackie's is mismatching the lane. If you can't already see it in front of your screen. So Jackie's is top, running into the Ornn matchup, which as soon as he gets played with Ruin King for that Ornn, that will be terror. But also, Lot running into the Rise. Smart move from GX, maybe into more favorable matchups so that Ornn can't chill against Lot.
I think it makes it a little bit more difficult for Loss. One of the things that Rumble doesn't like is things that can outrange him.
Yeah.
Oftentimes you'll see him struggle against things like the Jace and those kind of things, and you'll see them taken off the board when you want to go for Rumble. Jojo going to have a much simpler time in getting this damage underneath the tower. Plus, about, I want to say 4 patches ago now, maybe 5, probably 4, where Rumble's magic resist got nerfed as well.
It did,
so specifically into something like a Rise, he's going to struggle, and you're already kind of seeing that in the matchup.
So maybe it's about Captain Jackie's then. Maybe the matchup there, the allocation is more about this Yone. Interesting choice regardless, as you're right, Jojo zoning off one hell of a lot. And that's 4 CS to 14 observers. You're going to have to do the little switchy thing. You're going to have to move the mouse and click that and move that down, because I will not deal with it. I want to see my Rumble versus the Rise.
Also, the lack of being able to access the Doran Shield makes this worse as well. So you have second wind on both Jackie's and Loss, but Jackie's will be able to continuously get that healing from the second wind, whereas you don't really have that. Sure, you got the 2 potions for Lot, but he's already burned through both of them.
True.
And now is not really in the best of spots. Jojo will look for the quick reset and TP back in, but I imagine we're going to need some early, well, something from Lot to try and keep him safe here.
Jackie's, so far, by the way, he's doing okay in the lane, but Milan's just keeping up fine. Alvaro bumped a little bit. Noah and Jhin, so far, their laning phases have been pretty good. A kill in both game 1 and game 2. Let's see if we can get the full trifecta as Elyoya just passing through mid. Scuttle's going to go down, and he's off towards the top.
I like this move from Elyoya, though. It's Jojo's already got the reset. Lot couldn't crash the wave. So now Jojo is in a great spot to either just crash this wave and deny Lot the reset, and they can test for second scuttle, which you can see he actually sniped away on that top side. Or no, actually, sorry, he didn't quite get it.
Almost.
But it means that Lot has to take the reset now, and he can protect Jojo in the mid lane as Jojo crashes the wave and tries to make Lot lose, or Jackie's lose a bit of CS. Lost a bit of CS. This is
no, you're right, it's okay. It's also because their portraits are mismatched. It's like, man, how's actually the CS going? 9 behind is Lot. Remember, into Jojo, he's just trying to step up. Electro harpoon the wave and then hope that Jojo just doesn't chain him. A little bit nicer when he can walk away from the combo of Essence Flux there and use Jojo's mana as much as possible, but he's also got a tier now, so Jojo gets that little bit more annoying.
You can see though 22 CS to the 35. Jojo's in a fantastic spot, and for Rise this is perfect. You get to farm up, you get a wave that you can push in mid, get access to the map, and I think that's where again we'll start to see that trending down towards the bottom side of the bottom side of the map, and see if you can enable Supa to get snowballing on this. Felios has just gone for the reset. No wordy Cole, but I think that makes sense in this matchup specifically because you do have a lot of damage that can come through from Noah, and you want to be able to match that in some of these trades.
But meanwhile, in solo lanes, Jojo's coming top. Quick back from Jackie's, but there's no rune prison or interrupt of any of the sort that can come through. Jackie's might be going towards mid as Mirwin and Lot are now the mid laners. And we're going to TP top. Jackie's going to continue to match this and make sure he doesn't lose that wave.
I'm surprised. I thought they'd try and get Lot on the reset here and maybe try and move him up into that top side, or even just immediately push into that top lane. But the fact that now you've already got that early Negatron cloak built from Mirren, he's going to be delighted to fight off against Lot because you kind of bypass a lot of that early pressure. Whereas when you look across at Jojo, he's got the early tier. He's going to be fine to just match up against the Yone.
No ulti for Jackie's yet. He's getting close to it though. Jojo, he'll get whipped a little bit if this minion goes down, and indeed it does. Jojo hits him, and Jackie's no knock-up. Otherwise that ulti would have been triggered. Kill threat coming through as Jojo knows that he steps back.
You do have to be a little careful of Jojo just because of the extended lane. In mid lane, it's much more difficult for Jackie's to chase the Rise down because of that shorter lane. When you're in a side lane, it becomes a lot more difficult, I'll say, as Jackie's.
There it is, knocks up, the Q hits, and under turret, Jackie's close. Jojo flashed away. One more auto, that would have been death, as now junglers are getting in it because top is getting busy.
Jojo needs to try and get the reset off. Jackie's going to try and shove a wave and make sure that at least MKOI lose something off the back of this. You see LEC even moving up to the top side to try and keep his mid laner safe. Great job from Jackie's, and this is what I was talking about. In an extended lane, you can chase down the Rise for a longer period of time than you can in that mid lane.
Also, it makes you think as well, maybe just Jackie's wanted to be in that extended lane regardless of who matched it or not. And with Jackie's getting that push away, as you said, Jojo had to pay caution. He backed a little bit later, now just getting back on the map. It's enabled to push up from Jackie's, wave being denied, and Mirwin doesn't have teleport to get that full minion wave, so you can see the denial with mid laners, aka Lot and Jojo being even now. Jackie's versus Mirwin is in a good stage too.
However, you've got Jackie's moving to the top side into Mirwin, who's got all this magic resist, which means the Yone going to have a great time against the Ornn. Whereas when you look across at Lot, he's the one that's really going to be struggling as he tries to go up against Jojo Piona, because he's now got back into a similar position. So Jackie's definitely in a fantastic spot off the back of this early game. It's going to be Lot who's going to struggle a bit.
I will say, Haunted Guys, nice, and as it gets to Leandries, that'll be nice going into Jojo, a health stacker. So that's something to look forward to if that first item makes a difference. But regardless, as you said, Jojo so far in this matchup has had that range advantages. It has been fully about this lane swap. We've had a big focus on it. Just remember, MKOI have got the Dragon, and Grubs are coming up in 5 seconds. So that's the next focus here. Giant X do have top control thanks to Jackie's, and that should lead them into starting off these Grubs.
Yeah, and you are probably sitting at home going, well, the mid laners are even on gold. The top laners essentially even on gold after Mir and
It must look differently.
Why does it matter? But it's because you've got a tank in the top side who's happy to lose out a little bit of this gold, whereas for Lot, he wants to be doing damage, and Alvaro found him.
Movement speed, trample, Lot gonna flash. Realm Warp used from MKOI. Let's find out if it's an overcommit dagger, because Grubs are gone anyway, but they have, because of the pressure, opened up Supa for bot.
Yeah, this was what they wanted, to get Supa control of this bottom side, deny Lot access to the wave. Now ISMA trying to move in towards mid, so then they maybe can corner off Jojo from accessing the mid lane again. Jojo just able to scrape past, it looks like, unless ISMA wants to open up with the ult. It doesn't look like that'll be the case.
Magical Trumpet Man is just roaming around now. Tempered Fate is available for him. And Jojo has to be careful with no Realm Warp, with no flash available. Ranged engage that we talked about in draft, those tools that can be used to set up for fights. Giant X's forte here can punish flashes so much easier. So Jojo, as he steps up, Deadly Fire is good dodge away as Giant X's bot lane now hovers. We are in the master of lane swaps this game. It's nice. We've not just gone for the normal, let's send bot 2v1 into top laners. We've gone, no, let's send our top laner into mid. Let's swap it around and put top laners mid. Let's put our 2v2 into mid lane as well. Everyone likes to dance in this game.
And now AD carry top lane.
Ooh, new meta.
Yeah.
Try kind of the old one, but
Junglers go bot. Let's put them in a lane
to
next.
base.
Jun, where is the journey taking us? Okay, through that. Awesome skin, by the way. I love the little gate on the magical journey. Is Isma. He's not even going to get his own scuttle. Bramble Scash disengaged, flashes over the wall. He wanted to walk up to top, but the Gravitum on Super forces the Summoner.
Summoner on Isma gone. Good Bramble Smash, as he said, to deny Elyoya the charge into the wall.
Yeah.
Again, though, Alvaro working with Supa gets a ton of this CS in the top side, so Supa going to be able to answer for some of the early CS that's already been picked up by Noah. Should be able to get off the early plates. That's why you're seeing the even gold. Although Noah actually going to be offered a little bit more of a CS lead than I thought on this top side. But again, those early turret plates, denying that access to the lane for a lot is paying off for Supa here.
Now, quick note, Dragon up in 25 seconds, and first items are coming on board, but it really is about who can hit the mark first. Collective from Super getting close. Whereas Noah here as well. Serrated Dirk sitting in inventory with Rectrix. Rotating carry is not really moving anywhere yet. Jackie's is my concern, though, because there's Blade of the Ruined King on the way. Now, let's see how far away he is. It's just disengaged from Grav.
That's what I was going to say. If I'm... Oh, Noah.
No, let's find out. There's a route there, but Jojo wants to get out. There's a flash from John. Cosmic Binding doesn't connect, then popped away mid-ulti. Jackie's just hit a wall. Elyoya not going to get 4 shots. Super, or rather Noah, excuse me, kind of missed everything there. Jackie's ult, I mean, that's some Neo stuff right there.
Yeah, Jackie's is running home after that one. That was incredible from Elyoya. Just about able to keep Jojo Pyun safe. And that was key, because I was about to say, I think for Giant X, they're in a really good spot off of these one-item spikes. Your Rod of Ages, your only magic resist on Mirwin going in towards Jackie's, and also the 80 damage from the Jhin. But Jojo,
instant
good roll
TP
here. The TP comes through. But what a hit. Like, sidestep from Jojo, sidestep again, and the hit. Barely keeping Jojo Pyun safe. That was so well played by the mid jungle from MKOI.
That was kind of insane.
And even in mid, that push also got more resources for Supa as he got more turret plates again. So that's where you're seeing the 300 gold lead open up for him. Still though, I think if I'm MKOI, I'm more again trying to play for push in mid and put pressure on towards the top side of the map. See if maybe you can get a turret plate or two here. I think Dragon, just with the item spikes for Giant X, is a bit too strong.
I agree with that. I mean, Giant X, second Dragon's up now. Their first one, if they can lay it down that CC, but I will say, there is no ulti from Jackie. Noah, he doesn't have his curtain call either. Small trade into Jojo. Yes, the rise top might be a benefit here with no TP and only a Realm Warp.
I think it's a bit of a mistake from Giant X though, putting Lot into this bottom side.
Yeah.
I think they should have sent Jackie's to bot. Lot has that TP advantage, put him into the top end.
Nice,
and means that you can try and TP in. With Jackie's not there, I think for MKOI, you'd actually be pretty happy that you've got the strength to go for Dragon.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a free trade because of the TP top, and Jojo's getting some support. It depends on what Alvaro can do here with a flash and ulti available. Nature's Grasp. Isman's probably going to pull the ulti out of Alvaro. No, he holds onto it for a bit, and Jojo sits here with flash available. Giant X committing hard. Equalizer down on the cow. You're overcooking him a little bit. Tempered Fate, he flashes into it. As meanwhile, Jojo just stands and delivers. Alvaro now no ulti up.
The Jojo ends up going. Oh, hang on, play him.
Noah could be in trouble. He's reloading. Elyoya bops him off. Super is going to get some turret plating through mid, and they got the Dragon. Dak, you're going to have to tell me about that interaction.
So the ultimate from Jun hitting Jojo Pyun means that he can't complete the ultimate to get them both out to safety. But Or now into the top side makes it fine.
Noah stepped up to this Caliber and flash away from Super. Deadly Fire doesn't connect. Call the Forge God doesn't either. It's a curtain call time. Elyoya sends the ulti, flashes away, gets hit eventually. Super dodges first blood at 13.5 minutes, and we're starting to play the saxophone a bit.
Giant X able to make that play work. It looked so many pieces were nearly falling into position on both sides of the board, but it's Giant X who were able to, off of that play in top, move to mid because Mirwin had to move top to try and cover a potential dive. They get the numbers advantage on mid, and numbers advantage on boss.
He's caught out. He has no flash up against the wall. He'll just take it from Jojo. Hex flash over, and Alvaro will help secure a nice pop back with Trample too, but Jojo needs to get his rotation down. Magical Journey to help Lot, taken through, and Jun, the hero of Lot.
A necessary journey for Jun there, both for Jun. and for Law to make sure that he could survive. Still, though, it will mean that push on bottom side comes through for Jojo. Pyun wave a little bit off. No TP available. He will continue to lose out as Giant X.
We're starting to get antsy in this game, and I love it. Now, let's have another objective to fight over. Riot say yes. 20 seconds. Top left. Let's have a go. Herald's coming up. Jackie's into Mirwin. Now as Blade of the Ruined King, things get a little bit harder. Bramble's going to help, but not that much with Kanik Rookern.
This time around, though, it's MKOI who have that teleport advantage. Jojo putting pressure on the bot side means that he can always TP in towards this Rift Herald engagement if they need to. MKOI also push on mid and damage onto Jun. This should be MKOI securing the objective.
Super did just pop Ghost for what it's worth, so next fight around Dragon, Super probably won't have that Ghost or Flash available. Herald being started off, GX coming in, Tempered Fate back up and available, Deadly Flourish trying to pull out the Alvaro Alders. Smite's going to be used. Isma gets a bit of a slow here, and Nature's Grass comes out. He has no Smite to steal the Herald, but maybe they want to fight. Bramble's beautiful onto Alvaro with his ulti. Tempered Fate buys time, and Giant X are playing in front to back as a Cosmic Binding from out of this world. Alvaro shoves to get kaput as a Twisted Advance on the back. Noah is hitting fours. Jun runs in, and with a Deadly Flourish, the bot lane playing insane. Jojo is hitting big though. He brings the fight back a bit for MKOI, but Giant X are really feeling the blood rush.
Giant X go 2 for 3 in the fight, and they actually do it in a 4 versus 5. That was huge for them to be able to take that, and great positioning and kiting back was the source of that win.
Now Herald does go to MKOI because Isma smited El Yoya in the fight, but he could see the demon.
This was really well played by Giant X though. Use your range, slowly work them down. Yoya also kind of moving in, but again, you buy so much space here. Super not able to hit. You've also got Jojo Pyun who's Jackie's who's keeping Mirwin out of this top fight. The ultimate from Jun hitting onto so many members means that Yoya and Alistar end up getting separated in the fight, and it becomes an absolute mess for MKOI as they desperately try to get some sort of damage back. But you're losing this fight, you're losing the bot terror, and everything is going with you.
I didn't even realize in the fight because so many heads butting, but the 4v5 win is kind of crazy from Giant X. Like, yeah, a bit of glaze coming their way because MKOI got the Herald, but still, that was just kind of gnarly to take on.
But that's the power of what we were talking about in the draft for Giant X. The ability to buy space with this Maokai ultimate, with this Bard ultimate as well, makes it really difficult for short-range carries that we're down to Ghost, as you pointed out beforehand, to get into position. It's hard to deal your damage if Giant X have not jumped in on top.
Now, the one downside is that a lot of summoners were burnt. Jackie's the only one with Flash available that I can see. Lots is coming up soon with TP. Jackie's will not have that set TP because Dragon's coming up, third one in 20 seconds, and MKOI, they know that GX will not afford to give this away. A play being made on top side by Jun, and Jackie's is Alvaro, not the true target. It's onto Jojo again. Jackie's misses a couple of blades though. First getting good from Jojo here, even with a lost chapter. Flash available, forces out of Jackie's as well. Trying to overload this man in the mid lane is Jun. Magical Journey, Tempered Fate dodge. T1 flashes the logo as we get an ulti interrupted. Jackie sends it into Jojo though, trying to hit everything he can, but as he runs away, Jackie has kited through. The minion wave gets in, and Alvaro gets out. Herald dropped mid in the meantime, and Giant X commit to the Bruiser top play.
Giant X end up getting the kill. MKOI were starting to shift mid to make a play on towards the mid lane, but Giant X had already rotated top. Now though, MKOI using that mid pressure will secure themselves the Dragon. It's a 2v3. I don't really think Giant X want to contest this.
Is it going to be worth it in the long run? Giant X, the gold trade for Soul Point this early on. Nature's Grasp available for Isma. He's looking at an angle. They don't get mid-turret. Call the Forge God. A play after the fact. It double hits. Isma slowed down. Searing Charge. Bellows Breath. Bombs for a few. Isma one hit away. Double ulti. Set up for the Shuriken from Super. Giant X are too far gone though. They're back off in the play. Deadly Flourish. Curtain Call. Now onto Super, but Mirwin in front of them all. Jun, no Magical Journey, Cosmic Binding, whatever you want to call it. The magic is gone, and Giant X now facing Soul Point, and that's Soul in 4 minutes 30.
So MKOI are consistently trying to overload certain parts of the map and drop this bottom side to make those plays happen. couldn't get it on the first rotation moving in towards mid. We see Giant X make the big play on top. Then they try to make it happen. So you can see here, they'd already started to shift people in towards the mid lane, but this is where Giant X had already started shifting to the top side. Lot having that TP and that great ward in behind means as Jojo flashes forward, they know that they can go for the big play, and just the heal used by Alvaro doesn't quite get the range for Jackies to finish off with the Q. Great ultimate from Jackies here, and then using the E to buy space means that he's able to survive, and they manage to pick off Jojo Pyun. But obviously now you've got MKOI realize, hey, we can go for that dragon. So it's kills, bit of map presence, but Jojo,
oh, he's hit! He's hit! And Giant X are on his tail. Deadly Flourish equalized, and Jojo's trying to take someone down with him, but he won't. In front of the Atakan spawn, that enables Giant X to start off this beauty straight away.
You can see Elyoya immediately starts to run up towards his top side, but I think it's more to set up a defensive formation so they can take the dragon. Jackie's starting to move into position so he can hold on to this tier 2 tower. How far do MKOI want to push in the mid lane?
But getting Atakan is still a big gold injection. In a turret, as you said, the siege starts, but Jackies is here with ulti available. And so MKOI respect, back off. Bot wave also push into the inner turret. And Giant X, meanwhile, with 3 grubs, going to get a lot overheated and hitting inner turret itself too.
This is such an insane game.
It is.
Giant X are playing towards what is their win condition. Constantly attack and overload side lanes, using this Jun ultimate and Isma ultimate to catch out members of MKOI you can't escape. Whereas for MKOI, all they're thinking is objective, objective, objective. Try and find these windows to get the fights that we want so we can force one big team fight at this dragon that's going to be up in 2.5 minutes. Ocean Soul is going to be relatively nice as there's already a decent amount of poke that can come through from the likes of Noah and some damage that can come through from Lost, but this is nuts.
It is. It's a nice way to finish the series, I'll tell you that much. When we've had 2 relatively slower early games, and this one, yeah, it wasn't the speediest, but it's really enveloped and taken our emotions into a new state. Let's see, caught out Izzy. We're going to find out against the wall, Magical Journey, or rather Cosmic Binding. It's difficult when now Locke comes in as well, and Mirwin to escape this, he's just slowed forever. Nature's Grasp is turning into a big fight, and MKOI walking into it with Elyoya. The disengage ulti gives the shove against the wall into Isma. The range big and coming in for a mid lane ulti himself. Jackie revives the fight, turns in, Elyoya flushes away, and somehow Giant X with numbers mismatched win another damn fight. The disengage meant nothing as MKOI got slaughtered.
Giant X are playing so well around getting these small picks, pushing mid into collapsing onto Mirwin, trying to shift off of top side, and they find the play that they want. Watch as we come into this. They've already shifted members because they've got push in mid over towards this top side. Lot is able to move over. Isma's getting the slow, and Mirwin can do nothing. This entire time, MKOI are trying to rally as they just come out of base. A phenomenal ult again from Jun, and sure, you get this disengage, but watch as the TP comes through. Jackie's immediately onto Supa, rips through the AD carry, and Alvaro's doing everything he can, but he's a bloody cow in the middle of a burner. He is going down with the rest of his team.
And I should apologize, disingenuous to say that one was mismatched. The TP first from Jackie's. Giant X once again getting first of the trade. Alvaro caught. No ulti up. He didn't even get to flash.
These picks are fantastic from Giant X. This is not easy to find these moments, but they're just pushing in, setting up vision incredibly well, and consistently using these long-range tools to find the picks they need.
It's a Giant X Glacier, this team, in Game 3 against our #1 seed from Spring Out Champions. They've put themselves into a 6k gold lead. It was growing before with the gold plays as Tempered Fate comes in. Nature's Grasp is going to be a little bit slow. Deadly Flash flushed away from Curtain Call with the range. GX a bit deep under turret, but Jun gets redeemed. Elyoya's ulti on a cooldown, only a short one as MKOI come to defend. But Dragon's up, 3 seconds into the choke. That's a bad decision from Mirwin reflecting in. Alvaro set up with Mirwin's ulti. Again, searing charge. The odds calls the forge. Isma Bob. Meanwhile, Jackie runs into the fight, but his team is getting wattled down. Supa has the right guns for the right job, for the right mission, the right mindset. Jackie's running in, but you can't deal with Supa when he gets to space.
Giant X mix up the call. Lot had moved to mid to try and push in and take the tower off the wave. MKOI see their moment and they engage. That will be the soul for MKOI.
One more time. Watch the fight, and man, Mirwin's turn.
Alvaro, phenomenal engage. Mirwin with the setup, the Infernum ultimate, huge. Supa's out of this fight. The ultimate from Locke keeps him completely out of the equation. And Jackie tries to do what he can, but after Supa's able to reconvene with the rest of his team, see the front to back they set up. Now Supa working behind the tanks. Jackie tries to do what he can, but it's just not having that real DPS there at the start from Lost makes it difficult in the 4 versus 5 for GIANTX to win it out.
When we talked about draft and when we came into this game, we talked about the front line from MKOI. Because they won that fight, they have an Ocean Soul now as well. The Dragon stacking has paid off. I think importantly though, those tanks that are taking a long time to die, even with the health cutting items from people like Lot and Jackie's, and even Noah, right? They are going to take a little bit longer now.
And it's on the opposite side. Where is the tank?
Yeah.
Isma, sure, Bloodletter's Curse gives you some health, but it's not really doing a huge amount. Same with Rumble. You've got a very squishy Bard in your bottom side as well. MKOI, if they can now use this tempo to set up on towards plays, find fights in chokes, it is going to be difficult for GIANTX to hold on to the position that they had.
We have no business getting such a banger to finish off in week 2 of the regular season of summer. But here we stand, Baron's up. It's the only look because Elder's up in 4 minutes 30, way too far. I'm looking at sides here, Dagda. I'm looking at Jackie's getting the push in top lane, applying a bit of pressure, enabling vision for GIANTX to control this blue side of the map pit. And you can notice right now, I mean, Isma's just cleared out the last ward. It's quite thin for MKOI. Remembering that GIANTX still have the gold lead, GIANTX still have control. They're just worried about how they face off against MKOI in a 5v5.
MKOI tools the face check, and they want to move in on towards GIANTX here. They're playing pretty fearless. They saw Jackie's on that bottom wave, I think so anyway. So they're just hovering here, slowly but surely going to work their way through mid-wave. Jackie's now showing, means they'll feel much more confident to actually take some of the vision back.
Bloodthirster picked up, by the way, from Super. Last fight only had 2 items, 2 and a bit. Now, 3rd completed item, shielding, sustain. Noah has himself LDR and IE. 3rd item for Jackie's on the way, but will he get there? That Infinity Edge is 625 gold left remaining. I think he's got it now, Doug. He's got TP as well, as vision is shared now in the Baron pit.
But crucially, he's also got some great TP wards. One here, another one here, so you can't really... hang on.
Super, oh my lord, Tempered Fate, good dodge. Cosmic Binding doesn't connect. Super was almost caught out, maybe burning the flash, but again, Jackie's just couldn't find the angle. He's come in now with his own Infinity Edge. 5 members of GX stacked up with Jun, a little bit low.
Still, MKOI have to be a little careful. GIANTX get position on towards the Dragon. I was about to say, MKOI would love to start up a Baron. Actually,
Remember, he has Ocean Soul. Ulti sent out from super early. Nature's Grass disengaged. Call the Forge God. Jams the ram down Noah's throat. Alvaro set it up, and Elyoya spiked it down. GIANTX caught out. Sent to the ground. Jackie's interrupted. Alvaro! That insane cow has caught them all. Isma now against Mirwin will get burnt down. A bellows breath to burn the fires of the Forge because MKOI have forged their way to a 2-1.
Alvaro finds the moment to dive on towards Noah and bring MKOI back into this. What a fight from MKOI.
Dagda, you're going to have to break this down in more than just words because GX here caught by their pants by Alvaro.
Yeah, Noah just takes that step too far forward. Immediately, Alvaro finds that engage. You've got the ultimate from Supa to take him low enough that when when Elyoya gets out of the fight, he's able to set up the kill. On this top side as well, Isma taken out of the equation. Alvaro headbutts in to just catch onto Jackie's ultimate. And MKOI and just punishing Noah for taking one step too far.
It's such a treat watching Jun versus Alvaro. I think this whole series has showcased why these guys are in the upper echelon, why they're the best supports. Alvaro obviously right now has the title. Jun has got a high level of respect here, even on the Bard attempts in this game. 11 out of 13 gets an honorable mention.
I was about to say as well, for MKOI, this would have been a very difficult position for you to try and turn on towards Baron. Although you want that kind of big team fight, the position that you had made it really hard because GIANTX, if they find you in the pit, are very good at locking you down and then using all of these AoE ultimates that we were talking about. The fact that Noah ends up overstepping means MKOI get that, they'll get to push out, and now these picks that GIANTX have been playing off of to find success, kind of that 23 to 26 minute mark, are now just completely out the door.
GIANTX had a 6k gold lead this game. 2,000 is MKOI's advantage over Giant X at this 29-minute mark right now. Teleport going to be burned. That's a teleport coming in from an Ornn. Mirwin has joined the fight, gets pressure in topside. Magical Journey taken. Jun tempered Fate. Gets super. Disengaged though. In the back end, they can't get him. Elyoya sends him out with the Keeper's Verdict. And Alvaro now popping the ult early, but with a redemption in with an equalizer down. Call of the damn god. It's good off from Jackies, but he just can't operate. He runs back in, but Super heals it all back up. And Mirwin, we bow, we pray, we say not today. For MKOI fans, they always find a way.
MKOI played that fight perfectly. Super jumped on. Access denied for Giant X, and the win denied alongside it.
And in what a way our Spring Kings revive in the series, and they make Giant X kneel. I look at Mirwin's on, I look at Elyoya's Poppy, and I say, boys, we know, along with Alvaro, that our tools are impossible to beat. What sensational performances from our champions.
MKOI played that perfectly. The peel, the fights, the pick from Alvaron towards Noah was that starting point that turned it back in their favor. Incredible stuff.
Just gnarly from MKOI. Rough start to the series, but they scaled, and those fights were just cinema to watch. Key player of the series, Elyoya Super Alvaro. Now, I have to tell you one thing, that Alvaro in that third game, you're going to be skewed. I don't know, I can't even remember how they started, but like, I mean, Super got killed in lane, game 1, game 2. A great recovery from him, to say the least. But the team fighting was nuts. That man on your screen right there, his Ornn was just unbelievably good.
Yeah, I think it, like, again, Giant X finds ways to be in winning positions, but it's just these 1 or 2 mistakes that creep in.
Yeah.
And again, like, fair play to MKOI for catching us. Like, again, Alvaro, great engage on towards Noah and that setup. And then even in that last moment where they still try to look for the player towards Super, there's the disengage. Like, Alvaro headbutts Jojo away, so he can't get the ultimate. You have the Elyoya ultimate to knock away the Bard, so there's no follow-up CC to come through. And then, unfortunately, Lot just TP's way too deep into that fight.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, look, I was looking at that last fight. We had 4 or 5 of them quite like it, but at that point, you know, Super spacing, no one can get to him. That front line's so big, we complimented the front line of MKOI, saying how much easier maybe it was to execute, or how hard it was for Giant X to at least get through it. In the end, an exhausting but a well-deserved victory. Alvaro's on stage. That guy can play Alistar, I tell you what.
What a beast.
Thank you so much, guys. What a beast indeed. I'm here with Alvaro for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Any first impressions on that performance and the entire series?
I mean, of course, I would say I'm happy because we took the first win of the split. I think it's really important, every single win, since already the regular season is already 4 games. So right now happy, but I'm not, in a way, also happy because the performance was not the best. I think we were a bit shaky.
Were you scared after game 1 and at the beginning of game 3, even though you guys were stacking Drakes, you were pretty behind?
I mean, I'm never scared, I would say, because we have already a lot of international as well experience. I think, yeah, being scared is not something that is actually that productive. But of course, you always think, okay, maybe we don't have the win condition that clear. So yeah, I mean, first game, I think it was a bit rough, and now the third one, at least we show up in the end.
What did it take for you guys to come back in game 3?
I think I was keeping the calm, and everyone was really confident that we could still, like win the game, because we had a lot of games in scrims that even if the game was behind, we are still training as well the resilience. So it's something important to train, because you never know if you can fuck up the game in official. So always training those situations, I think, is the most important, because you can take the win.
And you were talking about the international experience that you had. You had an amazing MSI individually and afterwards at EWC. What are the takeaways from this experience that you're going to try and carry in the LEC?
I think, for example, now something that we saw, of course, I played Worlds last year, but for me, playing both internationals, I think is such a good experience because you get to travel outside of Europe. And also, I think into the best teams that come into the competition, you can learn a lot of things both inside the game and I think on how they prepare for those specific tournaments. Because something that is really important is that the tournaments are really fast and the meta can shift. So the team that can adapt the fastest also can take the trophy. And I think, for example, in this case, in the series, we adapted faster.
I was just told that you're the Kia player of the series, so congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Coming back, thank you, Berlin. Coming back as the spring champion, what is your resolution personally?
I mean, of course, when we come as a champions for this split, I think everyone wants to beat us even more. We need to actually defend the title, which is something that for some people can be even more pressure, but I think for us we take it as a challenge. And coming into this split, for sure every single team will prepare even better, and the league of the level of the league will also improve. So for me, yeah, I'm just taking it as a challenge, and I'm ready. You know, come for us.
Love me some challenge. Something that have been talked about is the fact that you guys started working again and started scrims again 4 days ago. Is there a reasoning behind this?
So we had to do content of LEC the day 28. Sadly, Jojo couldn't come because he was sick. And basically, I stayed on Berlin, but the day that we were going to come, it was the day 4 or the 5. We had only 4 days of scrims, and it's basically because we prioritize more the rest because we are expecting that we will ramp up for Worlds, which is the important part. And right now, I think everyone, from what we already learned from MSI and EWC, I think everyone is prepared. And I don't think you need that many weeks or games to come prepared. I'm actually a bit surprised because I think we started doing pretty well already in scrims. It was not like that rough. But yeah, I think we prioritize more the rest because some of the teammates needed it. So
Mental health is always important. One quick question about the match of the week tomorrow against KC. People talk about G2 Fnatic, but I feel like we don't care about this anymore. It's MKOI versus KC.
I mean, both games are a banger. I think both teams are, both KC and us, like we have won LEC, they won in winter, we won in spring. We are kind of like taking the throne back from the G2 and Fnatic narrative. But of course, G2 and Fnatic is still a banger, and I will also watch it. So
excited about this. Now, we have Mirvin in PGL. Do you have any words for your top laner? He missed Blackpink, but he got a win, so maybe that's enough?
I mean, I remember that he used the flash in the air again. Like, it's a meme that we have in our team, so it was the comfort zone. But, I mean, good Ornn, finally picking tanks. So I don't need to be the only one engaging. But, yeah, good, well played.
Nice. Love the support from the top laner, Alvaro. Thank you so much for the interview. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. Over to PGL.
Thank you so much. We've got Mirwin here. And yeah, if you missed it, he did tweet this morning. Oh man, I could have been watching Blackpink, but I have to see Gyotto's face. At least you beat them, so that's pretty good, right?
It still feels a bit bad, you know?
Yeah.
A win is not enough.
It's not enough, you want to see Blackpink as well.
Of course.
I didn't really understand what Alvaro meant with the flash thing that he said at the end, that it's a meme in your team. What is this?
So I don't know why lately in officials I'm misclicking flash.
Oh. Yeah,
or like for example, Algeria misclicks ult. It just happens sometimes.
What letter is flash on?
F. Good.
Nice. Nice. Okay, otherwise we had to like quit PGL completely. How did you feel overall about kind of being back? We heard there the fact that you had a condensed schedule, you prioritized rest over scrims. Is that why you think it was a little bit slow in game 1?
I mean, for sure. Also, I couldn't really do warm-up game 1. I think it kind of affected me. I was playing horribly bad game 1. And I think after I ramp up and also all the team. So I think it was just like getting used to it, you know. We didn't play for some time in the LEC studio, so now we're back.
Yeah.
So how has it been now playing double internationals back-to-back and just getting so much experience streaming against all these really good top laners? Is there anything that, like, looking back at these last 2 months, you really take away from all these really productive scrims? Is it something you feel like you've improved on?
I mean, surely. I think, for example, already from MSI to EWC, I think I made a big improvement. In many things I was working with, together with Melset. So I think we actually got a lot from the 2 internationals. Like for example, MSI, I think we didn't get most use of it, but we like saw some problems that we had to fix, and we actually worked for after MSI and inside the EWC towards it, and I think we made a big improvement, and for sure will help us for Worlds or this split of LEC.
Is there a lot of micro stuff that's like just for you as a top laner, or is it mostly for you guys as a team, or how do you balance being sure that you can get stuff for both?
I mean, I think the most important is team play in general. I think everything that is individual for you, you can look it by yourself or with, like, for example, I talk with a lot with Seth individually.
Yeah.
And we look at it together. But I think team play is what we focus on the most.
Yeah, it's like, I feel like MKOI is very, very clutch, and I think we saw that again in this series, specifically in Game 2, where you needed a big fight to turn it around. And I feel like that's where at MSI, at least, I found that you faltered a little, in my opinion, because I'm like, I'm always expecting you to be able to still keep going when the going gets rough, when the game is rough. Do you agree that you kind of lost yourself a little bit in some of those games? It was very, I don't know, uncharacteristic for me, some of your play at MSI.
I mean, surely in MSI, the last, I remember the CFO series.
Yeah.
I think we didn't play as a team at all. And you could just see in the games, I think we started playing in the third game.
Yeah.
And it was already so late. For example, the game 4 is the typical game that you can lose in a game 1 that doesn't matter at all. But in the moment you throw the first 2 games, you're not locked in.
Yeah.
It just punish you so much. So.
Yeah, got to be locked in from game 1.
Yeah, so I want to comment on something that I heard from your voice comms that we heard when, I think it was game 2 or game 3, where GX did a really poor Atakan, and you said in voice comms, that's not a BLG Atakan. Can you explain to me what a BLG Atakan, because now I want to know.
Actually,
yeah?
I'm not sure. It's a European thing. But I think he means mostly like how Chinese teams in general start the Atakan.
Yeah.
Because like they usually start in minute 20, super aggressive, they actually control well zones. And
yeah.
I mean, Giants didn't do anything, honestly.
Yeah.
Atakan, like, I was just flanking as a Sion and I could reach their backlane.
Oh, yeah.
It's the fight, I think.
Yeah, it was really funny because they were just hitting it, and I saw all you guys just walk around taking all the time in the need. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the Sion clip. You flash into the Alcove Gaming. Yeah, that was just a really good fight. I mean, it's interesting to see, like, how do you see Atakan? Do you think it's like this really important objective that you have to be ready for 20 minutes, or do you think it's ever worth to cross-map it for something?
I think depends a lot on the map, but I think it's a... I mean, I'm an Atakan lover.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I think my team doesn't really enjoy that much Atakan as me.
Okay.
I think we consider it an important objective.
Sorry, you made a high swing.
But surely, I love Atakan. Like, the explosion after you kill someone, best thing ever.
Oh, I see. I don't know if he can hear it, but we also saw the clip there. You made like a really high-pitched sound. Can you do it again?
No.
Oh, we wanted to try.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, Finn can try.
Because basically, I was running from Cho'Gath with ult, so I
Yeah.
had to do it, you know? It was
It's
a
real.
part of the moment, yeah.
I know. I know exactly what you mean. Do you want to do it, Finn?
No, I'm not doing it.
What?
Unless you get a choke up on stage, or now that it's going to chase me, I'm not doing this.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Whatever. So, Mirin, tomorrow is the match of the week, up versus KC. I feel like you almost traded places because you're both these big teams that are backed by big co-streamers that are very important in their own respective country, in France and Spain. And then in winter, it was all KC and France and all that. And then it was all Spain and all MKOI. So do you feel like that's going to be the main rivalry for summer, or do you see it differently?
I mean, I think seeing the statements from all their players in like social media and even coaches, I think they got humbled. Honestly, last split, I think they were coming with a lot of ego, and it didn't work for them. So I'm excited to see how they are coming this split. I think they're really good opponents, same as G2 and many other teams. So I'm excited to play into them tomorrow, and honestly, all this split.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Do you recognize that? Because we see that, I don't know if it happens for you guys as well, but sometimes you get a really good result really early in the year, and you kind of fly too high, and you have to... How is it like facing reality after that?
I mean, I think it happened to us, the first split of last year, because I think there were more problems, not only like the ego. I don't think it was ego that much, but I think more of expectations. And I think we didn't really manage them well. And it just led into a really bad year that we kind of come back a bit in summer, but wasn't enough.
Yeah, I feel like I saw that. I just see it in the way you guys are walking around the studio almost. There's like a more air of kind of like, I don't know, it's lighter, I feel like. Maybe you're not putting as much pressure on yourself, which is always hard because pressure, Finn, that's it, right? That's what separates the champions from the losers.
It's true. I mean, it's all about how you handle that pressure, right? And something that I'm kind of curious about regarding you, because I feel like when you came into the league, there was the meta. And then you sat and dissected the meta, and you're like, what beats the meta? And now I feel like you come in and you've kind of been a part of the meta a little bit more. So I wonder how your process is regarding these new champions, because we see you bring out the Sion, we see you bring out the Ornn, a lot of the more common meta champions. Because when I saw the Rumble being blind picked, I'm like, okay, it's Mirren time, baby. And then I see the Ornn and I'm like, I'm kind of happy because I feel like that shows a lot of character growth, and you kind of see that this is the best pick. I could go Fiddlesticks here into Rumble. I've done it before, but maybe not this time.
I mean, it was just the best pick for the draft.
I agree.
would love to play more champs, but I think also there were many champs played from the games before. Like, I think Baros was banned, Wen was banned, Galio too. Like, I think there were many things banned. So it's just the best pick. I think in a way it helped us a lot to win that game with the scaling and everything. So I won't complain, you know. Sometimes you just have to not have that much fun in stage to win some games, and I can take it.
It's true.
It's a top laner thing.
Yeah, I feel like you said it a couple of times when we've asked you and you're just waiting. Finn and I were talking about kind of Fearless. It's been a big talking point how Fearless is supposed to bring more craziness, right, to the drafts, but it feels like even in the best of fives, mostly we've just been falling back on the same combinations, just in the different games. Is that your own expertise also, that you think, oh, it used to kind of challenge us a lot, but now it's kind of as expected?
I mean, it surely gives more room to see more champions, but of course, I think it's not a big limitation. Only like 50 champs. I mean 40.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's chill. I think like unless you don't have actually champion pool, you don't really get punished by Fearless. But I think the format really makes you like be more creative.
Yeah.
Even if it's not that much. Like for example, we could see way more Warwick from BB this year, or I mean 300 more picks. Like I think there were like maybe 20 more picks compared like from last year to this year.
A little Kassadin maybe?
No, not Kassadin. I like having a Midlaner, you know, sometimes. Like Yoyopin is like, no, we're good. We're not fighting this Drake.
Also, when you play Fiddlesticks up, it's okay,
like,
but when your
stack.
Midlaner plays Kassadin, that's
But
not
I'm
okay.
fighting grabs. I'm fighting grabs, you know? He's like, no, I have no mid prio, guys. Like, we're giving that.
That's so funny. No, that's good perspective. And we're just always hoping that it'll get more spicy, right, Finn? That's the way we look at it. But thank you so much, and congratulations, and good luck tomorrow in your match of the
Thank
week.
you.
And we're going to sign off, and we will be back tomorrow for that match of the week. Before that, we'll also have Fnatic versus BDS to see if the Poby train is still running. We'll see that tomorrow. See you. Bye-bye.
Choo-choo.
Choo-choo.
Bye-bye.
Oh, LeBron goes in immediately as they look for the engage on Blackhead. No real escape here for the Yanama. He'll flash, but Hansama still has his. Sten flashes. Let's go. Flame Chopper's down as well as Broken Blade's down to 300 HP. Knocked into the wall. It's a solo bolo! It's Carlson!
They're going at me, but I'm fine.
Yeah, we're fine though. We get excited.
Fucked him.
I stand.
Time speed.
Yeah, just run, guys.
You know, Kate. I need Kate.
Yeah.
Kate.
I'm here.
Okay, coming on.
I'm here. I'm keep going. I can slow.
It's going to be interesting.
Starfall onto Blackhead. Doesn't have cleanse. You can flash, but you can't escape the shields.
Can I get Mirren down a lot too?
But I can't see my mouse. It's usually on the mousepad.
So I was talking a little bit before. That's okay. Matchup Lot just needs one hit, pops over the wall, he gets duped, but then just sees. Good job, lads, good job. Him. My.
I go out. Only man. Leave. Oh my god. I'll see the Zeus, okay? Oh, I can give it better.
Please end it. No.
Try him.
Poppy. No flash, Poppy.
I will need help, okay? Heal there. Slow. No, slow. Base tempo. Fucking stupid.
But with a redemption in with an equalizer down, call of the damn god. It's good off from Jackie, but he just can't operate. He runs back in, but